non-computerized machine is capable of performing. In other words, to put it as briefly as possible, robot equals machine plus computer. Clearly, then, a true robot was impossible before the invention of the computer in the 1940s, and was not practical, in the sense of being compact enough and cheap enough to be put to everyday use, until the invention of the microchip in the 1970s. Nevertheless, the concept of the robot, an artificial device that mimics the actions and possibly the appearance of a human being, is old, probably as old as the human imagination. The ancients, lacking computers, had to think of some other way of instilling quasi-human abilities into artificial objects, and they made use of vague supernatural forces, and depended on godlike abilities beyond the reach of mere men. Thus, in the 18th book of Homer's Iliad, Hephaestus, the Greek god of the forge, is described as having for helpers a couple of maids, made of gold exactly like living girls. They have sense in their heads, they can speak and use their muscles, they can spin and weave and do their work. Surely these are robots. Again, the island of Crete, at the time of its greatest power, was supposed to possess a bronze giant named Talos, that ceaselessly patrolled its shores to fight off the approach of any enemy. Throughout ancient and medieval times, learned men were supposed to have created artificially living things through the secret arts they had learned or uncovered, arts by which they made use of the powers of the divine or the demonic. The medieval robot story that is most familiar to us today is that of Rabbi Loew of 16th century Prague. He is supposed to have formed an artificial human being, a robot, out of clay, just as God had formed Adam out of clay. A clay object, however much it might resemble a human being, is an unformed substance, the Hebrew word for it is golem, since it lacks the attributes of life. Rabbi Loew, however, gave his golem the attributes of life by making use of the sacred name of God, and set the robot to work protecting the lives of Jews against their persecutors. There was, however, always a certain nervousness about human beings involving themselves with knowledge that properly belongs to gods or demons. There was the feeling that this was dangerous, that the forces might escape human control. This attitude is most familiar to us in the legend of the sorcerer's apprentice, the young fellow who knew enough magic to start a process going, but not enough to stop it when it had outlived its usefulness. The ancients were intelligent enough to see this possibility and be frightened by it. In the Hebrew myth of Adam and Eve, the sin they commit is that of gaining knowledge, eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, i.e., knowledge of everything. And for that they were ejected from Eden, and according to Christian theologians, infected all of humanity with that original sin. In the Greek myths, it was the Titan or Prometheus who supplied fire, and therefore technology, to human beings, and for that he was dreadfully punished by the infuriated Zeus, who was the chief god. In early modern times, mechanical clocks were perfected, and the small mechanisms at random, clockwork, the springs, gears, escapements, ratchets, and so on, could also be used to run other devices. The 1700s were the golden age of automatons. These were devices that could, given a source of power, such as a wound spring or compressed air, carry out a complicated series of activities. Toy soldiers were built that would march. Toy ducks that would quack, bathe, drink water, eat grain, and void it. Toy boys that could dip a pen into ink and write a letter. Always the same letter, of course. Such automata were put on display and proved extremely popular, and sometimes profitable to the owners. It was a dead-end sort of thing, of course, but it kept alive the thought of mechanical devices that might do more than clockwork tricks, that might be more nearly alive. What's more, science was advancing rapidly, and in 1798 the Italian anatomist Luigi Galvani found that under the influence of an electric spark, dead muscles could be made to twitch and contract as though they were alive. Was it possible that electricity was the secret of life? The thought naturally arose that artificial life could be brought into being by strictly scientific principles rather than by reliance on gods or demons. This thought led to a book that some people consider the first piece of modern science fiction, Frankenstein, by Mary Shelley, published in 1818. In this book, Victor Frankenstein, an anatomist, collects fragments of freshly dead bodies and, by the use of new scientific discoveries, not specified in the book, brings the whole to life, creating something that is referred to only as the monster in the book. In the movie, the life principle was electricity. However, the switch from the supernatural to science did not eliminate the fear of the danger inherent in knowledge. In the medieval legend of Rabbi Lowe's golem, that monster went out of control and the rabbi had to withdraw the divine name and destroy him. In the modern tale of Frankenstein, the hero was not so lucky. He abandoned the monster in fear, and the monster, with an anger that the book all but justifies, in revenge killed those Frankenstein loved, and eventually Frankenstein himself. This proved a central theme in the science fiction stories that have appeared since Frankenstein. The creation of robots was looked upon as the prime example of the overweening arrogance of humanity, of its attempt to take on, through misdirected science, the mantle of the divine. The creation of human life, with a soul, was the sole prerogative of God. For a human being to attempt such a creation was to produce a soulless travesty that inevitably became as dangerous as the golem and as the monster. The fashioning of a robot was, therefore, its own eventual punishment, and the lesson, "There are some things that humanity is not meant to know," was preached over and over again. No one used the word robot, however, until 1920, the year, coincidentally, in which I was born. In that year, a Czech playwright, Karol Čapek, wrote the play R.U.R., about an Englishman, Rossum, who manufactured artificial human beings in quantity. These were intended to do the arduous labour of the world so that real human beings could live lives of leisure and comfort. Čapek called these artificial human beings robots, which is a Czech word for forced workers, or slaves. In fact, the title of the play stands for Rossum's Universal Robots, the name of the hero's firm. In this play, however, what I call the Frankenstein complex was made several notches more intense. Where Mary Shelley's monster destroyed only Frankenstein and his family, Čapek's robots were presented as gaining emotion and then, resenting their slavery, wiping out the human species. The play was produced in 1921 and was sufficiently popular, though when I read it my purely personal opinion was that it was dreadful, to force the word robot into universal use. The name for an artificial human being is now robot in every language, as far as I know. Through the 1920s and 1930s, RUR helped reinforce the Frankenstein complex, and, with some notable exceptions, such as Lester Del Rey's Helen O'Loy, Indo Binder's Adam Link, the hordes of clanking, murderous robots continued to be reproduced in story after story. I was an ardent science fiction reader in the 1930s, and I became tired of the ever-repeated robot plot. I didn't see robots that way. I saw them as machines. Advanced machines, but machines. They might be dangerous, but surely safety factors would be built in. The safety factors might be faulty or inadequate, or might fail under unexpected types of stress, but such failures could always yield experience that could be used to improve the models. After all devices have their dangers. The discovery of speech introduced communication and lies. The discovery of fire introduced cooking and arson. The discovery of the compass improved navigation and destroyed civilizations in Mexico and Peru. The automobile is marvelously useful and kills Americans by the tens of thousands each year. Medical advances have saved lives by the millions, and intensified the population explosion. In every case, the dangers and misuses could be used to demonstrate that there are some things humanity was not meant to know. But surely we cannot be expected to divest ourselves of all the knowledge and return to the status of the Australopithecines. Even from the theological standpoint, one might argue that God would never have given human beings brains to reason with if he hadn't intended those brains to be used to devise new things, to make wise use of them, to install safety factors to prevent unwise use, and to do the best we can within the limitations of our imperfections. So, in 1939, at the age of 19, I determined to write a robot story about a robot that was wisely used, that was not dangerous, and that did the job it was supposed to do. Since I needed a power source, I introduced the positronic brain. This was just gobbledygook, but it represented some unknown power source that was useful, versatile, speedy, and compact, like the as yet uninvented computer. The story was eventually named Robbie, and it did not appear immediately, but I proceeded to write other stories along the same line, in consultation with my editor, John W. Campbell, Jr., who was much taken with this idea of mine, and eventually they were all printed. Campbell urged me to make my ideas as to the robot safeguards explicit rather than implicit, and I did this in my fourth robot story, Runaround, which appeared in the March 1942 issue of Astounding Science Fiction. In that issue, on page 100, in the first column, about one-third of the way down, I just happened to remember, one of my characters says to another, "Now look, let's start with the 3 fundamental rules of robotics." This, as it turned out, was the very first known use of the word robotics in print, a word that is the now accepted and widely used term for the science and technology of the construction, maintenance, and use of robots. The Oxford English Dictionary, in the 3rd supplementary volume, gives me credit for the invention of the word. I did not know I was inventing the word, of course. In my youthful innocence, I thought that was the word, and hadn't the faintest notion it had never been used before. The 3 fundamental rules of robotics mentioned at this point eventually became known as Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. And here they are. 1. A robot may not injure a human being, or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. 2. A robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. 3. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Those laws, as it turned out, and I could not possibly have foreseen, proved to be the most famous, the most frequently quoted, and the most influential sentences I ever wrote. And I did it when I was 21, which makes me wonder if I've done anything since to continue to justify my existence. My robot stories turned out to have a great effect on science fiction. I dealt with robots unemotionally. They were produced by engineers, they presented engineering problems that required solutions, and the solutions were found. The stories were rather convincing portrayals of a future technology, and were not moral lessons. The robots were machines and not metaphors. As a result, the old-fashioned robot story was virtually killed in all science fiction stories above the comic strip level. Robots began to be viewed as machines rather than metaphors by other writers, too. They grew to be commonly seen as benevolent and useful, except when something went wrong, and then as capable of correction and improvement. Other writers did not quote the 3 laws. They tended to be reserved for me, but they assumed them, and so did the readers. Astonishingly enough, my robot stories also had an important effect on the world outside. It is well known that the early rocket experimenters were strongly influenced by the science fiction stories of H.G. Wells. In the same way, early robot experimenters were strongly influenced by my robot stories, 9 of which were collected in 1950 to make up a book called I, Robot. It was my second published book, and it has remained in print in the 4 decades since. Joseph F. Engelberger, studying at California University in the 1950s, came across I, Robot, and was sufficiently attracted by what he read to determine that he was going to devote his life to robots. About that time, he met George C. Devil, Jr. at a cocktail party. Devil was an inventor who was also interested in robots. Together they founded the firm of Unimation and set about working out schemes for making robots work. They patented many devices, and by the mid-1970s they had worked out all kinds of practical robots. The trouble was that they needed computers that were compact and cheap, but once the microchip came in, they had it. From that moment on, Unimation became the foremost robot firm in the world, and Engelberger grew rich beyond anything he could have dreamed of. He has always been kind enough to give me much of the credit. I have met other roboticists, such as Marvin Minsky and Shimon Y. North, who also admitted cheerfully the value of their early reading of my robot stories. North, who is an Israeli, had first read I, Robot in a Hebrew translation. The roboticists take the 3 laws of robotics seriously, and they keep them as an ideal for robot safety. As yet, the types of industrial robots in use are so simple, essentially, that safety devices have to be built in externally. However, robots may confidently be expected to grow more versatile and capable, and the 3 laws, or their equivalent, will surely be built into their programming eventually. I myself have never actually worked with robots, never even as much as seen one, but I never stop thinking about them. I have to date written at least 35 short stories and 5 novels that involve robots, and I dare say that if I am spared, I will write more. My robot stories and novels seem to have become classics in their own right, and with the advent of the Robot City series of novels have become the wider literary universe of other writers as well. Under those circumstances, it might be useful to go over my robot stories and describe some of those which I think are particularly significant, and to explain why I think they are. 1. Robbie. This is the first robot story I wrote. I turned it out between May 10th and May 22nd of 1939, when I was 19 years old, and was just about to graduate from college. I had a little trouble placing it, for John Campbell rejected it, and so did Amazing Stories. However, Fred Pohl accepted it on March 25th, 1940, and it appeared in the September 1940 issue of Super Science Stories, which he edited. Fred Pohl, being Fred Pohl, changed the title to Strange Playfellow, but I changed it back when I included it in my book I, Robot, and it has appeared as Robbie in every subsequent incarnation. Aside from being my first robot story, Robbie is significant because in it, George Weston says to his wife in defense of a robot that is fulfilling the role of a nursemaid, "He just can't help being faithful and loving and kind. He's a machine, made so." This is the first indication, in my first story, of what eventually became the first law of robotics, and of the basic fact that robots were made with built-in safety rules. 2. Reason. Robbie would have meant nothing in itself if I had written no more robot stories, particularly since it appeared in one of the minor magazines. However, I wrote a second robot story, Reason, and that one John Campbell liked. After a bit of revision, it appeared in the April 1941 issue of Astounding Science Fiction, and there it attracted notice. Readers became aware that there were such things as positronic robots, and so did Campbell. That made everything afterward possible. 3. Liar. In the very next issue of Astounding, that of May 1941, my third robot story, Liar, appeared. The importance of this story was that it introduced Susan Calvin, who became the central character in my early robot stories. This story was originally rather clumsily done. largely because it dealt with the relationship between the sexes at a time when I had not yet had my first date with a young lady. Fortunately, I am a quick learner, and it is one story in which I made significant changes before allowing it to appear in I, Robot. 4. Runaround. The next important robot story appeared in the March 1942 issue of Astounding. It was the first story in which I listed the 3 laws of robotics explicitly instead of making them implicit. In it, I have one character, Gregory Powell, say to another, Michael Donovan, "Now look, let's start with the 3 fundamental rules of robotics, the 3 rules that are built most deeply into a robot's positronic brain." He then recites them. Later on, I called them the laws of robotics, and their importance to me was threefold. A. They guided me in forming my plots and made it possible to write many short stories, as well as several novels, based on robots. In these, I constantly studied the consequences of the 3 laws. B. It was, by all odds, my most famous literary invention, quoted in season and out by others. If all I have written is some day to be forgotten, the 3 laws of robotics will surely be the last to go. C. The passage in Runaround, quoted above, happens to be the very first time the word robotics was used in print in the English language. I am therefore credited, as I have said, with the invention of that word, as well as of robotic, positronic, and psychohistory, by the Oxford English Dictionary, which takes the trouble and the space to quote the 3 laws. All these things were created by my 22nd birthday, and I seem to have created nothing since, which gives rise to grievous thoughts within me. 5. Evidence. This was the one and only story I wrote while I spent 8 months and 26 days in the army. At one point I persuaded a kindly librarian to let me remain in the locked library over lunch, so that I could work on the story. It is the first story in which I made use of a humanoid robot. Stephen Brierley, the humanoid robot in question, though in the story I don't make it absolutely clear whether he is a robot or not, represents my first approach towards R. Daniel Oliver, the humiform robot who appears in a number of my novels. Evidence appeared in the September 1946 issue of Astounding Science Fiction. 6. Little Lost Robot. My robots tend to be benign entities. In fact, as the stories progressed, they gradually gained in moral and ethical qualities until they far surpassed human beings, and in the case of Daniel approached the godlike. Nevertheless, I had no intention of limiting myself to robots as saviours. I followed wherever the wild winds of my imagination led me, and I was quite capable of seeing the uncomfortable sides of the robot phenomena. It was only a few weeks ago, as I write this, that I received a letter from a reader who scolded me because, in a robot story of mine that had just been published, I showed the dangerous side of robots. He accused me of a failure of nerve. That he was wrong is shown by Little Lost Robot, in which a robot is the villain, even though it appeared nearly half a century ago. The seamy side of robots is not the result of a failure in nerve that comes of my advancing age and decrepitude. It has been a constant concern of mine all through my career. 7. The Evitable Conflict. This was a sequel to Evidence, and appeared in the June 1950 issue of Astounding. It was the first story I wrote that dealt primarily with computers. I called them machines in the story, rather than with robots per se. The difference is not a great one. You might define a robot as a computerized machine, or as a mobile computer. You might consider a computer as an immobile robot. In any case, I clearly did not distinguish between the two, and although the machines, which don't make an actual physical appearance in the story, are clearly computers, I included the story without hesitation in my robot collection, I, Robot, and neither the publisher nor the readers objected. To be sure, Stephen Brierley is in the story, but the question of his roboticity plays no part. 8. Franchise. This was the first story in which I dealt with computers as computers, and I had no thought in mind of their being robots. It appeared in the August 1955 issue of If, Worlds of Science Fiction, and by that time I had grown familiar with the existence of computers. My computer is Multivac, designed as an obviously larger and more complex version of the actually existing Univac. In this story, and in some others of the period that dealt with Multivac, I described it as an enormously large machine, missing the chance of predicting the miniaturization and etherealization of computers. 9. The Last Question. My imagination didn't betray me for long, however. In The Last Question, which appeared first in the November 1956 issue of Science Fiction Quarterly, I discussed the miniaturization and etherealization of computers and followed it through 1 trillion years of evolution of both computer and man, to a logical conclusion that you will have to read the story to discover. It is, beyond question, my favourite among all the stories I have written in my career. 10. The Feeling of Power. The miniaturization of computers played a small role as a side issue in this story. It appeared in the February 1958 issue of If, and is also one of my favourites. In this story I dealt with pocket computers, which were not to make their appearance in the marketplace until 10 to 15 years after the story appeared. Moreover, it was one of the stories in which I foresaw accurately a social implication of technological advance, rather than merely the technological advance itself. The story deals with the possible loss of ability to do simple arithmetic through the perpetual use of computers. I wrote it as a satire that combined humour with passages of bitter irony, but I wrote more truly than I knew. These days I have a pocket computer, and I begrudge the time and effort it would take me to subtract 182 from 854. I use the darn computer. The Feeling of Power is one of the most frequently anthologized of my stories. In a way, this story shows the negative side of computers, and in this period I also wrote stories that showed the possible vengeful reactions of computers or robots that are mistreated. For computers there is Someday, which appeared in the August 1956 issue of Infinity Science Fiction, and for robots, in automobile form, see Sally, which appeared in the May to June 1953 issue of Fantastic. 11. Feminine Intuition. My robots are almost always masculine, though not necessarily in an actual sense of gender. After all, I give them masculine names and refer to them as he. At the suggestion of a female editor, Judy Lynn Del Rey, I wrote Feminine Intuition, which appeared in the October 1969 issue of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. It showed, for one thing, that I could do a feminine robot too. She was still metal, but she had a narrower waistline than my usual robots, and had a feminine voice too. Later on, in my book Robots and Empire, there was a chapter in which a humanoid female robot made her appearance. She played a villainous role, which might surprise those who know of my frequently displayed admiration of the female half of humanity. 12. The Bicentennial Man. This story, which first appeared in 1976 in a paperback anthology of original science fiction, Stella No. 2, edited by Judy Lynn Del Rey, was my most thoughtful exposition of the development of robots. It followed them in an entirely different direction from that in The Last Question. What it dealt with was the desire of a robot to become a man, and the way in which he carried out that desire step by step. Again, I carried the plot all the way to its logical conclusion. I had no intention of writing this story when I started it. It wrote itself, and turned and twisted in the typewriter. It ended as the third favourite of mine among all my stories. Ahead of it comes only The Last Question, mentioned above, and The Ugly Little Boy, which is not a robot story. 13. The Caves of Steel. Meanwhile, at the suggestion of Horace L. Gold, editor of Galaxy, I had written a robot novel. I had resisted doing so at first, for I felt that my robot ideas only fit the short story length. Gold, however, suggested I write a murder mystery dealing with a robot detective. I followed the suggestion part way. My detective was a thoroughly human Elijah Bailey, perhaps the most attractive character I ever invented, in my opinion, but he had a robot sidekick, R. Daniel Oliver. The book, I felt, was the perfect fusion of mystery and science fiction. It appeared as a 3-part serial in the October, November and December 1953 issues of Galaxy, and Doubleday published it as a novel in 1954. What surprised me about the book was the reaction of the readers. While they approved of Lige Bailey, their obvious interest was entirely with Daniel, whom I had viewed as a mere subsidiary character. The approval was particularly intense in the case of the women who wrote to me. 13 years after I had invented Daniel, the television series Star Trek came out, with Mr. Spock resembling Daniel quite closely in character, something which did not bother me. And I noticed that women viewers were particularly interested in him, too. I won't pretend to analyze this. 14. The Naked Sun. The popularity of Lige and Daniel led me to write a sequel, The Naked Sun, which appeared as a 3-part serial in the October, November and December 1956 issues of Astounding, and was published as a novel by Doubleday in 1957. Naturally, the repetition of the success made a third novel seem the logical thing to do. I even started writing it in 1958. But things got in the way, and what with one thing and another, it didn't get written till 1983. 15. The Robots of Dawn. This, the third novel of the Lige Bailey R. Daniel series, was published by Doubleday in 1983. In it, I introduced a second robot, R. Giscard Rovenklov, and this time I was not surprised when he turned out to be as popular as Daniel. 16. Robots and Empire. When it was necessary to allow Lige Bailey to die, of old age, I felt I would have no problem in doing a 4th book in the series, provided I allowed Daniel to live. The 4th book, Robots and Empire, was published by Doubleday in 1985. Lige's death brought some reaction, but nothing at all compared to the storm of regretful letters I received when the exigencies of the plot made it necessary for R. Giscard to die. Of the short stories I have listed as notable, you may have noticed that 3, Franchise, The Last Question, and The Feeling of Power, are not included in the collection you are now holding. This is not an oversight, nor is it any indication that they are not suitable for collection. The fact is that each of the 3 is to be found in an earlier collection, Robot Dreams. That is a companion piece for this one. It wouldn't be fair to the reader to have these stories in both collections. To make up for that, I have included in Robot Visions 9 robot stories that are not listed above as notable. This in no way implies that these 9 stories are inferior, merely that they broke no new ground. Of these 9 stories, Galley Slave is one of my favourites, not only because of the wordplay in the title, but because it deals with a job I earnestly wish a robot would take off my hands. Not many people have gone through more sets of galleys than I have. Lenny shows a human side of Susan Calvin that appears in no other story, while Someday is my foray into pathos. Christmas Without Rodney is a humorous robot story, while Think is a rather grim one. Mirror Image is the only short story I ever wrote that involves R. Daniel Oliver, the co-hero of my robot novels. Too Bad and Segregationist are both robot stories based on medical themes. And finally, Robot Visions is written specifically for this collection. So it turns out that my robot stories have been almost as successful as my foundation books. And if you want to know the truth, in a whisper of course, and please keep this confidential, I like my robot stories better. Finally, a word about the essays in this book. The first essay was written in 1956. All the others have appeared in 1974 and thereafter. Why the 18-year gap? Easy. I wrote my first robot story when I was 19, and I wrote them on and off for over 30 years, without really believing that robots would ever come into existence in any real sense, at least not in my lifetime. The result was that I never once wrote a serious essay on robotics. I might as well expect myself to have written serious essays on galactic empires and psychohistory. In fact, my 1956 piece is not a serious discussion of robotics, but merely a consideration of the use of robots in science fiction. It was not till the mid-1970s, with the development of the microchip, that computers grew small enough, versatile enough, and cheap enough to allow computerized machinery to become practical for industrial use. Thus, the industrial robot arrived, extremely simple compared to my imaginary robots, but clearly en route. And, as it happened, in 1974, just as robots were becoming real, I began to write essays on current developments in science, first for American Way magazine, and then for the Los Angeles Times Syndicate. It became natural to write an occasional piece on real robotics. In addition, Byron Preiss Visual Publications, Incorporated, began to put out a remarkable series of books under the general title of Isaac Asimov's Robot City, and I was asked to do essays on robotics for each of them. So it came about that before 1974 I wrote virtually no essays on robotics, and after 1974 quite a few. It's not my fault, after all, if science finally catches up to my simpler notions. Golden Age ahead. It seems to be an almost unvarying habit among human beings to find golden ages in the past, both in their own personal lives and in their societies. That's only natural. In the first place, there's something to it, at least in our personal lives. To those of us who are elderly, or even in their late youth, as I am, there is no question but that there are memories of a time when we were younger and stronger and thinner and more vigorous and less creaky, and could perform more frequently and grow tired less frequently, and so on. And if that isn't golden, what is? In general, this is naturally extrapolated to the point where whatever society was like in our teenage years is our view of what society ought to be like. Every change since then is viewed as a deterioration, a degeneration, an abomination. Then, too, there are the falsities of memory, which cast a delicious haze over the past, eliminating the annoyances and frustrations and magnifying the joys. Add to that the falsities of history, which inevitably produce a greater emphasis on heroism, on dogged determination, on civic virtue, while overlooking squalor, corruption, and injustice. And in the sub-universe of science fiction, isn't this also true? Doesn't every reader who has been reading for a decade or two remember a golden age? Doesn't he complain that science fiction stories aren't as good as they used to be? Doesn't he dream of the classics of the past? Of course, we all do that. I do it too. There is one golden age of science fiction that has actually been institutionalized and frozen in place, and that is the period between 1938 and 1950, with its peak years from 1939 to 1942. John W. Campbell, Jr. became editor of Astounding Stories in 1938, changed its name to Astounding Science Fiction, changed its style, and found new writers or encouraged older writers to expand their horizons. He helped develop me, L. Sprague de Camp, Lester Del Rey, Theodore Sturgeon, Eric Frank Russell, Hal Clement, Arthur C. Clarke, and many others. And all produced stories that are among the great all-time classics of the genre. In particular, In 1939, Robert A. Heinlein and A.E. von Vogt both burst on the scene with crackerjack stories. Let's, however, take a closer and unimpassioned look at the Golden Age. To begin with, how was it viewed in its own time? Did all the readers sit around saying, "Golly gee, wow, I'm living through a golden age"? You'd better not believe it. Sure, the young readers who had just come into the field were fascinated, but the older readers, who had been reading since the late 1920s, were not. Instead, they frequently talked of the good old days and longed for their golden age of the Tremaine astounding, which ran from 1933 to 1938. I was one of the old fossils, as a matter of fact. Much as I liked the stories of the Campbell era, and much as I enjoyed contributing to them myself, it was of the earlier 1930s that I dreamed. It wasn't Heinlein that was the epitome to me of science fiction, though I recognized his worth. It was Jack Williamson's The Legion of Space. It was E. Smith's Galactic Patrol. It was Nat Shatner's Past, Present and Future. It was Charles R. Tanner's Tumithak of the Corridors. Even at this very day, there is an organization called First Fandom, to which I belong, and only those can belong to it who were science fiction fans before 1938. And if there were golden ages before the Golden Age, there were also golden ages to still younger readers after the Golden Age. Indeed, Terry Carr has just published an excellent anthology of stories from 1939 through 1942 entitled Classic Science Fiction, The First Golden Age. How many more have there been? I should guess that there has been one for every 3-year interval since the first, to one group of readers or another. Think again. Were the stories of your Golden Age really golden? Have you reread them lately? I have reread the stories of my own Golden Age and found the results spotty indeed. Some of the stories I slavered over as a teenager turned out to be impenetrable and embarrassing when I tackled them again. A few, Tumithak of the Corridors for one, held up very well in my opinion. It was clear to me, though, that the general average of writing 40 years ago was much lower than the general average later. That, in fact, seems to me to have been a general rule. Magazine science fiction over the last half-century has steadily risen above and away from its pulpish origins. That means me, too. I imagine that many people who drooled over Nightfall, the Foundation trilogy, and I, Robot in their teens find some of the gloss gone when they reread them in their 30s. Fortunately for myself, a substantial number do not. There are always new teenagers entering the field and ready to be dazzled. Why has the quality of writing gone up? For one thing, the competition to science fiction has gone. The pulp magazines are gone. The slick magazines scarcely publish fiction, whereas, some decades back, science fiction magazines, with their small circulation and even smaller financial rewards, could not compete in the marketplace, and could gain only raw enthusiasts. There is now comparatively little else for a beginning writer to do. Few other places for him to go. The competition for space in the science fiction magazines is therefore keener, so that better natural talents reach their pages and set higher standards for other novices to shoot at. I doubt, for instance, that I could possibly have broken into science fiction in 1979 with nothing more than the talent I had when I broke into the field in 1939. Nor need this discourage new writers. They are learning in a better school in 1979 than I did in 1939. There is also greater knowledge of science today. The writers of my own Golden Age knew very little science that they didn't pick up from the lurid newspaper stories of the day, the equivalent to learning about sex in the gutter. Nowadays, on the other hand, even those science fiction writers who are not particularly educated in science, and who don't particularly use science in their stories, nevertheless know much more about science, and use it far more skillfully, when they do, than did the creaky old giants of the past. The new writers can't help it. We now live in a society in which science saturates every medium of communication and the very air we breathe, and the growing ranks of capable science writers see to it that the communications are of high quality. What do we face, then? We will have stories by better writers, dealing with more exciting and more subtle themes in a more intelligently scientific manner. Need we worry that it will all come to an end? The science is outpacing science fiction and putting us all out of a job? No. What the scientists are doing is exactly the reverse. They are providing us with fresh, new gimmicks daily, new ideas, new possibilities. In just the last few days I have read about the discovery of gases in Venus's atmosphere, which seem to show that Venus could not have been formed in the same way Earth was. I have read about the possibility of setting up a modulated beam of neutrinos that could allow communication through the Earth instead of around it. I have read that the Sun may have a steadily ticking internal clock, with the irregularities of the sunspots a superficial modification. But what the clock is, and why the modification, we do not know. Each of these items can serve as the starting point for a story that might not have been possible to write last year, let alone 30 years ago, and they will be written with the skill and expertise of today. These are exciting times for society, for science fiction writers, for science fiction readers. George, Joel, and I are having more fun putting this magazine together all the time, and we hope you are having more fun reading it all the time. Why not? There's a golden age ahead. The All-Human Galaxy. In 1928, The Skylark of Space by Edward E. Smith appeared in Amazing Stories and was instantly recognized as an important milestone in science fiction. Until then, stories involving space travel dealt almost exclusively with the solar system. Trips to the Moon and to Mars were the staples. Visitors from other stellar systems may have been mentioned, as in the case of the visitor from Sirius in Voltaire's Micromega, but these were trivial instances. Smith, however, introduced interstellar travel as a commonplace thing, and placed his heroes and villains within a space frame that included the entire galaxy. It was the first time this has happened, and the readers devoured it and demanded more. The super science story became the hit of the decade. Smith held the lead in this respect for 20 years, although during the first half of his career John W. Campbell was a close second. Smith and Campbell viewed the galaxy as including many, many intelligent species. Almost every planet possessed them, and Smith in particular was most inventive in dreaming up unearthly shapes and characteristics for his alien beings. This many-intelligence galaxy is not as prominent in science fiction as it once was, but you may find it in contemporary television. In Star Trek, and its lesser imitations, it sometimes seemed as though a spaceship could not travel in any direction at random for a week without coming across an intelligent species, usually inimical in one way or another. The visual media are hampered in their ability to represent these aliens imaginatively, for somehow an actor usually exists under the make-up or plastic. The extraterrestrial creatures, therefore, if not human, were nevertheless clearly primate. In this connection, though, the science fiction writer Hal Clement raised an interesting question, which I think of as Clement's paradox. The universe has existed for perhaps 15 billion years, and if there are many civilizations that have risen here and there among its stars, these must have appeared at any time in the past 12 billion years, allowing 3 billion for the first to arise. It should follow, therefore, that human explorers, when locating an extraterrestrial civilization, would be quite apt to find them anywhere from 1 to 12 billion years old in the vast majority of cases, assuming them to be very long-lived. If they were not very long-lived, but only endured, say, 1 million years or less before coming to a natural or a violent end, then almost all planets bearing such civilizations would show signs of the ruins of a long-dead one, or possibly a series of 2 or more sets of ruins. To a lesser extent, in relatively young planetary systems, the civilization might not be ready to arise for anywhere from 1 million to 1 billion years. The chance of encountering a civilization, then, that is at some level near our own, would have to be very small. And yet, and this is Clement's paradox, science fiction writers consistently show alien civilizations to be fairly close in technological level to Earth's. They might be a little more primitive, or a little more advanced. But considering the rate at which technology advances on Earth these days, it would seem that the aliens are not more than a few thousand years behind us at most, or a few hundred years ahead of us at best. How enormous the odds are against that. As far as I know, however, science fiction writers didn't worry about this. Certainly I didn't. Since I began publishing in 1939, when Edward E. Smith was at the very height of his success, though John Campbell had just retired to the job of editing Astounding, I naturally tried my hand at the many-intelligence galaxy myself. For instance, there was my 8th published story, Homo Sol, which appeared in the September 1940 Astounding. It dealt with a galactic empire consisting of the civilized beings from many, many planetary systems, each planetary system containing a different type of intelligent being. Each bore the name of the native star in the species name, so that there would be Homo Arcturus, Homo Canopus, and so on. The plot dealt with Earth's coming of technological age, and the possible entry of Earthmen, Homo Sol, you see, into the Empire. And now there came a struggle between John Campbell and myself. John could not help but feel that people of Northwest European descent, like himself, were in the forefront of human civilization, and that all other people lagged behind. Expanding this view to a galactic scale, he viewed Earthmen as the Northwest Europeans of the galaxy. He did not like to see Earthmen lose out to aliens, or to have Earthmen pictured as in any way inferior. Even if Earthmen were behind technologically, they should win anyway because they invariably were smarter or braver, or had a superior sense of humour, or something. I, however, was not of Northwest European stock, and, as a matter of fact, this was 1940, remember, and the Nazis were in the process of wiping out the European Jews, I was no great admirer of them. I felt that Earthmen, if they symbolized these Northwest Europeans, according to the Campbellian outlook, might well prove inferior in many vital ways to other civilized races. That Earthmen might lose out to the aliens, that they might even deserve to lose out. However, John Campbell won out. He was a charismatic and overwhelming person, and I was barely 20 years old, very much in awe of him, and very anxious to sell stories to him. So I gave in, adjusted the story to suit his prejudices, and have been ashamed of that ever since. Nevertheless, I didn't plan to have that happen again, ever. I wrote a sequel to Homo Sol, which I called The Imaginary, in which I evaded the issue by having Earthmen not appear, and Campbell rejected it. I wrote another story in which Earthmen fought villainous extraterrestrial overlords and felt that would be all right, for the overlords were transparent symbols of the Nazis, and, as it happened, Campbell rejected that too. I continued to want to write super science stories my way, however, and continued to probe for strategies that would allow me to do so without encountering Campbellian resistance. I arrived at the answer when I first thought of my story, Foundation. For it, I needed a galactic empire, as in Homo Sol, and I wanted a free hand to have it develop as I wished. The answer, when it came to me, was so simple, I can only wonder why it took me so long to reach it. Instead of having an empire with no human beings, as in the Imaginary, I would have an empire with nothing but human beings. I would not even have robots in it. Thus was born the all-human galaxy. It worked remarkably well for me. Campbell never raised any objections, never suggested that I ought to insert a few alien races, never asked why they were missing. He threw himself into the spirit of the stories and accepted my galactic empire on my terms, and I never had to take up the problem of racial superiority or inferiority. nor did I spend time worrying about the rationale behind the all-human galaxy myself. I had what I wanted, and I was satisfied. I did not ask myself, for instance, why it was that human beings were the only intelligent species in the galaxy. As it happens, it is possible that, though planets are extremely numerous, relatively few are habitable, or that though many planets may be habitable, few may develop life, or that though many planets may be life-bearing, few indeed may develop intelligent life or civilizations. Nevertheless, I made no effort whatsoever to state any of this explicitly as explanation for what I was describing. It is only with my new novel, Foundation's Edge, written 40 years after the series had begun, that I have started to explore the rationale behind it. Nor did I ask myself at the start if the idea were a novel one. Years later, I began to think that no one before myself had ever postulated an all-human galaxy. It seems to have been my invention, though I stand ready to be corrected in this by some SF historian more knowledgeable than myself. If I did indeed invent the concept, it is a useful one, quite apart from the role it played in the duel between Campbell and myself, a duel which Campbell never knew existed. By removing the alien element, the play and interplay of human beings can be followed on an enormous canvas. Writers can deal with human interactions only, on different worlds and within different societies, and it gives rise to interesting opportunities of all sorts. And, what is more, the all-human galaxy offers a way of getting around Clement's paradox, perhaps the only way of doing so. Psychohistory. Psychohistory is one of 3 words, that I know of, that I get early use credit for in the Oxford English Dictionary. The other 2, for the record, are positronic and robotics. This is not at all unusual. Every science fiction writer makes up words, and sometimes they actually penetrate the language, but then English is notoriously hospitable to neologisms, which is one of its strengths, in my opinion. The more unimaginative and inevitable a word is, the more likely it is to be adopted, and I am not prone to making up words wildly. Thus, once the positron was discovered and named in 1935, and once robot became accepted as a term for a humaniform automaton in the 1920s, it was simply a matter of time before the words positronic and robotics appeared in print. That I seem to have been the first in each case is purely accidental. In fact, when I first used the word positronic in print, in my story Reason, which appeared in the April 1941 issue of Astounding Science Fiction, as a natural analogue of electronic, I thought the word already existed. The same was true when I first used the word robotics in my story Runaround, which appeared in the March 1942 issue of Astounding Science Fiction. In the case of psychohistory, however, I suspected that the word was not in common use, and might even never have been used before. Actually, the OED cites one example of its use as early as 1934. I first used it in my story Foundation, which appeared in the May 1942 issue of Astounding Science Fiction. I came up with the word because John Campbell and I were discussing the course I was to take in the Foundation series once I came to him with my initial idea on the subject. I was quite frank in my intention of using Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire as my model and as a basic guide for plot ideas. But I needed something that would make science fiction out of it. I couldn't simply call it the Galactic Empire and then just treat it as a hypertrophied Roman Empire. So I suggested we add the fact that a mathematical treatment existed whereby the future could be predicted in a statistical fashion, and I called it psychohistory. Actually, it was a poor word and did not represent what I truly meant. I should have called it psychosociology, a word which the OED lists as having first been used in 1928. However, I was so intent on history, thanks to Gibbon, that I could think of nothing but psychohistory. In any case, Campbell was enthusiastic about the idea, and we were off and running. I modelled my concept of psychohistory on the kinetic theory of gases, which I'd been beat over the head with in my physical chemistry classes. The molecules making up gases moved in an absolutely random fashion in any direction in 3 dimensions, and in a wide range of speeds. Nevertheless, one could fairly describe what those motions would be on the average, and work out the gas laws from those average motions with an enormous degree of precision. In other words, although one couldn't possibly predict what a single molecule would do, one could accurately predict what umptillions of them would do. So I applied that notion to human beings. Each individual human being might have free will, but a huge mob of them should behave with some sort of predictability, and the analysis of mob behavior was my psychohistory. There were 2 conditions that I had to set up in order to make it work, and they were not chosen carelessly. I picked them in order to make psychohistory more like kinetic theory. First, I had to deal with a large number of human beings, as kinetic theory worked with a large number of molecules. Neither would work for small numbers. It is for that reason that I had the galactic empire consist of 25 million worlds, each with an average population of 4 billion. That meant a total human population of 100 quadrillion. In my heart, I didn't think that was enough, but I didn't want to place any greater strain on the suspension of disbelief than I absolutely had to. Second, I had to retain the randomness factor. I couldn't expect human beings to behave as randomly as molecules, but they might approach such behavior if they had no idea as to what was expected of them. So it was necessary to suppose that human beings in general did not know what the predictions of psychohistory were, and therefore would not tailor their activities to suit. Much later in the game I thought of a 3rd condition that I didn't think of earlier, simply because I had taken it so completely for granted. The kinetic theory assumes that gases are made up of nothing but molecules, and psychohistory will only work if the hosts of intelligence are made up of nothing but human beings. In other words, the presence of aliens with non-human intelligence might well bollocks the works. This situation may actually develop in future books of the Foundation series, but so far I have stayed clear of non-human intelligences in my galactic empire, partly because Campbell and I disagreed fundamentally on what their role would be if they existed, and since neither of us would give in. Eventually, I thought that my psychohistory would fade out of human consciousness because the term came to be used by psychiatrists for the study of the psychiatric background of individuals, such as Woodrow Wilson, Sigmund Freud, or Adolf Hitler, who had some pronounced effect on history. And naturally, since I felt a proprietary interest in the term psychohistory as a predictive study of large, faceless masses of human beings, I resented the new use of the word. But then, as time went on, I grew more philosophical. After all, it might well be that there could be no analogy drawn between molecules and human beings, and that there could be no way of predicting human behavior. As mathematicians began to be interested in the details of what is now called chaos, it seemed to me that human history might prove to be essentially chaotic, so that there could be no psychohistory. Indeed, the question of whether psychohistory can be worked out or not lies at the centre of the novel I have recently completed, Prelude to Foundation, in which Hari Seldon, the founder of psychohistory, is portrayed as a young man who is in the process of trying to devise the science. Imagine, then, how exciting it is for me to see that scientists are increasingly interested in my psychohistory, even though they may not be aware that that's what the study is called, and may never have read any of my Foundation novels, and thus may not know of my involvement. Who cares? The concept is more important than I am. Some months ago, a reader, Tom Wilsden of Arden, North Carolina, sent me a clipping from the April 23rd, 1987 issue of Machine Design. It reads as follows, in full. A computer model originally intended to simulate liquid turbulence has been used to model group behavior. Researchers at Los Alamos National Laboratories have found that there is a similarity between group behavior and certain physical phenomena. To do the analysis, they assigned certain physical characteristics such as level of excitement, fear, and size of the crowd to model parameters. The interaction of the crowd closely paralleled the turbulent flow equations. Although the analysis cannot predict exactly what a group will do, it reportedly does help determine the most probable consequence of a given event. Then, too, Roger N. Shepard, a professor of psychology at Stanford University, has published an article in the September 11, 1987 issue of Science entitled "Toward a Universal Law of Generalization for Psychological Science." Unfortunately, although I made a valiant effort to read it, the mathematics was too tough for me, and even the non-mathematical portions produced only a rather dim and hazy understanding within me. However, here is the summary of the article as given at the beginning. A psychological space is established for any set of stimuli by determining metric distances between the stimuli, such that the probability that a response learned to any stimulus will generalize to any other is an invariant monotonic function of the distance between them. To a good approximation, this probability of generalization, 1, decays exponentially with this distance, and 2, does so in accordance with one of two metrics, depending on the relation between the dimensions along with the stimuli vary. These empirical regularities are mathematically derivable from universal principles of natural kinds, probabilistic geometry that may, through evolutionary internalization, tend to govern the behaviors of all sentient organisms. As I said, I don't really understand this, but I have the feeling that Harry Seldon would understand it without trouble. I am also concerned, suddenly, that psychohistory may be developed within the next century. I placed its development 20,000 years in the future. Is this going to be another case of my science-fictional imagination falling ludicrously short? Science Fiction Series. I have received a letter from Nancy Bykowski of Bolingbrook, Illinois, which says, in part, "I have noticed the trend in recent years towards trilogies and serial volumes. I enjoy reading a series of books set in the same background, but it can be frustrating when the books do not stand alone. But there are some authors out there that seem to be writing serials so that we will be forced to buy their next book. I believe I read somewhere that the publishers tend to encourage that kind of thinking. So my question to you is, did you write your Foundation trilogy in response to a request from a publisher? Or was it simply the result of an idea that was too big for one volume?" As it happens, I too have noticed the tendency for novels to come in clumps these days. It's true of movies also. Someday we will have a motion picture called Rocky 17 meets Superman 11. But why is that? Why are so many writers turning out a series of connected novels? One very obvious reason is that it makes life simpler for them. Instead of having to invent a new social background for each story, they can make use of one they have already devised. The writer can thus begin a new novel with a ready-made background, and sometimes with ready-made characters. If you're not a writer yourself, you have no idea how much mental agony and psychic wear and tear that saves. Then, too, readers who have enjoyed a book often welcome a return of the same characters and background. As a result, the pressure for a sequel, and even for a continuing series, is likely to come, at least to begin with, from those readers, rather than from the author or publisher. Publishers naturally welcome any book in which the chance of success and profitability is high. They are always more eager to receive a manuscript from an established writer than from a newcomer, because they can usually be sure that the former will be profitable, while the latter always represents a risk. By similar reasoning, publishers would prefer to have an established writer do another book of a popular series than venture in a new direction altogether. The series book is more nearly a sure thing, and publishers are almost as fond of a sure thing as you and I are. However, are these series of novels written simply to force readers to buy the next book against his will? Of course not. If readers don't like a particular book, they're not likely to buy a sequel. If they like the first 3 books of a series and find the 4th disappointing, they are less likely to buy the 5th. In short, a maintained popularity and profitability will tend to keep a series going indefinitely. Non-popularity, or declining popularity, will bring an end to the series quickly. As a matter of fact, far from a series of books continuing just to lure reluctant readers into purchasing volumes that they don't really want to read, it is the reverse that is likely to be true. It is the writer, not the reader, who is likely to be victimized. After all, writing a long series of related books can grow awfully tiresome for a writer. He may have sucked the juice out of his characters and background and may long to go in other directions, thus stretching and resting his cramped and aching mind. The writer therefore quits and goes about his business, and then a storm arises. Readers express loud disappointment and make demands for another book in the series. Publishers, becoming aware of this, and seeing no reason to allow profitability to go glimmering, then proceed to put pressure on the writer, who is often far less enthusiastic about his series than anyone else is, and in the end he must write. In that case, anyone who says to him, "You're turning out endless reams of this junk just to con the reader into buying your books," is likely to get a punch in the mouth if the writer is of the violent persuasion, or a sad look if the writer is as gentle and lovable as I am. I'm talking from personal experience. The first 3 books of the Foundation series are compilations of separate pieces written for astounding science fiction between 1942 and 1950. They were written at editorial insistence, but for a while I was eager to comply. I had had enough of them after 8 years, however, and in 1950 determined to write no more. I resisted all entreaties for additions to the Foundation series and ignored all threats for 32 years. And then, finally, Doubleday began snarling and foaming at the mouth, so I agreed to write Foundation's Edge and Foundation and Earth, the 4th and 5th books of the series. So there you are, Miss Bukowski. My Foundation series was written, at least in part, as a result of publishers' and readers' pressures, but they also deal with a theme too large to be contained in one story or one novel, and each portion of the series, whether a short story or a novel, stands on its own. But is this business of stories and novels in series an invention of science fiction? It certainly is not. It is not even a modern phenomenon. The same pressures that led to sequelization today were operative in ancient times as well, so that sequels and series must surely be as old as writing. The Iliad had the Odyssey as its sequel, and other Greek writers capitalized on the unparalleled popularity of these 2 epics by writing other epics concerning events preceding, succeeding, and in between these 2, none of which have survived. The great Greek dramatists tended to write trilogies of plays. Aeschylus built a trilogy around Agamemnon, Sophocles built a trilogy about Oedipus, and so on. Coming closer to home, Mark Twain wrote Tom Sawyer, and when that proved successful, he wrote a sequel, Huckleberry Finn. And when that proved even more successful, he wrote a couple of other tales of Tom and Huck, and when those were not successful, he stopped. Of course, a series need not concentrate on continuing the plot. It may consist of a series of independent stories which, however, share a common background and a continuing character. An enormously successful series of this sort was A. Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes stories. So compelling a character did Doyle create in Sherlock Holmes that the public could never get enough of him. Doyle quickly began to grow tired of writing the stories, and indeed began to hate Sherlock Holmes, who had grown so large in public consciousness as to totally overshadow Doyle himself. In desperation, Doyle killed Sherlock Holmes, and was then forced to bring him back to life. Here is an extreme example of the victimization of an author, though it did make Doyle extremely wealthy. Other mystery novel series featuring a continuing detective, Hercule Poirot, Nero Wolfe, etc., followed as a matter of course. When I was young, series of independent stories featuring continuing characters were extremely common. There were the Nick Carter books, the Frank Merriwell books, and others too. There were magazines which, in each issue, carried a novella featuring some character such as the Shadow, the Spider, Doc Savage, Secret Agent X, Operator 5, and so on. Naturally, science fiction was influenced by such things. During the 1930s and 40s, Neil R. Jones wrote some 20 stories featuring Professor Jameson and a group of companion robots with human brains. Yando Binder wrote 10 stories about another robot, Adam Link. Nelson Bond wrote 10 stories about a lovable bumbler named Lancelot Biggs. However, the first successful series of novels in science fiction were by E. Smith. Between 1928 and 1934, he turned out 3 Skylark novels, and between 1934 and 47, he turned out 5 Lensman novels. In the 1940s, Robert A. Heinlein produced something new in his Future History series. Here the plots seemed independent and were set at widely different times, but they all fit into a consistent historical development of the solar system, so that there were references in stories set later in time to events in stories set earlier in time. I began another series of this sort with Foundation in 1942. I expanded the background to the galaxy as a whole and proceeded to trace the history methodically from story to story, without jumping about. Later I tied in my Robot series and my Empire series so that my own Future History series now consists of 13 novels, with others to come, I suppose. Other series of the Foundation type followed, the most successful being Frank Herbert's Dune series. In fantasy, the great success was J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings trilogy, which inspired a host of imitations. The late Judy Lindell Ray and her husband Lester, with their marvellous ability to spot trends, encouraged the writing of novel series and put them out under their publishing imprint of Del Rey Books, so that we now have a virtual inundation of book series. The fashion may pass, but while it is here, it seems to be bringing us a considerable number of good things to enjoy. Survivors. Martin H. Greenberg and I have co-edited a series of anthologies for Door Books, which include the best stories of a given year. We began with the best of 1939, a book that appeared in 1979, and proceeded year by year until in 1986 the 15th volume appeared with the best of 1953. In press, as I write this, is Volume 16, which deals with the best of 1954, and in preparation is Volume 17, which deals with the best of 1955. For each of these books, Marty writes a general introduction outlining the events of the year, both in the real world of science fiction and in the imaginary world of the great outside. We then each supply a headnote for each of the stories in the volume. Marty's headnotes deal with the science fiction writer's career, while I write on some subject or other that either the author or the story has inspired in my weird brain. I read Marty's headnotes with avidity, for they always tell me more about the writer than I know, but not more than I want to know, of course. One thing that I've noticed, with some curiosity, is that science fiction writers tend to have a 10-year lifespan, or if anything, less. That is, they will write science fiction, sometimes copiously, for 10 years or less, and then they will dwindle off and fade to a halt. Sometimes they don't even dwindle, they simply stop dead, It leaves me wondering why. One explanation, of course, is that they find other and more lucrative markets. John D. MacDonald wrote science fiction in his early years, and then made the big time in mystery thrillers. John Jakes wrote science fiction in his early years, and then made the big time in historical fiction. Another explanation is that they die. Even science fiction writers die. Back in the 1950s, Cyril Kornbluth and Henry Kuttner died while each was at the peak of his career, and more recently, the same was true for Philip K. Dick and Frank Herbert. But there are those who simply stop and end what seems a fruitful career without switching to other fields and while remaining vigorously alive. I can even think of names of fresh young writers who graced the pages of this magazine in its early issues, whom we, or anyone else, don't hear from much anymore. Well, why is that? Do they run out of ideas? Do they simply get tired of writing? Does science fiction change into new channels with which they are out of sympathy? I simply don't know. Perhaps this is something that is true of all forms of writing, and not of science fiction alone. Perhaps it is true of all forms of creative endeavour. Perhaps burnout is a common phenomenon, which ought to be studied more than it is, by psychologists, not by me. But if burnout is common, then what about those cases in which burnout does not occur? It may be just as useful to study those who are burnt-out immune, and who have been writing high-quality science fiction steadily, prolifically, and successfully for, say, 40 years and more, and who show no signs of breaking under the strain. Lately, I have noticed that such people are termed dinosaurs, by some observers in the field. I suspect that the term is used pejoratively. That is, it is not used as a compliment. From the things they have to say about the writers they call dinosaurs, I gather that, like the real dinosaurs, these writers are considered to be ancient, clumsy, and outmoded. The term, however, is particularly inappropriate, because the characteristic that we most associate with the real dinosaurs is that they are extinct, while the characteristic most notable about the writing dinosaurs is that they are not extinct. As a matter of fact, I gather from the nature of the comments made about these dinosaurs that those who use the term are rather aggrieved at them for not being extinct, and for hogging too much of the spotlight for far too much time. Well, that's their problem. For myself, I prefer to use the term survivors, which is neither pejorative nor complimentary, but merely factual. What are the characteristics that would qualify a science fiction writer to be a survivor? To begin with, since I talked about a successful and steady and prolific writing life of at least 40 years, a survivor would have to be at least 60 years old, and alive, and working. Naturally, he would have had to have started at quite a young age, and been swatting away at it steadily since then. I can think offhand of 9 writers who fulfill these qualifications, and here they are. 1. Jack Williamson. His first story was published in 1928, when he was 20 years old. He has been writing steadily for 59 years, and he is now 80 years old. To me, he is the undoubted and well-beloved dean of science fiction. His The Legion of Space, which bounced me off the wall when I was a teenager, appeared 53 years ago. 2. Clifford D. Simak. His first story was published in 1931, when he was 27 years old. He's been writing steadily for 56 years, and he is now 82 years old. His City appeared 43 years ago, and Cosmic Engineers 48 years ago. 3. L. Sprague de Camp. His first story was published in 1937, when he was 30 years old. He has been writing steadily for 49 years, and is now 79 years old. His Lest Darkness Fall, which I read in preference to studying for an all-important test in physical chemistry, without ever regretting it, appeared 48 years ago. 4. Isaac Asimov. You didn't think I'd leave myself out through some perverted notion of modesty, did you? My first story was published in March 1939, when I was 19. I have been writing steadily for 48 years, and I am now 67 years old. My story Nightfall appeared 46 years ago. 5. Robert Heinlein. His first story was published in August 1939 when he was 32. He has been writing steadily for 48 years, and he is now 80 years old. His Blow-Ups Happen appeared 47 years ago. 6. Fritz Lieber. His first story was published in August 1939 when he was 29. He has been writing steadily for 48 years, and he is now 76 years old. His Conjure Wife appeared 44 years ago. 7. Frederick Pohl. It's hard to say, because so much of his early stuff appeared under pseudonyms of one sort or another, but an undoubted story of his appeared in 1941 when he was 21. He's been writing steadily for 46 years, and he is now 67 years old. His Gravy Planet, Space Merchants, appeared 35 years ago. 8. Arthur C. Clarke. His first story appeared in 1946 when he was 29. He's been writing steadily for 41 years, and he is now 70 years old. His Rescue Party appeared 41 years ago. 9. Poul Anderson. His first story appeared in 1947 when he was 21. He's been writing steadily for 40 years, and is now 61 years old. His The Helping Hand appeared 37 years ago. I don't pretend that this list is necessarily definitive. Offhand, I can think of 3 other possible survivors. Lester Del Rey's first story was published in 1938, while A.E. van Vogt and Alfred Bester were each first published in 1939. In recent decades, however, they have not published much, so I can't honestly deny burnout in their case. If we look at the list, we can come to some conclusions, I think. In the first place, the survivors were all science fiction fans from a very early age, and gained a lifelong fascination with the field. That must be so. Secondly, each must be a non-suffering writer. Lots of good writers, even great writers, don't necessarily like to write, and must force themselves to do so. This doesn't prevent them from writing well, you understand, but it does prevent them from writing a lot. My qualification for being a survivor is that one writes steadily and prolifically. Thirdly, each resists the notion of abandoning science fiction. It is not likely that survivors can write only science fiction and nothing else. To my knowledge, Simak, Pohl, and Anderson have written good non-fiction. Clarke and de Camp have written quite a bit of good non-fiction. And I have written a thundering lot of it. In addition, Pohl has written mainstream fiction. He has a new novel entitled Chernobyl that's coming out, very unusual and not science fiction. De Camp has written excellent historical novels. As for me, I have written a great deal of mystery fiction. In every case, however, no matter how they stray, these survivors always return to science fiction. There you are. Dinosaurs, I think not. I think the survivors, even I, are the great pillars of science fiction. I wonder how many more of them will appear in the future. Nowhere. In 1516, the English scholar Sir Thomas More, 1478 to 1535, published a book in Latin with a long title, as was the fashion in those days, that was also in Latin. When it finally appeared in its first English edition in 1551, the title was given as A Fruitful and Pleasant Work of the Best State of a Public Weal and of the New Isle called Utopia. We refer to the book simply as Utopia. In the book, Moore described the workings of what he considered an ideal human society, as found on the island nation of Utopia, one that was governed entirely by the dictates of reason. His description of such a society is so noble and rational that it would seem enviable even today. Moore was under no illusions as to the real world, however. The word utopia is from the Greek ou, not, and topos, place, so that it means nowhere. Moore realized, in other words, that his ideal existed nowhere on earth, and still doesn't. In fact, his book, in describing his ideal society, served also, by clear contrast, to excoriate the actual governments of his day, particularly that of his native England, which, of course, he knew the best. An easy mistake was made, however. Since Utopia, as described, was such a wonderful place, it could easily be imagined that the first syllable was from the Greek prefix eu, meaning good, so that Utopia became not nowhere, but the good place. The word utopia entered the English language, and the other European languages as well, as meaning an ideal society. The adjective utopian refers to any scheme that has what seems a good end in view, but that is not practical, and cannot be carried through in any realistic sense. We might speak of utopian literature, written accounts in which ideal societies are described, with Moore's as the classic, but not the earliest example. Plato's Republic was a description, 19 centuries earlier than Utopia, of an ideal state dependent upon reason. Earlier still were accounts of ideal states in mythological or religious literature, in the form of past golden ages or of future messianic ones. The Garden of Eden is a well-known example of the former, and the 11th chapter of Isaiah of the latter. The production of utopian accounts has not fallen off since the time of Moore either. The most influential recent examples have been Looking Backward, published in 1888 by Edward Bellamy, 1850 to 1898, which described the United States of 2000 under an ideal socialist government, and Walden II, published in 1948 by B.F. Skinner, born 1904, which described an ideal society based on Skinner's own theories of social engineering. All such utopias are not convincing, however. Unless one accepts the conventions of religion, it is difficult to believe in golden or messianic ages. Nor can one easily suppose that sweet reason will at any time dominate humanity. In the course of the 19th century, however, something new entered the field of utopianism. The possibility arose that scientific and technological advance might impose the utopia from without, so to speak. In other words, while human beings remained as irrational and imperfect as ever, the advance of science might supply plenty of food, cure disease and mental ailments, track down and abort irrational impulses, and so on. A perfect technology would cancel out an imperfect humanity. The tendency to take this attitude and to paint the future in glowing technological colours reached the point where what we call science fiction is called, in Germany, utopian stories. As a matter of fact, however, it isn't at all likely that the average writer is going to try to write a truly utopian story. There's no percentage in it. All you can do is describe such a society and explain at great length how good it is, and how well it works, and how it manages not to break down. There can't be any drama in it, no problems, no risk, no threat of catastrophe, no pulling through by the merest squeak. Clearly, if such things were possible, the utopia would be no utopia. It follows that utopian stories are, by their very nature, dreadfully dull. The one utopian novel I've actually managed to read was Looking Backward, and although it was a bestseller in its time, and still has its enthusiasts, I tell you right now that if dullness could kill, reading it would be a death sentence. So dull are utopian books that they fail to fulfill their function of pointing out the errors and faults of the societies that really exist. You can't grow indignant over these faults if you fall asleep in the process. There developed, therefore, the habit of attacking societies in a more direct fashion. Instead of describing the good opposite, one described the evil reality, but exaggerated it past bearing. Instead of a society in which everything was ideally good, one described a society in which everything was ideally bad. The word coined for a totally bad society is dystopia, where the first syllable is from the Greek prefix dys, dys, meaning abnormal or defective. Dystopia is the bad place. Thus you can figure out what dystopian literature would be. Dystopias are intrinsically more interesting than utopias. Milton's description of his dystopian hell in the first two books of Paradise Lost is far more interesting than his description of utopian hell in the third book. And in The Lord of the Rings, not much can be told about the stay of the Fellowship in the utopian elfland of Lorien, but how the story intensifies and grows more interesting as we approach the dystopian Mordor. But can there be dystopias today with science and technology advancing as they do? Certainly. You need only view science and technology as contributing to the evil, which is not difficult to do. And yet pure dystopian tales are as dull and as unbearable as pure utopian ones. Consider the most famous pure dystopian tale of modern times, 1984, by George Orwell, 1903 to 1950, published in 1948, the same year in which Walden 2 was published. I consider it an abominably poor book. It made a big hit, in my opinion, only because it rode the tidal wave of Cold War sentiment in the United States. The pure utopian tale can only hit the single note of, "Isn't it wonderful, wonderful, wonderful?" The pure dystopian tale can only hit the single note of, "Isn't it awful, awful, awful?" And one cannot build a melody on the basis of a single note. Well then, what is a science fiction writer supposed to do if both utopian and dystopian stories are dull? Remember, they are poor only if they are pure, so avoid the extremes. Milton's hell was made interesting because of his portrait of Satan, courageous even in the ultimate adversity, feeling pangs of remorse even when immersed in ultimate evil. Milton's heaven was without interest because there was no way of introducing danger in the face of an omnipotent, omniscient God. His dystopia was not pure. His utopia was. The evil of Mordor was made bearable by the courage and humanity of Frodo, and the story would have remained interesting and successful even if Frodo had failed in the end. It was his courage and humanity, not his victory, that really counted. The essence of a story is the struggle of one thing against another, a living thing against the impersonal universe, a living thing against another living thing, one aspect of a living thing against another aspect of himself. In each case, you have to make it possible for the reader to identify with at least one side of the struggle, so that his interest and sympathy is engaged. I say at least one side, because if you are skillful, you can cause him to identify with both sides and be emotionally torn. The side or sides with whom you identify must carry on the struggle with courage, intelligence, and decency, or at least learn to do so. The story won't be effective if you are ashamed of the side you make your own. Both sides must have a fair chance to win. It is tempting to pile the odds up against your side so as to make your hero's ultimate victory the more unexpected, exciting, and triumphant. But in that case, you must be sure that your side does end up victorious. You can't make it a David versus Goliath unless David wins. And as one becomes more and more experienced and sophisticated in reading, that may come to seem too obvious, and even too unrealistic. It seems to me, then, that the best one can do is to present one's story as a struggle between sides which are both mixtures of good and evil, thus placing it somewhere between the extremes of utopia and dystopia. And don't make the odds overwhelming in either direction. One can then proceed to make one's point without being forced into a happy ending. and under conditions of maximum excitement and reader uncertainty. The reader will not only be uncertain as to how his side will win, but if it will win, or even, perhaps, which is truly his side. I don't say this is easy, of course. Outsiders, insiders. I am a great booster of the brotherhood of science fiction. I wrote an editorial on the subject with just that title in the 5th issue of Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, January to February 1978. I delight in thinking of us, ardent writers and readers of science fiction, as a band of brothers, and sisters, of course, fond of each other and supporting each other. Unfortunately, there are aspects of such a situation that are not entirely delightful. Let's consider these unfavourable aspects, because if the field of science fiction is to remain as ideal as we all want it to, we have to see the dangers. We may not be able to defeat those dangers even if we see them, but we certainly can't if we don't see them. For instance, if we are truly a small and intimate band, as I remember us being in the golden age of Campbell, though perhaps that may be only the consequence of nostalgia, then there is a danger that we might close our ranks unfairly and petty-mindedly against outsiders. I remember, for instance, when Michael Crichton wrote The Andromeda Strain, and it hit the bestseller lists. In those days, it had not yet become common for science fiction and fantasy to be actual bestsellers, and here was an outsider who had accomplished it. What made him an outsider? Well, he hadn't sold to the magazines. He didn't show up at conventions. He wasn't one of us. There followed reviews in various science fiction prozines and fanzines, and it seemed to me at the time that they were uniformly unfavourable. I can't judge how justified those reviews might have been, for I never read the book, perhaps because I too felt he was an outsider, but there did appear, in my opinion, an extra helping of venom beyond what I usually notice in unfavourable reviews. Was that fair? No, it wasn't. Crichton, a person of great talent, went on to be very successful both in his later books, some of them not science fiction, and in movies as well. Our objections to him did not hurt him, and he doesn't need us. In retrospect, we might conclude that some of us were petty. Or am I trying to preach from some high moral position, implying that I am myself above such things? Not at all. I went through a period soon after World War II in which I reacted badly, though entirely within myself, and I look back on that period in shame. When one is part of a small and comparatively insignificant clique, warming one's self in its closeness and camaraderie, what happens if one of the clique suddenly rises and becomes famous in the wild world outside? Thus, in the 1940s, Robert Heinlein was quickly accepted as the best science fiction writer of us all, and in the opinion of many, he still is the Grand Master. And I accepted that too. I was not envious, for I was just a beginner, and I knew that many writers were better than I was. Besides, I liked Bob's writing a great deal, and most of all, he was one of us, writing for the same magazines, going to the same conventions, corresponding with us, first naming me, and expecting me to first name him, and so on. But then, soon after World War II, Bob Heinlein was involved with a motion picture, Destination Moon. It wasn't a very good motion picture. It didn't make the hit that the later 2001 A Space Odyssey or Star Wars did, but it was the first motion picture involving one of us, and while I said not a word, I was secretly unhappy. Bob had left our group and become famous in the land of the infidels. To make it worse, he had published The Green Hills of Earth in the Saturday Evening Post, and it had created a stir. It was a real science fiction story, and it was in the slicks. Not only in the slicks, but in the greatest and slickest slick of them all. We all dreamed of publishing in the SEP, I also. But that was like dreaming of taking out Marilyn Monroe on a date. You knew it was just a dream, and you had no intention of even trying to make it come true. And now Bob had done it. He hadn't just tried, he'd done it. I don't know whether I simply mourned his loss, because I thought that now he would never come back to us, or whether I was simply and greenly envious. All I knew was that I felt more and more uncomfortable. It was like having a stomachache in the mind, and it seemed to spoil all my fun in being a science fiction writer. So I argued it out with myself, not because I am a noble person, but because I hated feeling the way I did, and I wanted to feel better. I said to myself that Bob had blazed new trails, and that it didn't matter who did it as long as it was done. Those new trails had been opened not for Robert Heinlein, but for science fiction, and all of us who were in the business of writing or reading science fiction could be grateful and thankful, for we would sooner or later experience the benefit of Bob's pioneering. And that was true, because Bob made science fiction look good to people who did not ordinarily read science fiction, and who despised it when they thought of it at all. It became more possible for the rest of us to have our stuff published outside the genre magazines, even in the SEP. I had a 2-part serial published in that magazine myself eventually, but that was when it was long past its great days. The result of my working this out meant I was free of sickness on later occasions. When my first book, Pebble in the Sky, appeared under the Doubleday imprint, it was followed in a matter of months by The Martian Chronicles by Ray Bradbury. I don't have to tell you that Ray's book far outshone mine. It didn't bother me, for it seemed to me that the better Ray's book did, the more people would read science fiction in book form, and some of them would be sure to look for more of the same, and stumble over mine. And they did. Pebble is still earning money, 36 years later. And however annoying it might be that Michael Crichton could enter our field straight out of medical school, move right up to the novel level and land on the bestseller list, and have everyone drooling over him, where's the harm? He did it, unintentionally perhaps, for us. He added to the respectability of science fiction among those who found us unrespectable, and made it easier for the rest of us to get onto the bestseller list occasionally. Far from snarling, we should have been cheering. Another point. A band of brothers and sisters is at its best when there is nothing much to compete for. As long as we were all getting no more than 1 and 2 cents a word, and we did in that wonderful golden age of Campbell, with no chance at book publication, foreign sales, and movies, as long as the only kudos we could get was first place in the analytical laboratory, which meant a half-cent a word bonus, as long as no one outside our small field had ever heard of any of us under any circumstances, what was there to compete over? The most successful of us were almost as permanently impecunious as the least so there was no reason to snarl and bite. Now, however, times have changed. There are many more of us. Some of us write bestsellers. In fact, the greatest bestseller of the 1980s, Stephen King, is, after a fashion, one of us. It's no longer a few $1,000 that's at stake. It's a few million. And that brother bit fades, bends, and crumples under the strain. I don't write reviews, but I do read them, and I'm beginning to see the venom again as one writer discusses the work of another member of the Brotherhood. What's more, the annual award of the Nebulas, which are determined by vote among the members of the Science Fiction Writers of America, seems to rouse hard feeling and contentiousness every year. The stakes are simply too high. Thus, a young member of the Brotherhood, to me he seemed a child, complained to me the other day that the young writers, young to him, were ferocious in their competitiveness. There was none of the friendliness, he said, that there was in our day, meaning his and mine, I suppose, though I was a published writer when he was born. I suppose he's right, though. In a way, I can't ache to return to the good old days when we were all impoverished together. It seems a glamorous time in my mind now, but I remember Sophie Tucker's immortal dictum, "I've tried poor and I've tried rich, and rich is better." But is there a price we must pay for it? Must the camaraderie be gone? Must the friendly back and forth be over? Why not remember that science fiction is still a relatively specialized field? That SF writers have to know a great deal more and develop more unusual skill than ordinary writers. That SF readers, too, demand more because they need more. Can we remember that we're all in this together? That those in front pave the way for those behind? That at any time someone can appear from the strange land of outside, or the stranger land of youth, and carve out new territory for us all, and that they should be welcomed gladly? Let's be friends. There are endless worlds of the mind and emotions to conquer, and we can advance more surely if we support, not fight, each other. Science fiction anthologies. I hear it said now and then that the short story is a lost literary art form, that the magazines and various outlets that fostered the short story are dead and gone, that fiction today concentrates on the novel. That would be too bad if it were true. But of course it isn't entirely true. In the field of science fiction at least, the short story absolutely flourishes, and the readers simply can't get enough of it. Indeed, any good science fiction story can count on periodic resurrection in the form of items in single-author collections and in multi-author anthologies. Some of my stories have been anthologized up to 30 times, and I by no means hold the record for such things. I suspect that both Ray Bradbury and Harlan Ellison, to name but two, could cite stories of their own that have seen far more repetitions than any of mine have. And there you have something that is oddly characteristic of science fiction, the vast number and varying nature of anthologies in the field. I have the impression that there is no precedent in literature for this. Why is it so? Why should science fiction, rather than some other subsection of popular literature, spawn an unending series of anthologies of enormous variety? I suspect that, in part at least, what is responsible is the unusual fervour of the devoted science fiction reader. Particular stories strike such a reader with the force of a sledgehammer. Combine this with the fact that magazine science fiction tends to be ephemeral. Few young readers save the magazines for long. Even if they start a collection, after a few years there comes college or marriage or other interests generally, and the collection falls apart, drifts away, vanishes. Yet the memory of those particularly good stories lingers, and a glow of glory builds around them. I have long lost count of the number of letters I have received from readers who tell me that once, when the world was young, they read a story about thus and so. They can't remember the title, the author, where it appeared, or anything more than thus and so. But could I tell them what the story was and how they could go about finding it again? Sometimes I remember the story from the small clues they present, and can give them the missing information. More often, I cannot. You see, then, that anthologies offer a second chance. They sometimes bring back for readers stories once loved and then lost. Once I had deliberately devised an anthology, before the Golden Age, Doubleday 1974, in order to present some stories that I myself had loved and lost. Sometimes such stories are better not found, for they don't, in actual fact, bear the prismatic colours that fond memory lends them. But sometimes they do. When I reread Tumithak of the Corridors during the preparation of my 1974 anthology, I found it to be a time machine that restored me to my teenage years for an hour or two. The first anthology of magazine science fiction appeared in 1943. It was the Pocket Book of Science Fiction, edited by Donald A. Wollheim. Among the stories it contained was Stanley G. Weinbaum's A Martian Odyssey, which I had never read, having missed the issue in which it first appeared. I was able to enjoy it for the first time when I bought the anthology. And there is another service such books offer. They allow you to recover stories you never knew you had lost. In 1946 there appeared the first hardcover anthology of magazine science fiction, The Best of Science Fiction, edited by Groff Conkling. It was an anthology of almost painfully intense interest to me, for it was the first to contain a story of mine, Blind Alley. That was never one of my own favourites. In fact, I considered it then, and now too, as rather second-rate. Still, I discovered eventually that Groff's opinions of quality could usually be relied on, so perhaps I underestimate Blind Alley. In any case, Astounding, the magazine in which Blind Alley had originally appeared, retained all rights in those days, but John Campbell insisted that anthology income go to the authors involved. It was in this way that I made the great discovery that the same story could be paid for twice, and therefore, by extension, any number of times. It is only that which makes it possible for a science fiction writer to earn a living, so this was by no means a non-significant discovery. Later in that same year, the most successful science fiction anthology ever to appear was published. It was Adventures in Time and Space, edited by Raymond J. Healy and J. Francis McComas. It was a large, thick volume, with stories drawn almost entirely from the golden age of astounding, and it contained my story, Nightfall. That was my introduction to the strange notion that one of my own stories was already considered a classic. The success of the Healy-McComas anthology opened the floodgates. I haven't the faintest idea how many anthologies have been published since, but I am quite certain that there isn't an issue of any science fiction magazine that hasn't been carefully picked over to see if any gems have remained undiscovered, nor any gem, or even semi-gem, that hasn't been discovered and rediscovered and rediscovered. Lately, I myself have joined the parade. I'm not entirely a novice at the anthologist's game, for I edited the Hugo Winners, Doubleday 1962, along with successor volumes in 1971 and 1977, all of which were quite successful. However, I never let myself get too involved in such matters, because every anthology entails a great deal of tedious scut-work, selection, obtaining of permissions, the making out of payments, and so on. The result was that, through 1978, I edited only 9 anthologies, which is very few for a person of my own wholesale proclivities, who considers nothing worth doing that isn't worth doing a lot. With my 9th anthology, however, 100 Great Science Fiction Short Stories, I made the marvellous discovery that my friend, Martin Harry Greenberg, tall, a little plump, intelligent, conscientious, hard-working, and good-humoured, found a peculiar, perverted pleasure in doing all those things, like getting permissions and taking care of payments, that I hated to do. Then the two of us discovered Charles G. Waugh, also tall, hard-working, intelligent and conscientious, but less plump, and much more grave than either Martin or I. It turned out he knew every science fiction story ever published, remembered all the statistics and plots, and could put his hand on any of them instantly. Ask him for a story about extraterrestrials from Uranus, who reproduce by binary fission, and I imagine he would have 3 different sets of Xeroxes in your hand the next day. That changed everything. In 1979 and 1980, I helped edit no less than 12 anthologies, and at the moment of writing there are 6 in press and more in preparation. Not all are with Martin and Charles. A couple are with Alice Lawrence, who has an attribute that the first 2 lack to an enormous degree: beauty. And one is with J.O. Jepson, to whom I am closely related by marriage. Very often these recent anthologies have had my name blown out of proportion on the covers for crass commercial reasons, and over my protests, since I contribute no more than my fair share. On the other hand, I contribute no less than my fair share either, and it chafes a little when someone takes it for granted that I am merely collecting money for the use of my name. I would overlook the slur on my integrity involved in this, since all great men suffer calumny, but I hate to lose credit for all the work I do. Charles Martin and I constantly consult each other by mail and phone, and we each dabble in every part of the work. But there is division of labour, too. Charles works particularly hard at locating stories and making photocopies. Martin works particularly hard at the business details. And as for me, well, all the stories descend on me, and I read them all and do the final judging. What I throw out is thrown out. I then write the introduction or the headnotes, or usually both. And since I'm the one who lives in New York, I tend to do the trotting round to various publishers when that is necessary. The net result is that each of the three of us does what he best likes to do, so that preparing the anthologies becomes fun for all of us. To be sure, I labour under the steady anxiety that something might happen to Martin or Charles, but under my shrewd questioning, both Sally Greenberg and Carol Lynn Waugh have made it clear that each entirely understands the importance of keeping her husband functioning, and I rely on them with all confidence. The influence of science fiction. I suppose it's only natural that those of us who are devotees of science fiction would like to find in it something more than a matter of idle amusement. It ought to have important significance. On many occasions in the past I have advanced arguments for supposing such significance to exist. Here is how it goes. The human way of life has always been subject to drastic and more or less irreversible change. Usually, or as I believe always, mediated by some advance in science and/or technology. Thus, life is forever changed with the invention of fire, or the wheel, or agriculture, or metallurgy, or printing. The rate of change has been continually increasing too, for as these changes are introduced, they tend to increase the security of the human species, and therefore increase its number, thus in turn increasing the number of those capable of conceiving, introducing, and developing additional advances in science and technology. Besides that, each advance serves as a base for further advance, so that the effect is cumulative. During the last 2 centuries, the rate of change has become so great as to be visible in the course of the individual lifetime. This has put a strain on the capacity of individuals, and societies too, to adapt to such change, since the natural feeling always is that there should be no change. One is used to things as they are. During the last 30 years, the rate of change has become so great as to induce a kind of social vertigo. There seems no way in which we can plan any longer, for plans become outdated as fast as they are implemented. By the time we recognize a problem, action must be taken at once. And by the time we take action, however quickly, it is too late. The problem has changed its nature and gotten away from us. What makes it worse is that in the course of scientific and technological advance, we have reached a stage where we dispose of enough power to destroy civilization if it is misused, or to advance it to unheard-of heights if we use it correctly. With stakes so high and the situation so vertiginous, what can we do? We must learn to anticipate fairly correctly, and in making our plans take into account not what now exists, but what is likely to exist 5 years hence, or 10, or 20, whenever the solution is likely to come into effect. But how can one take change into account correctly when the vast mass of the population stolidly refuses to take into account the existence of any change at all? Thus, most Americans, far from planning now for 1990, have shown by their recent actions that what they want is to see 1955 restored. that is where science fiction comes in. Science fiction is the one branch of literature that accepts the fact of change, the inevitability of change. Without the initial assumption that there will be change, there is no such thing as science fiction, for nothing is science fiction unless it includes events played out against a social or physical background significantly different from our own. Science fiction is at its best if the events described could not be played out at all except in a social or physical background significantly different from our own. That doesn't mean that a science fiction story should be predictive, or that it should portray something that is going to happen before it can be important. It doesn't even have to portray something that might conceivably happen. The existence of change, the acceptance of change is enough. People who read science fiction come in time to know that things will be different. Maybe better, maybe worse, but different. Maybe this way, maybe that way, but different. If enough people read science fiction, or are at least sufficiently influenced by people who read science fiction, enough of the population may come to accept change, even if only with resignation and grief, so that government leaders can plan for change in the hope of meeting something other than stolid resistance from the public. And then, who knows, civilization might survive. And yet this is highly tenuous. And while I accept the line of reasoning thoroughly, having, as far as I know, made it up, I can see that others might dismiss it as special pleading by someone who doesn't want the stuff he writes to be dismissed as just stuff. Well then, has science fiction already influenced the world? Has anything that science fiction writers have written so influenced real scientists, or engineers, or politicians, or industrialists, as to introduce important changes? What about the case of spaceflight, of trips to the moon? This has been a staple of imaginative literature since Roman times, and both Jules Verne and H.G. Wells wrote highly popular stories about trips to the moon in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Certainly, those scientists and engineers who began to deal with rocketry realistically had read science fiction. And there is no question that men such as Robert Goddard and Wernher von Braun have been exposed to such things. This is not to say that science fiction taught them any rocketry. As a matter of fact, Wells used an anti-gravity device to get to the moon, and Verne used a gigantic gun. And both of these devices can be dismissed out of hand as ways of reaching the moon. Nevertheless, they stirred the imagination, as did all the other science fiction writers who flooded into the field as the 20th century wore on, and who began to write material in large masses, if not always in high quality. All of this prepared the minds of more and more people for the notion of such trips. It followed that when rockets were developed as war weapons during World War II, there were not lacking engineers who saw them as devices for scientific exploration, for orbital flights, for trips to the moon and beyond. And all this would not be laughed out of court by the general public, all the way down to the rock bottom of the average congressman, because science fiction had paved the way. Even this may not seem enough, too general, too broad. How about specific influence? How about something a specific writer has done that has influenced a specific person in such a way that the world has been changed? That has been done too. Consider the Hungarian physicist Leo Szilard, who, in the middle 1930s, began thinking of the possibility of a nuclear chain reaction that might produce a nuclear bomb, who recognized that his thought had become a very real possibility when uranium fission was discovered in 1939, who moved heaven and earth to persuade Allied scientists to censor themselves voluntarily in order to keep information from reaching the Nazi enemy, who persuaded Einstein to persuade President Roosevelt to initiate a vast project for developing a nuclear bomb. We know how that changed the world. Whether for better or for worse is beside the point right now, but I certainly would not have wanted Hitler to have gotten the first nuclear bomb in the early 1940s, so we can say that Leo Szilard changed it. And how did Szilard come to have his original idea? According to Szilard himself, that idea came to him because he read a story by H.G. Wells, originally published in 1902, in which an atomic bomb, the phrase H.G. Wells himself used, had been featured. Here's another case. At the present moment, industrial robots are appearing on the assembly line with increasing frequency. In Japan, whole factories are being roboticized. What's more, the robots themselves are being made more versatile, more capable, and more intelligent very rapidly. It isn't far-fetched to say that in a couple of decades this roboticization will be seen to have changed the face of society permanently, assuming that civilization continues to survive. Is there anyone we can credit for this? It is difficult to place that credit on a single pair of shoulders, but perhaps the pair most likely to deserve it belongs to a man named Joseph F. Engelberger, who is the president of Unimation, which manufactures 1/3 of all the robots in use and has installed more of them than anybody else. Engelberger founded his company in the late 1950s, and how do you suppose he came to found it? Some years before, according to his own account, when he was still a college undergraduate, he became enthusiastic about the possibility of robots when he read I, Robot by Isaac Asimov. I assure you that when I was writing my positronic robot stories back in the 1940s, my intentions were clear and simple. I just wanted to write some stories, sell them to a magazine, make a little money to pay my college tuition, and see my name in print. If I had been writing anything but science fiction, that's all that would have happened. But I was writing science fiction, so I'm now changing the world. Women and science fiction. My early science fiction stories had no women in them, for the most part. There were two reasons for this. One social, one personal. The social reason first. Prior to public recognition in the United States that babies are not brought by the stalk, there was simply no sex in the science fiction magazines. This was not a matter of taste. It was a matter of custom that had the force of law. In most places, non-recognition of the existence of sex was treated as though it was the law. And for all I know, maybe it was indeed local law. In any case, words or actions that could bring a blush to the leathery cheek of the local censor were strictly out. But if there's no sex, what do you do with female characters? They can't have passions and feelings. They can't participate on equal terms with male characters, because that would introduce too many complications where some sort of sex might creep in. The best thing to do was to keep them around in the background, allowing them to scream in terror, to be caught and then rescued, and at the end to smile prettily at the hero. It can be done safely then, because the end is the universal rescue. Yet it must be admitted that science fiction magazines showed no guts whatsoever in fighting the situation. That brings us to the personal reason. In the 1930s and 1940s, the readership of the science fiction magazines was heavily, almost exclusively in fact, masculine. What's more, it was young and intellectual masculine. The stereotypical science fiction reader was a skinny kid with glasses and acne, introverted and scapegoated by the tough kids who surrounded him, and were rightly suspicious of anyone who knew how to read. It stands to reason these youngsters knew nothing about girls. By and large, I imagine they didn't dare approach them, and if they did, were rejected by them scornfully, and if they weren't, didn't know what to do next. So why on earth should they want this strange subspecies in the stories they read? They had not yet gotten out of the I hate, which in translation means I'm scared of, girls. This is an exaggeration, perhaps, and no doubt there were a number of tough young men and girl-chasing young men who read science fiction, but by and large I suspect it was the stereotypical skinny intellectual who wrote letters to the magazines and denounced any intrusion of femininity. I know. I wrote such letters myself. And in the days when I was reading and rating every science fiction story written, I routinely deducted many points for any intrusion of romance, however sanitized it might be. At the time I wrote and sold my first few stories, I had not yet had a date with a young woman. I knew nothing about them, except what I could guess by surreptitious glances from a distance. Naturally, there were no women in my stories. I once received a letter from a woman who denounced me for this lack. Humbly I wrote back to explain the reason, stating that I was, very literally, an innocent, as far as women were concerned, at the beginning of my writing career. She had a good answer for that, too. She wrote back, in letters of flame, "That's no excuse." But times change. For one thing, society changed. The breath of liberty brought on by all the talk about it during World War II weakened the censor, who retreated, muttering sourly under his breath. The coming of the pill heralded the liberation of women from unwanted pregnancy, and marked the weakening of the double standard. For another, people will grow up. Even I didn't remain innocent. I actually went out on a date on my 20th birthday. I met a particular woman 2 years later, fell in love at first sight, and all trace of fear suddenly left me. I was married 5 months later, and you'd be surprised how I changed. I have in my proud possession a plaque handed me by a science fiction convention. On the brass plate is inscribed that quality of mine that had earned me the plaque. It reads, "Lovable Lecture." And yet science fiction lagged a bit, I think. Old habits didn't change easily. My own stories, for instance, remained free of sex, except where it was an integral part of the development, and then only to that extent, and still so remain. I have gotten rid of my fear, witness my 5 volumes of naughty limericks, but not of my sense of decorum. What, then, really brought on the change and brought science fiction more nearly into the mainstream of contemporary literature? In my opinion, it was not chiefly social evolution. It was not the daring new writers, not the Rousses and Leguys. It was the coming of women into the science fiction readership. If science fiction readers had remained almost entirely masculine, even had the acne cleared up and the youth withered, I think science fiction would have remained male chauvinist in the crudest possible way. Nowadays, I honestly think that at least a third, and possibly nearly half, of the science fiction readers are women. When that is so, and when it is recognized that women are at least as articulate as men, and these days quite ready to denounce male chauvinism and to demand treatment as human beings, it becomes impossible to continue villainy. Even I have to bow to the breath of decency. In my new novel, Foundation's Edge, of my 7 central characters, 4 are women, all different, all perfectly able to take care of themselves, and all formidable. For that matter, I introduced Susan Calvin in 1940, and she strode through a man's world, asking no quarter, and certainly giving none. I thought I'd just mention that. And what brought in the women's readers? I suppose there are a large number of reasons, but I have one that I favour. It's Mr. Spock's ears. There is no question in my mind that the first example of decent science fiction that gained a mass following was the television show Star Trek, nearly 20 years ago. For a wonder, it attracted as many women as men. I don't suppose there's room to doubt that what chiefly served to attract those women was the unflappable Mr. Spock, and for some reason I won't pretend to guess at, they were intrigued by his ears. Very few of the Trekkies leaked over into print science fiction, or all the magazines would have grown rich. But a minor percentage did, and that was enough to feminize the readership of the science fiction magazines. And I think that was all to the good, too. With so many women thumbing the magazines, women writers were naturally more welcome, and their viewpoints greeted with greater reader sympathy. And women editors made more sense, too. Now, don't get me wrong. There were women writers even in the early days of magazine science fiction, and women editors, too. When I was young, some of my favourite stories were by A.R. Long and by Leslie F. Stone. I didn't know they were women, but they were. In addition, Mary Neidinger, Bima Harvey, and Sally Goldsmith were excellent editors. I never met Miss Neidinger, but I did meet Bee and Sally, and I hereby testify that in addition to lots of brains, character, and personality, they each happened to be beautiful. Irrelevant, I know, but I thought I'd mention it. Consequently, when George Skithers left us, I found it delightful that Kathleen Maloney agreed to be the new editor. It never occurred to me for an instant that a woman couldn't handle the job just because she was a woman, and, as a matter of fact, Kathleen took to it with a kind of rabid delight. She introduced interesting changes and stamped her personality on the magazine. But then there came along the all-too-frequent villain in such cases, the offer one can't refuse. It may have been Kathleen's performance here that aroused interest in other publishing houses, and, well, one can't turn down a chance to advance in one's chosen profession, so we lost Kathleen. And yet all is not lost either. I have on numerous occasions mentioned the charming Shauna McCarthy, who is as sharp as a scalpel, and who is universally liked for the excellent reason that she is universally likeable. I like her. Shauna served faithfully as right-hand person first to George and then to Kathleen. In the process she learned every facet of the editing business and developed, thank goodness, the ambition to hold the top position. So when Kathleen left, I said, "It has to be Shauna," and everyone agreed with me, especially Shauna. And here she is. Readers, female and male, I give you Shauna. Religion and Science Fiction. In the November 1983 issue of Asimov's, the cover story was The Gospel According to Gamaliel Crucis, by that excellent writer Michael Bishop. It dealt with a sensitive subject, the coming of a Saviour, or, in effect, the second coming of Christ. What makes it even more effective as a science fiction story is that the Saviour is an extraterrestrial, and not a particularly attractive one to our human eyes, since she is a giant mantis. This is entirely legitimate, it seems to me, since if there is other life in the universe, especially intelligent life, one would expect that a truly universal God would be as concerned for them as for us, and would totally disregard physical shape, since it is only the soul, that inner intellectual and moral identity, that counts. What is more, Bishop decided to make the story more powerful by casting it into a biblical shape, dividing it into chapters and verses, and making use of a touch of suitable biblical wording. The result was a tour de force, which we obviously considered quite successful, or we would not have published it. Still, we were prepared for the fact that some readers might feel uneasy with, or even offended by, the subject matter and/or style. One letter was quite angry indeed. The writer was strongly displeased, and considered it a burlesque of the Scriptures, and finding no other value to the story, considered it to have been written and published only for the sake of the burlesque. This can be argued with, of course, but never entirely settled. If a reader sees in it only burlesque, he or she can scarcely be argued out of it. There will always be differences of opinion, often based upon emotion rather than reason, with regard to the value of any work of art. But there is something more general here. There is the matter of how science fiction ought to deal with religion, especially our religion. Few people worry very much about how some other religion is handled, since only our own is the true one. No one wants to offend people unnecessarily, and religion is a touchy subject, as we all know. In that case, might it not be best simply to avoid religious angles altogether in writing science fiction? As our angry correspondent says, I suggest that offending any substantial religious group is not the way to win friends or sell magazines. Yes, we know that. And since we do want to win friends and sell magazines, we would not knowingly go out of our way to embarrass and humiliate even non-substantial groups of our readers, just for the fun of it. But we are also editing a serious science fiction magazine that, we earnestly hope, includes stories of literary value. And it is the very essence of literature that it consider the great ideas and concerns of human history. Surely that complex of ideas that goes under the head of religion is one of the most central and essential, and it would be rather a shame to have it declared out of bounds. In fact, for a magazine to self-censor itself out of discussing religion would be to bow to those forces that don't really believe in our constitutional guarantee of freedom of speech and press. If we were to do so, we would be, in a very deep sense, un-American. Besides, if we were to try to avoid this very touchy subject, where do we stop? I tend to ignore religion in my own stories altogether, except when I absolutely have to have it. Well, I absolutely had to have it in some of my early Foundation stories, and in Nightfall, and so I made use of it. And whenever I bring in a religious motif, that religion is bound to seem vaguely Christian, because that is the only religion I know anything about, even though it is not mine. An unsympathetic reader might think I am burlesquing Christianity, but I am not. Then, too, it is impossible to write science fiction and really ignore religion. What if we find intelligent beings on other worlds? Do they have a religion? Is our God universal? And is he, she, it their God as well? What do we do about it? What do they do about it? The point is almost never taken up, but since it would certainly arise if such beings were discovered in actual fact, science fiction loses touch with reality in taking the easy way out and pretending religion doesn't exist. Or consider time travel. I don't know how many stories have been written about people going back in time to keep Lincoln from being assassinated, but how about people going back in time to keep Jesus from being crucified? Surely that greater feat would occur to someone in actual fact, if time travel were possible. Think of the changes that could be rung on such a theme. If Jesus were rescued while on his way to the site of crucifixion, and if the rescue were made by modern technology, a helicopter or something more advanced, while the Roman soldiers were held off by rifle fire at the very least, would it not seem to the people of the time that supernatural forces were rescuing Jesus? Would it not seem that angels were coming to the aid of a true Saviour? Would it not establish Christianity as the true religion at once? Or would it? Clearly, it was God's divine purpose, assuming the God of the Bible exists, to have the crucifixion take place in order that Jesus serve as a divine atonement for Adam's sin. Would the subversion of this plan be allowed to take place? It's a nice dilemma, and it is within the province of legitimate science fiction. Yet who has ever considered writing such a story, even though it would give us a chance to deal with what many consider the central event of history? The story would be an extremely difficult one to write, and I wouldn't feel up to it myself, but I think it is primarily self-censorship that keeps it from being written. For that matter, what if we went back in time and found that the biblical Jesus never existed? The mere existence of time travel makes all these speculations irresistible. So is it possible that very religious people might object to time travel themes and call them blasphemous simply because of the possibilities they give rise to? The correspondent says in his letter, Dr. Asimov, I know that you are an atheist. And there may be the implication that, because of this, I am insensitive to the feelings of religionists, or perhaps even anxious to make them seem ridiculous. As a matter of fact, I have frequently, in my writings, made it clear that I have never encountered any convincing evidence of the existence of the biblical God, and that I am incapable of accepting that existence on faith alone. That makes me an atheist. But although this may surprise some Americans, the Constitution safeguards my right to be one, and to proclaim myself one. Nevertheless, although I am an atheist, I am not a proselytizing one. I am not a missionary. I do not treat atheism as a kind of true faith that I must force on everyone. After all, I have published more than almost anyone, about 20 million words so far, and I have frequently discussed controversial problems. You are free to go through my writings and search for any sign that I ridicule religion as such. I have opposed those people who attack legitimate scientific findings, evolution as an example, in the name of religion, and who do so without evidence, or, worse yet, with distorted and false evidence. I don't consider them true religionists, however, and I am careful to point out that they disgrace religion, and are a greater danger to honest religion than to science. And suppose I weren't an atheist. My parents were Jewish, and I might have been brought up an Orthodox Jew, or become one of my own volition. Might it then be argued that I would naturally favour any story burlesquing Christianity? Or suppose I were a Methodist. Would I therefore look for stories that burlesqued Judaism, or Catholicism, or atheism? If I were in the mood to run this magazine in such a way as to offend any substantial religious group, I wouldn't have to be an atheist. I could do it if I were anything at all, provided only that I were a bigot or an idiot, or both. In actual fact, I am neither, and again I offer my collected writings as evidence. As for Shauna, she doesn't have a similar body of written works to cite, but if I may serve as character witness, I can tell you right now she is certainly not a bigot, and 100 times certainly not an idiot. Needless to say, I am sorry that our correspondent was upset by the Gospel according to Gamaliel Crucis. If we lived in an ideal world, we would never publish any story that upset anyone. In this case, though, we had to choose. On the one hand, we had a remarkable story that considered quite fearlessly an important idea, and we felt that most readers would recognize this point. If not at once, then upon mature consideration. On the other hand, we had a story that might offend some of our readers. We made the choice. We put quality and importance ahead of the chance of some offence. We hope that our angry correspondent will consider the matter again, and see that the story is far more than a burlesque. He might even give Bishop points for skill and courage. Time travel. I have often said, in speaking and in writing, that the qualified science fiction writer avoids the scientifically impossible. Yet I can't bring myself to make that rule an absolute one, because there are some plot devices that offer such dramatic possibilities that we are forced to overlook the utter implausibilities that are involved. The most glaring example of this is time travel. There are infinite tortuosities one can bring to plot development, if only you allow your characters to move along the time axis, and I for one can't resist them. So that I have written a number of time travel stories, including one novel, The End of Eternity. You could get away with a kind of diluted time travel story if you have your character move in the direction we all move, from present to future, and suspend the usual consciousness that accompanies the move by having him, oh please understand that, for conciseness I am using him as a shorthand symbol for him or her, sleep away a long period of time, as Rip Van Winkle did. Or better, having him frozen for an indefinite period at liquid nitrogen temperatures. Better still, You might make use of relativistic notions and have your character move into the future by having his subjective time slowed through motion at speeds close to that of light, or motion through an enormously intense gravitational field. These are plausible devices that do not do damage to the structure of the universe, but they are one-way motions, with no return possible. I did it in Pebble in the Sky, although I made use of an unknown and unspecified natural law involving nuclear fission, which was then quite new. This was a weakness in the plot, but I got past it in the first couple of pages and never brought it up again, so I hoped no one would notice it. Alas, many did. The same device can be used to make repeated jumps, always into the future, or to bring someone from the past into the present. Once you have a device that sends someone into the future, however, it is asking too much of writer nature not to use some device, such as a blow on the head, to send a person into the past. Mark Twain does it in A Connecticut Yankee at King Arthur's Court. For that, there is some scientific justification at the subatomic level, where individual particles are involved and entropy considerations are absent. For ordinary objects where entropy is involved, there is none. But all one-shot changes in either direction are only devices to start the story, which then usually proceeds in a completely time-bound fashion. That's not the true or pure time travel story. In true time travel, the characters can move at will back and forth in time. Nor is it fair if this is done through supernatural intervention, as in Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. It must be done by an artificial device under the control of a human being. The first true time travel story was H.G. Wells's The Time Machine, published in 1895. Wells, who was probably the best science fiction writer of all time, if others since seem to have reached greater heights, it is only because they stand on Wells's shoulder, carefully explained the rationale behind it. It requires 4 dimensions to locate an object. It is somewhere on the north-south axis, somewhere on the east-west axis, somewhere on the up-down axis, and somewhere on the past-future axis. It exists not only in a certain point of 3-dimensional space, but at a certain instant of time. A merely 3-dimensional object is as much a mathematical abstraction as is a 2-dimensional plane, or a 1-dimensional line, or a 0-dimensional point. Suppose you considered the Great Wall of China as existing for 0 time, and therefore consisting of 3 dimensions only. It would then not exist at all, and you could walk through its supposed position at any time. Since duration is a dimension like height, width, and thickness, and since we can travel at will north and south, east and west, and, if only by jumping, up and down, why shouldn't we also travel yesterward and tomorrowward, as soon as we work out a device for the purpose? That was 1895, remember, and Wells's analysis at that time had some shadow of justification. But then, in 1905, came Einstein's special theory of relativity, and it became clear that time is a dimension, but it is not like the 3 spatial dimensions, and it can't be treated as though it were. And yet Wells's argument was so winning, and the plots it made possible so enticing, the science fiction writers generally just ignore Einstein and follow Wells. I do so myself in The End of Eternity. The dead giveaway that true time travel is flatly impossible arises from the well-known paradoxes it entails. The classic example is, what if you go back into the past and kill your grandfather when he was still a little boy? In that case, you see, the murderer was never born. So who killed the little boy? But you don't need anything so drastic. What if you go back and change any of the many small items that made it possible for your father and mother to meet, or to fall in love after they met, or to marry after they fall in love? Suppose you merely interfered with the crucial moment of sex and had it happen the next evening, or perhaps just 5 minutes later than it did, so that another sperm fertilized the ovum rather than the one that should have. That too would mean the person committing the act would never come into existence, so who would commit the act? In fact, to go into the past and do anything would change a great deal of what followed, perhaps everything that followed. So complex and hopeless are the paradoxes that follow, so wholesale is the annihilation of any reasonable concept of causality, that the easiest way out of the irrational chaos that results is to suppose that true time travel is, and forever will be, impossible. However, any discussion of this gets so philosophical that I lose patience and would rather consider something simpler. Suppose you get into a time machine and travel 24 hours into the future. The assumption is that you are travelling only in the time dimension, and that the 3 spatial dimensions are unchanged. However, as is perfectly obvious, Earth is moving through the 3 dimensions in a very complex way. The point on the surface on which the time machine is located is moving about the Earth's axis. The Earth is moving about the centre of gravity of the Earth-Moon system, and also about the centre of gravity of the Earth-Sun system, is accompanying the Sun in its motion about the centre of the galaxy, and the galaxy in its undefined motion relative to the centre of gravity of the local group and to the centre of gravity of the universe as a whole, if there is one. You might, of course, say that the time machine partakes of the motion of the Earth, and wherever Earth goes, the time machine goes too. Suppose, though, we consider the Earth's motion, with the solar system generally, around the galactic centre. Its speed, relative to that centre, is estimated to be about 220 kilometres per second. If the time machine travels 24 hours into the future in 1 second, it travels 220 kilometres times 86,400, the number of seconds in a day, or 19,008,000 kilometres in 1 second. That's over 63 times the speed of light. If we don't want to break the speed of light limit, then we must take not less than 23 minutes to travel 1 day forward, or backward in time. What's more, I suspect that considerations of acceleration would have to be involved. The time machine would have to accelerate to light speed and then decelerate from it, and perhaps a human body could only stand so much acceleration in the time direction. Considering that the human body has never, in all its evolution, accelerated at all in the time direction, the amount of acceleration it ought to be able to endure might be very little indeed, so that the time machine would have to take considerably more than an hour to make a 1-day journey. Say, at a guess, 12 hours. That would mean we would only gain half a day per day, at most, in travelling through time. Spending 10 years to go 20 years into the future would not be in the least palatable. Can a time machine carry a life support system of that order of magnitude? And on top of that, I don't see that having to chase after the Earth would fail to cost the usual amount of energy just because we're doing it by way of the time dimension. Without calculating the energy, I am positive time travel is insuperably difficult, quite apart from the theoretical considerations that make it totally impossible. So let's eliminate it from serious consideration. But not from science fiction. Time travel stories are too much fun for them to be eliminated merely out of mundane considerations of impracticability, or even impossibility. On writing science fiction. Plotting. Every once in a while, an article about me appears in a newspaper, usually in the form of an interview. I don't go looking for these things because I hate the hassle of being photographed, which these days invariably goes with interviews. and I hate the risk of being misquoted or misinterpreted. Nevertheless, I can't always turn these things down, because I'm not really a misanthrope, and because I do like to talk about myself. Oh, you noticed. As a result of one such interview, an article about me appeared in the Miami Herald of August the 20th, 1988. It was a long article and quite favourable. The headline read, "The Amazing Asimov," and it had very few inaccuracies in it. It did quote me, to be sure, as saying that my book, The Sensuous Dirty Old Man, was nauseating. That is wrong. I said that the books it satirized, The Sensuous Woman and The Sensuous Man, were nauseating. My book was funny. It also quoted me as saying that I considered Nightfall to be my best story. I don't, not by a long shot. I said it was my best-known story, a different thing altogether. Usually any reporter who interviews me is willing to let it go at that. But the Miami Herald reporter was more enterprising. She asked questions of my dear wife, Janet, and of my brother, Stan, who was a vice president at the Long Island Newsday. Both said nice things, but then they both liked me. However, she also consulted someone who teaches a course in science fiction at Rutgers University. Her name is Julia Sullivan, and I don't think I know her, though it is clear from what she is quoted as saying that she is a woman of luminous intelligence and impeccable taste. She praised my clarity and wit, for instance, but I'm used to that. The thing is, she is also quoted as saying about me that he surprises me. Sometimes I think he's written himself out, and then he comes up with something really good. He has the greatest mind for plot of any science fiction writer. That's nice. I can't recall anyone praising me for my plots before. And so, of course, it got me to thinking about the whole process of plotting. A plot is an outline of the events of a story. You might say, for instance, there's this prince, see. His father has recently died, and his mother has married his uncle, who becomes the new king. This upsets the prince, who hopes to be king himself, and who doesn't like the uncle anyway. Then he hears that the ghost of his dead father has been seen. The first thing you have to understand is that a plot is not a story, any more than a skeleton is a living animal. It's simply a guide to the writer, in the same way that a skeleton is a guide to a paleontologist as to what a long-extinct animal must have looked like. The paleontologist has to fill in the organs, muscles, skin, etc., all around the skeleton, and that's not feasible, except for a trained person. Hence, if you give the plot of Hamlet to a non-writer, that will not help him produce Hamlet, or anything even readable. Well then, how do you go about building a story around the plot? 1. You can, if you wish, make the plot so detailed and so complex that you don't have to do much in the way of building. Events follow one another in rapid succession, and the reader, or viewer, is hurried from one suspense-filled situation to another. You get this at a low level in comic strips and in the old movie serials of the silent days. This is recognized as being suitable mainly for children, who don't mind being rushed along without regard for logic or realism or any form of subtlety. In fact, children are apt to be annoyed with anything that impedes the bare bones of the plot, so that a few minutes of love interest is denounced as mush. Of course, if it's done well enough, you have something like Raiders of the Lost Ark, which I enjoyed tremendously, even if there were parts that made no sense at all. 2. You can go to the other extreme, if you wish, and virtually eliminate the plot. There need be no sense of connected events. You might simply have a series of vignettes, as in Woody Allen's radio days. Or you might tell a story that is designed merely to create a mood, or evoke an emotion, or illuminate a facet of the human condition. This, too, is not for everyone, although, done well, it is satisfying to the sophisticated end of the reader or viewer spectrum. The less sophisticated may complain that the story is not a story, and ask, but what does it mean? Or, what happened? The plotless story is rather like free verse. or abstract art, or atonal music. Something is given up that most people imagine to be inseparable from the art form, but which, if done well, and my goodness, it is hard to do it well, transcends the form and gives enormous satisfaction to those who can follow the writer into the more rarefied realms of the art. 3. What pleases the great middle, people who are not children or semi-literate adults, but who are not cultivated aesthetes either, are stories that have distinct plots, plots that are filled out successfully, one way or another, with non-plot elements of various types. I'll mention a few. 3a. You can use the plot as a way of bringing in humour or satire. Read books by P.G. Wodehouse, or Mark Twain's Tom Sawyer, or Charles Dickens' Nicholas Nickleby. 3b. You can use the plot to develop an insight into the characters of the individuals who people the story. The great literary giants, such as Homer, Shakespeare, Goethe, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, do this extremely well. Since human beings and their relationships with each other and with the universe are far more complex and unpredictable than our simple events, the ability to deal with characterization successfully is often used as a way of defining great literature. 3c. You can use the plot to develop ideas. The individuals who people the story may champion alternate views of life and the universe, and the struggle may be one in which each side tries to persuade or force the other into adopting its own world view. To do this properly, each side must present its view, ostensibly to each other, but really to the reader, and the reader must be enticed into favouring one side or another so that he can feel suspense over which side will win. Done perfectly, the two opposing views should represent not white and black, but two greys of slightly different shades, so that the reader cannot make a clear-cut decision, but must think and come to conclusions of his own. I go into greater detail on this version than on the other two, because this is what I do. There are many other ways of dealing with plot, but the important thing to remember is that they are not necessarily mutually exclusive. A humorous novel can be full of quite serious ideas, and develop interesting characters, for instance. On the other hand, writers can, more or less deliberately, sacrifice some elements of plot build-ups in their anxiety to do, in great detail, what it is they want to do. I am so intent on presenting my opposing ideas, for instance, that I make no serious attempt to characterize brilliantly or to drench the tale in humour. As a result, much is made of my cardboard characters, and I am frequently accused of being talky. But these accusations usually come from critics who don't see, or perhaps lack the intelligence to see, what it is that I am trying to do. But I'm sure that this is not what Miss Solomon meant when she said I had the greatest mind for plot. I rather think she means that my stories, especially my novels, have very complicated plots that hang together and have no loose ends, that don't get in the way of the ideas I present in my stories, and that are not obscured by those ideas either. Now, how is that done? I wish I could tell you. All I'm aware of is that it takes a great deal of hard thinking, and that between the thinking and the writing that I must do, there is little time for me to do anything else. Fortunately, I both think and write very quickly, and with almost no dithering, so I can get a great deal done. Which brings me to another part of the interview. The reporter speaks of my apartment as filled with eclectic utilitarian furniture, chosen more for comfort than for style, much like Asimov's wardrobe. For a recent speaking engagement he wore a western tie, a too-big jacket, and a striped shirt, with the kind of long, wide collar that was popular in the 1970s. She's absolutely right. As far as style is concerned, I'm a shambles. It doesn't bother me, though. To learn to live and dress with full attention to style would require hours upon umpteen hours of thought, of education, of decision-making, and so on. And that takes time I don't want to subtract from my writing. What would you rather have? Asimov the prolific writer, or Asimov the fashion plate? I warn you, you can't have them both. Metaphor. I received a letter from a fan the other day, one who had bought a copy of Agent of Byzantium by Harry Turtledove, which appeared in a series entitled Isaac Asimov Presents. That's why he wrote to me. The cover shows a man dressed, says my correspondent, in a Romanesque military uniform, holding a Roman helmet in his left hand. He also carried a very large, very modern, very lethal-looking blaster rifle, and an electronic scanning device. My correspondent was intrigued by the anachronism, bought the book, read it, and enjoyed the book. However, he found no place in the story where a man was holding such a rifle and scanning device, and he felt cheated. He had been lured into buying and reading the book by an inaccurate piece of cover art, and he wrote to complain. So I thought about it. Now, my knowledge of art is so small as to be beneath contempt, so naturally I can't be learned about it. There is, however, nothing I don't understand about the word trade. 50 years of intimate, continuous, and successful practice at it gives me the right to say that, and so I will approach matters from that angle. I see the reader's complaint as the protest of the literalist against metaphor. The literalist wants a piece of art, whether word or picture, to be precise and exact, with all its information in plain view on the surface. Metaphor, however, from a Greek word meaning transfer, converts one piece of information into another analogous one, because the second one is more easily visualizable, more dramatic, more, in short, poetic. However, you have to realize there is a transfer involved. And if you're a born-again literalist, if I may use the phrase, you miss the whole point. Let's try the Bible, for instance. The children of Israel are wandering in the desert and come to the borders of Canaan. Spies are sent in to see what the situation is, and their hearts fail them. They find a people with strong walled cities, with many elaborate chariots and skilled armies, and with a high technology. They come back and report, "All the people we saw in it are men of a great stature, and there we saw the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight." Right. They were of great stature, in the sense that they had a high technology. They were giants of technology, and the Israelites were grasshoppers in comparison. There was as much chance, the spies felt, of the Israelites defeating the Canaanites as of a grasshopper defeating a man. It makes perfect metaphoric sense. The use of giants and grasshoppers is dramatic and gets across the idea. However, both Jewish and Christian fundamentalists get the vague notion that the Canaanites were 200 feet tall, so that ordinary human beings were as grasshoppers in comparison. The infliction of literalism on us by fundamentalists who read the Bible without seeing anything but words is one of the great tragedies of history. Or let's turn to Shakespeare and the tragedy of Macbeth. Macbeth has just killed Duncan, and his hands are bloody, and he is himself horror-struck at the deed. Lady Macbeth is concerned over her husband's having been unmanned, and gives him some practical advice. "Go," she says, "get some water and wash this filthy witness from your hand." And Macbeth, his whole mind in disarray, says, "Will all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand? No. This my hand will rather the multitudinous seas incarnadine, making the green one red." It's a powerful figure, as you see a bloody hand dipped into the ocean and all the vast sea turning red in response. But literally, it makes no sense. How can a few drops of blood turn the ocean red? All the blood in all the human beings on earth, if poured into the ocean, would not change its overall colour perceptibly. Macbeth might seem to be indulging in hyperbole, an extravagant exaggeration which sometimes makes its point, but usually reduces it to ridicule. This, however, is not hyperbole, but metaphor. Consider, Macbeth has killed a man who had loved him and loaded him with honours, so he commits the terrible sin of ingratitude. Furthermore, the man he murdered was a guest in his house, so that Macbeth has violated the hallowed and civilized rules of hospitality. Finally, the man he murdered was his king, and in Shakespeare's time a king was looked upon as the visible representative of God on earth. This triple crime has loaded Macbeth's soul with infinite guilt. The blood cannot redden the ocean, but the blood is not blood. It is used here as a metaphor for guilt. The picture of the ocean turning red gives you a violently dramatic notion of the infinite blackness that now burdens Macbeth's soul, something you couldn't get if he had merely said, "Oh, my guilt is infinite." A literalist who sets about calculating the effect on the ocean of a bloody hand is getting no value out of what he reads. One more example. Consider Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner. In the 14th verse of the third part, there comes the lines, "Till clomb above the eastern bar the horned moon, with one bright star within the nether tip." The horned moon is the crescent moon, of course, and there can't be a bright star within the nether tip. The crescent is the lighted portion of the moon, but the rest of it, though out of the sunlight and dark, is still there. For a bright star to be within the nether tip is to have it shining through hundreds of miles of lunar substance. It is an impossibility, and I don't know how many readers have snickered at Coleridge's naivety in this. But is it naivety? The poem begins very simply and naturally, till the ancient mariner kills the albatross, a lovable and unoffending bird. This itself is a metaphor. After all, human beings have killed lovable and unoffending birds since time immemorial. In this case, though, the killing represents all the callous and indifferent cruelty of the human species, and as a result the ship, with its crew, who approved the mariner's deed, enters a strange world in which natural law is suspended and chaos is come again as God removes himself. The atmosphere of the poem becomes weird and unearthly, and normality begins to return only after the mariner involuntarily blesses all the living things in the ocean in a gush of love. I have a feeling that Coleridge knew that a star could not shine within the nether tip of the crescent, but merely used it as one more example of the chaos of a world in which human cruelty denies love, order, and God's presence. It is only fitting that a star shine where no star could possibly shine. To miss that point is to miss the point of the poem, and to understand only its jigging metre and its clever rhyming, which is plenty, but far from enough. A literalist deprives himself of the best part of art. Suppose we apply this way of looking at things to visual art. If you ask an artist to illustrate a piece of writing precisely, you make of him a slave to the literal world. You suppress his creativity and impugn the independence of his mind and ability. The better the artist, the less likely he is, barring an absolute need for money, to accept such a job. An artist worth his salt does not illustrate the literal words, but the mood of a story. He tries, by virtue of his art and ability, to deepen and reinforce the meaning of a story and the intent of the writer. Thus, in the mid-December 1988 issue, the cover of Asimov's illustrates my story, Christmas Without Rodney. It does not illustrate any incident in the story. Instead, it shows in the foreground a boy with a sullen and self-absorbed expression. What's more, the predominant colour is red, which, to my way of thinking, symbolizes anger, a metaphor for the flushed face of a person in rage. This demonstrates the anger of a spoiled brat who does not instantly have his own way, and the anger he inspires in the narrator of the story. Behind the boy is an elaborate robot, with one metal hand to his cheek, as though uncertain as to his course of action, something that fulfills one of the underlying themes of the story. The artist, Gary Freeman, does not illustrate the story, but adds to it and gives it a visual dimension. That is what he's supposed to do, and what he's paid to do. This brings us to the cover illustration of Agent of Byzantium. It is clearly the intent of the artist to illustrate the nature of the story, not the story itself. Constantinople is in the background, identified by the gilded dome of Hagia Sophia. In the foreground is a soldier who has Byzantine characteristics. So far we have an historical novel. But he also possesses objects of high technology associated with modern Western culture. Clearly, it is a historical novel set in an alternative reality. And that is what the book deals with. The cover is precise. It tells us what we need to know. It satisfies the artist's own cravings, and if the details of the technology are not precisely met in any incident in the book, that matters not a whit. Ideas. Someone once asked Isaac Newton how he managed to reach solutions to problems that others found impenetrable. He answered, by thinking and thinking and thinking about it. I don't know what other answer people can possibly expect. There is a romantic notion that there is such a thing as inspiration, that a heavenly muse comes down and plunks her harp over your head, and presto, the job is done. Like all romantic notions, however, this is just a romantic notion. Some people may be better at solving problems and getting ideas than others are. They may have a livelier imagination, a more efficient way of grasping at distant consequences. But it all comes down to thinking in the end. What counts is how well you can think, and even more, how long and persistently you can think without breaking down. There are brilliant people, I imagine, who produce little, if anything, because their attention span to their own thoughts is so short. And there are less brilliant people who can plug away at their thoughts until they retch something out of them. All this comes up in my mind now because a friend of mine, a science fiction writer whose work I admire enormously, in the course of a conversation asked in a very embarrassed manner, "How do you get your ideas?" I could see what the problem was. He had been having a little trouble coming up with something, and he thought that perhaps he had lost the knack of getting ideas, or had never really had it, and he turned to me. After all, I write so much, and I must have no trouble getting ideas, and I might even have some special system that others could use too. But I answered very earnestly, "How do I get my ideas?" "By thinking and thinking and thinking till I am ready to jump out the window." "You too?" he said, quite obviously relieved. "Of course," I said. "If you're having trouble, all it means is that you're one of us. After all, if getting ideas were easy, everyone in the world would be writing." After that, I put some serious thought into the matter of getting ideas. Was there any way I could spot my own system? Was there, in fact, any system at all, or did one simply think at random? I went back over what happened in my mind before I wrote my most recent novel, Nemesis, which Doubleday published in October 1989, and I thought it might be helpful to aspiring writers, or even just to readers, if I described the preliminary thinking that went into the novel. It started when my Doubleday editor, Jennifer Brailes, said to me, "I'd like your next novel not to be part of a series, Isaac. I don't want it to be a Foundation novel, or a robot novel, or an Empire novel. Write one that's completely independent." So I started thinking, and this is the way it went in brief. I'll cut out all the false starts and dead ends and mooning about and try to trace a sensible pathway through it all. The Foundation novels, robot novels, and Empire novels are all interconnected, and all deal with a background in which interstellar travel at superluminal speeds is well established. Of my previous independent novels, The End of Eternity deals with time travel, The Gods Themselves, with communication between universes, and Fantastic Voyage 2, with miniaturization. In none of these is there interstellar travel. Very well, then. Let me have a new novel which exploits an entirely new background. Let it deal with the establishment of interstellar travel, with the first interstellar voyages. Immediately, I imagined a settled solar system, an Earth in decay, large numbers of space settlements in lunar orbit and in the asteroids. I imagined the space settlements as hostile to Earth and vice versa. That gave me a reason for the drive to develop interstellar travel. Naturally, technological advances may be made for their own sake, as mountains are climbed because they're there, but it helps to have a less exalted reason. A settlement might want to get away from the solar system to create a completely new society, profiting by past experience to avoid some of humanity's earlier mistakes. Good. But where do they go? If they have true interstellar flight, as in my Foundation novels, they can go anywhere. But that's too much freedom. It introduces too many possibilities and not enough difficulties. If humanity is just developing interstellar flight, it might not be a very efficient process at first, and a settlement trying to escape might find itself with a very limited range. Now where do they go? The logical place is Alpha Centauri, the nearest star, but that is so logical that there's no fun to it. Well, what if there's another star only half as far as Alpha Centauri? That would be easier to reach. But why haven't we seen it, if it exists? Well, it's a red dwarf star, and very dim. And besides, there's a patch of interstellar dust between it and ourselves, and that dims it further, so that it just hasn't been noticed. At that point, I remember that a few years ago, there was some speculation that the Sun might have a very distant red dwarf companion that once in every revolution penetrated the comet cloud and sent some comets whizzing into the inner solar system, where one or two might occasionally collide with Earth and produce the periodic waves of life extinction. The red dwarf was called Nemesis. The suggestion seems to have died down, but I made use of it. My characters will go to the nearby red dwarf, which I would call Nemesis, and then use that as the name for my novel. Of course, you can't very well have a habitable planet circling a red dwarf star, but I wanted one. It would give me greater flexibility than simply to have the settlement go into orbit about the red dwarf. That meant I had to think up a set of conditions that, if you don't question things too closely, would make it sound as though a habitable planet could exist. For that, I had to invent a gas giant with an Earth-sized satellite, and it would be the satellite that would be habitable. Now I needed a problem. The obvious one would be that Nemesis was circling the Sun and would eventually pass through the comet cloud. I rejected that because it had been well discussed in the media, and I wanted something a little less expected. So I decided that Nemesis was an independent star that happened to be en route to a relatively near miss of the solar system, with possibly dangerous gravitational effects. That was a good problem, but I needed a plausible solution. That took some time, but I finally thought one up. Sorry, I won't tell you what it is. For that, you'll have to read the book. What I needed next was a good character that would serve as the spinal column of the book, around whom everything would revolve. I chose a 14-year-old girl with certain characteristics that I thought would make her interesting. Then I needed a place to start the book. I would begin with my main character and have her do or say something that starts the chain of events that will take up the rest of the book. I made the choice and then waited no longer. I sat down and started the book. But you might point out that I didn't yet have the novel. All I had was the social framework, a problem, a solution, a character, and a beginning. When do I make up all the details that go into the characteristically involved plot of one of my novels? And Nemesis is quite involved. I'm afraid that I make that up as I go along, but not without thought. Having worked out the first scene, I find that by the time I finish that, I have the second scene in mind, at the conclusion of which I have the third scene, and so on all the way through to the 95th scene or so which ends the novel. To do that, I have to keep on thinking on a smaller and more detailed scale all the time that I'm doing the book, which takes me 9 months perhaps. I do it at the cost of lots of lost sleep and lots of lack of attention to people and things about me, including an occasional blank stare, even at my dear wife Janet, who never fails to get the alarmed notion that something's wrong each time I go into a spasm of thought. But then, isn't it possible that 2/3 of the way through the book, I realize that toward the beginning I made a wrong turn, and am now beating my way down a blind alley? It is possible, but it's never happened to me yet, and I don't expect it to. I always build the next scenes on whatever it is I have already done, and never consider any possible alternatives. I simply have no time to start over again. However, I don't mean to make the process sound simpler than it really is. You must take into account, in the first place, that I have a natural aptitude for this sort of thing, and also that I've been doing it for over half a century now, and experience counts. Anyway, this is the closest I can come to explaining where I get my ideas. Suspense. I have said over and over again that I write by instinct only, and that there is nothing purposeful or deliberate in what I do. Consequently, I am always more or less puzzled by people who analyze my writing and find all sorts of subtle details in it that I don't recall ever putting in, but that I suppose must be there, or the critic wouldn't find them and pull them out. Still, I have never been so puzzled as recently when I read a discussion of science fiction, where and by whom I do not remember, for I threw it out in annoyance as soon as I came across the passage I'm about to tell you of. Getting to me, the essayist mentioned the fact that my style was clumsy, my dialogue stilted, my characterization non-existent, but that there was no question that my books were page-turners. In fact, he said, I was the most reliable producer of page-turning writing in science fiction. It was only after I'd thrown out the material and sworn a bit that I began to think of what I'd read. What the essayist had said seemed to make no sense. Of course, he might be mad, but suppose, for the sake of argument, that he wasn't. In that case, if I were utterly deficient in style, dialogue, and characterization, how could my writings be page-turners? Why should any reader want to turn the page, that is, keep on reading, when what he read had nothing to recommend it? What made a person want to keep on reading anything? The most obvious reason was suspense, which comes from Latin words meaning to be hanging, that is, to be suspended. The reader finds himself in a painful situation where he is uncertain as to what will happen next in his reading matter, and he wants desperately to find out. Mind you, suspense is not an inalienable part of literature. No one reads Shakespeare's sonnets in order to experience suspense. Nor do you read a P.G. Wodehouse novel for the sake of suspense. You know that Bertie Wooster will get out of the ridiculous fix in which he finds himself, and you don't really care whether he does it or not. You read on only because you enjoy laughing. Most writing, however, especially in the less exalted realms of literature, is kept going by suspense. The simplest form of suspense is to put your protagonist into constant danger, and make it seem certain that he can't possibly get out of it. Then get him out of it, just so that you can plunge him into something even worse, and so on. Then, having carried it on as long as you can, you let him emerge victorious. You get this in its purest simplicity in something like the Flash Gordon comic strip, where for years Flash ricocheted from crisis to crisis without ever getting time to wipe his brow, let alone go to the bathroom. Or consider the kind of movie serial typified by The Perils of Pauline, in which the perils continued for 15 installments, each ending in a cliffhanger. This was so called because the protagonist was left hanging from a cliff or caught in some equally dangerous situation until the next episode of the serial a week later. A week spent by the kid viewers in delicious agony resolved the situation. This sort of suspense is ultra-simple. Whether Flash or Pauline survives matters really only to Flash or Pauline. Nothing of greater moment hinges on their survival. We take a step forward in crime novels, whereupon success or failure may hinge the smooth functioning of justice, or in spy novels, whereupon success or failure may hinge the survival of the nation, or in science fiction, whereupon success or failure may hinge the survival of the Earth itself, or even of the universe. If we consider Jack Williamson's The Legion of Space, which I read as a teenager with the same emotions that I viewed the movie serials half a decade earlier, we find the same unending danger about to destroy our beloved heroes and the security of the Earth along with them. That gives more meaning and more tension to the story. Moving still farther up, then, we come to tales of unending danger that involve the great battle between good and evil, almost in the abstract. Surely the best example of this is J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, in which the forces of good crystallized in the end into the person of brave, suffering little Frodo, must somehow defeat the all-but-omnipotent Satan figure of Sauron. Mind you, suspense is not all that is required to make a piece of writing totally effective. In most cases it suffices only for one reading. Once you have seen The Perils of Pauline once, there is no need ever to see it again, because you know how she overcomes all her perils. That removes the suspense. And once the suspense is gone, nothing else remains. Yet there are suspense-filled items you read over and over again long after the suspense has been knocked out of them. I suppose that it is possible for a person who is reading or seeing Hamlet for the first time to be caught up, most of all, in whether Hamlet will defeat his wicked uncle or not. But I have read and seen Hamlet dozens of times, and I know every word of the play, and yet I always enjoy it, because the beauty of the language is sufficient in itself, and the texture of the plot is so thick that one never runs out of different methods of producing the play. In the same way, I have read The Lord of the Rings 5 times, and enjoyed it more each time, because getting the suspense out of the way actually allows me to enjoy the writing and the texture of the book all the more. Now I come to my own writing, but I can only discuss it if you who are reading it understand that I never did anything of what I am about to describe purposely. It all got done, every bit of it, instinctively, and I only understand it now after the fact. I was interested, apparently, in going beyond the rather simplistic balance between good and evil. I didn't want the hero adventuring with the reader, always certain that he ought to win over the nasty villains, so that the nation, or the society, or the earth, or the universe could be saved. I wanted a situation in which the reader could not be certain which side was good and which evil, or in which he might wonder if perhaps both sides contained mixtures of good and evil. I wanted a situation where the problem and the danger was itself uncertain, and where the resolution was not necessarily a true resolution, because it might conceivably make things worse in the long run. In short, I wanted to write fictional history, in which there are no true endings, no true they lived happily ever after, but in which, even when a problem is apparently solved, a new one arises to take its place. To this end, I sacrificed everything else. I made no attempt to indulge in anything but necessary description, so that I worked always on a bare stage. I forced the dialogue to serve nothing more than as an indication of the progress of the problem, if there was one, toward the resolution, if there was one. I wasted no time on action for its own sake, or on characterization, or on poetic writing. I made everything just as clear and as straightforward as I could, so that the reader could concentrate on and drive himself mad over all the ambiguities I would introduce. As you see, then, critics who complain that my books are too talky, they contain little or no action, miss the point completely. I do my best to present a number of characters, each of whom has a different world-view, and each of whom argues his case as cogently as possible. Each of them thinks he is doing the sensible thing, working for the good of humanity, or his part of it. There is no general agreement on what the problem might be, or even, sometimes, whether there is one at all. And when the story ends, even the hero himself may not be satisfied with what he has done. I worked this out little by little in my stories and novels, and it reached its peak in the Foundation series. There is indeed suspense in the series on a simple scale. Will the small world of the first Foundation hold its own against the surrounding mightier kingdoms, and if so, how? Will it survive the onslaught of the Empire, and of a mutant emotion controller, and of the second Foundation? But that is not the prime suspense. Should the first Foundation survive? Should there be a second Empire? Will the second Empire just be a repetition of the miseries of the first? Are the traders or the mayors correct in their view of what the first Foundation ought to do? In the two later volumes, the hero, Golan Trevise, spends the first in coming to an agonized decision, and the second in an agonized wonder as to whether his decision was right. In short, I try to introduce all the uncertainties of history, instead of the implausible certainties of an unrealistic fictional world. And apparently it works, and my novels are page-turners. But I have more to say, and I will continue my discussion of suspense in next month's editorial. Serials. When is a writer not a writer? When he's asked to write outside his speciality. Writing is not a unitary matter. A person who is a skilled science writer, or who can turn out fascinating popular histories, may be hopeless when it comes to writing fiction. The reverse is also true. Even a person like myself, who is adept at both fiction and non-fiction, and ranges over considerable variety in both subdivisions, is not a universal writer. I can't and won't write plays. Whether for the theatre, motion pictures, or television, I don't have the talent for it. It is surprising, in fact, how thinly talent can be subdivided. The functions, advantages, and disadvantages of fiction differ so with subject matter that every writer is more at home in one kind of fiction than in another. I can do science fiction and mysteries, but I would be madly misjudging myself if I tried to do mainstream fiction, or even new wave science fiction. Oddly enough, even length counts. You might think that if someone is writing a story, it can be any length. If it finishes itself quickly, it's a short story. If it goes on for a long time, it's a novel. If it's something in between, it is a novelette or a novella. That's just not so. Length is not the sole difference. A novel is not a lengthy short story. A short story is not a brief novel. They are two different species of writing. A novel has space in which to develop a plot leisurely, with ample room for subplots, for detailed background, for description, for character development, for comic relief. A short story must make its point directly and without side issues. Every sentence must contribute directly to the plot development. A novel is a plane, A short story is a line. A novel which is too short, and thus abbreviates the richness of its development, will be perceived by the reader as skimpy and therefore unsatisfactory. A short story which is too long and allows the reader's attention to wander from the plot is diffuse and therefore unsatisfactory. There are writers who are at home with the broad swing of the novel and are not comfortable within the confinement of the short story. There are writers who are clever at driving home points in short stories and who are lost in the echoing chambers of the novel. And of course there are writers who can do both. A magazine such as ours is primarily a vehicle in which the short story is displayed. It is important we fulfill this function for a variety of reasons. 1. Short stories are worth doing and worth reading. They can make concise points that novels cannot, in ways that novels cannot. 2. A group of short stories which, in length, take up the room of one novel offers far more variety than a novel can, and there is something very pleasant about variety. 3. Those writers who are adept at the short story need a vehicle. 4. Beginning writers need a vehicle too, and beginners are well advised to concentrate on short stories at the start. Even if their true skill turns out to be in the novel, initial training had better be in the short story, which requires a smaller investment in time and effort. A dozen short stories will take no more time than a novel, and offer much more scope for experimentation and finding oneself. When George, Joel, and I began this magazine, we were aware of all these points, and were determined to make it a magazine devoted to the short story exclusively, and we are still so determined. Yet it is not easy to be rigid. It is perhaps not even desirable to be rigid under all circumstances. There are times when the best of rules ought to be bent a little. What are the forces, for instance, that drag us in the direction of length? To begin with, there are, rightly or wrongly, more literary honours and monetary rewards for novels than for short stories, so that if a writer can handle any length, he usually finds himself gravitating towards the novel. Naturally, since a novel requires a great investment of time and effort, it is the experienced writers of tried quality who are most likely to move in that direction, and once they've done that, they're not likely to want to let go. It becomes difficult, in fact, to persuade them to take time out from their current novel in order to write a short story. As long as we stick rigidly to short stories, therefore, we tend to lose the chance at picking up the work of some of the best practitioners in the field. Newcomers, however worthy, tend to have lesser experience, and their writing tends to be less polished. For the most part, this does not dismay us. We want the newcomers, and the freshness of concept and approach is quite likely to make up for what clumsiness of technique is brought about through inexperience. The clumsiness, after all, will smooth out with time, and at that point the new talent will almost inevitably begin to write novels. Occasionally, then, we bend. If a story comes along by an established writer that is unusually good but is rather long, we are tempted to run it. We have indeed run stories as long as 40,000 words in a single issue. There are advantages to this. If you like the story, you can get deeply immersed in it and savour the qualities that length makes possible and that you can't get otherwise. And there are disadvantages. If you don't like the story and quit reading it, you have only half a magazine left and you may feel cheated. George must judge the risk and decide when a long story is likely to be so generally approved of that the advantage will far outweigh the disadvantage. But what do we do about novels? Ignore them? Most novelists do not object to making extra money by allowing a magazine to publish part or all of the novel prior to its publication as a novel. And most magazines welcome the chance of running a novel in installments. Consider the advantages to the magazine. If the first part of a serial is exciting, well-written, and grabs the reader, it is to be expected that a great many readers will then haunt the newsstands waiting for the next issue. If many serials prove to have this grabbing quality, readers will subscribe rather than taking the chance of missing installments. Magazine publishers do not object to this. Even Joel wouldn't. There are, however, disadvantages. Some readers actively dislike novels. Others may like novels, but bitterly resent being stopped short and asked to wait a month for a continuation, and they also resent having to run the risk of missing instalments. We are aware of these disadvantages, and also of our own responsibility for encouraging the short story, so we have sought a middle ground. These days there are so many novels and so few magazines that there isn't room to serialize them all. Many good novels are therefore available for the prior publication of only a chunk of themselves, some chunk that stands by itself. We have been deliberately keeping our eyes open for these. It is not always easy to find a novel chunk that stands by itself. The fact that something goes afterward, or comes before, or both, is likely to give the reader a vague feeling of incompleteness. Sometimes, then, we try to run several chunks, each of which stands by itself or almost does. This comes close to serialization, but if the second piece can be read comfortably without reference to the first, then it's not. Again, George must use his judgment in such cases. But then, every once in a long while, we are trapped by our own admiration of a novel and find ourselves with a chunk we would desperately like to publish, but that is too long to fit into a single issue, and that can't conveniently be divided into two independent chunks. Then, with a deep breath, if we can think of no way out, we serialize. We hate to do this, and we hardly ever will. But hardly ever isn't never. When there's no other way out, rather than lose out on something really first class, we will have to ask you to wait a month. But hardly ever. The name of our field. In last issue's editorial, I talked of Jules Verne's Extraordinary Voyages, and that brings up the point of how difficult it was to find a name for the kind of items that are published in this magazine and others like it. This magazine contains stories, and story is simply a shortened form of history, a recounting of events in orderly detail. The recounting could, in either case, be of real incidents or of made-up ones, but we have become used to thinking of a history as real and of a story as made up. A tale is something that is told, from the Anglo-Saxon, and a narrative is something that is narrated, from the Latin. Either tale or narrative can be used for either a real or a made-up account. Narrative is the less common of the two, simply because it is the longer word and therefore has an air of pretentiousness about it. A word which is used exclusively for made-up items and never for real ones is fiction, from a Latin word meaning to invent. What this magazine contains, then, are stories, or tales, or more precisely, fiction. Naturally, fiction can be of different varieties, depending upon the nature of the content. If the events recounted deal mainly with love, we have love stories, or love tales, or love fiction. Similarly, we have detective stories, or terror tales, or mystery fiction, or confession stories, or western tales, or jungle fiction. The items that appear in this magazine deal, in one fashion or another, with future changes in the level of science, or of science-derived technology. Doesn't it make sense, then, to consider the items to be science stories, or science tales, or more precisely, science fiction? And yet, science fiction, which is so obvious a name when you come to think of it, is a late development. Jules Verne's Extraordinary Voyages were called scientific fantasies in Great Britain, and the term science fantasy is still sometimes used today. Fantasy is from a Greek word meaning imagination, so it isn't completely inappropriate, but it implies the minimal existence of constraints. When we speak of fantasy nowadays, we generally refer to stories that are not bound by the laws of science, whereas science fiction stories are so bound. Another term used in the 1920s was scientific romance. Romance was originally used for anything published in the Romance languages, that is, in the popular tongues of Western Europe. so that it was applied to material meant to be read for amusement. More serious works were written in Latin, of course. The trouble is that romance has come to be applied to love stories in particular, so science romance has a wrong feel to it. Pseudo-science stories was sometimes used, but that is insulting. Pseudo is from a Greek word meaning false, and while the kind of extrapolations of science used in science fiction are not true science, they are not false science either. They are might-be-true science. Super-science stories, still another name, is childish. In 1926, when Hugo Gernsback published the first magazine ever to be devoted exclusively to science fiction, he called it Amazing Stories. This caught on. When other magazines appeared, synonyms for amazing were frequently used. We had astounding stories, astonishing stories, wonder stories, marvel stories, and startling stories all on the stands when the world and I were young. Such names, however, do not describe the nature of the stories, but their effect on the reader, and that is insufficient. A story can amaze, astound, astonish, and startle you. It can cause you to marvel and wonder, yet it need not be science fiction. It need not even be fiction. Something better was needed. Gernsback knew that. He had originally thought of calling his magazine Scientific Fiction. That is hard to pronounce quickly, though, chiefly because of the repetition of the syllable fic. Why not combine the words and eliminate one of those syllables? We then have scientifiction. Scientifiction, though, is an ugly word, hard to understand, and, if understood, likely to scare off those potential readers who equate the word scientific with difficult. Gernsback therefore used the word only in a subtitle, Amazing Stories, the Magazine of Scientific Fiction. He introduced STF as the abbreviation of scientific fiction. Both abbreviation and word are still sometimes used. When Gernsback was forced to give up Amazing Stories, he published a competing magazine, Science Wonder Stories. In its first issue, June 1929, he used the term science fiction and the abbreviation SF, with or without the full stops, and it became popular. Occasionally, the word has been hyphenated as science-fiction, but that is only done rarely. The story, however, doesn't end there. As I said last issue, there is a feeling among some that the phrase science fiction unfairly stresses the science content of the stories. Since 1960 in particular, science fiction has tended to shift at least some of its emphasis from science to society, from gadgets to people. It still deals with changes in the level of science and technology, but those changes move farther into the background. I believe it was Robert Heinlein who first suggested that we ought to speak of speculative fiction instead. And some, like Harlan Ellison, strongly support that move now. To me, though, speculative seems a weak word. It is 4 syllables long and is not too easy to pronounce quickly. Besides, almost anything can be speculative fiction. A historical romance can be speculative. A true crime story can be speculative. Speculative fiction is not a precise description of our field, and I don't think it will work. In fact, I think speculative fiction has been introduced only to get rid of science, but to keep SF. This brings us to Forrest J. Ackerman, a wonderful guy whom I love dearly. He's a devotee of puns and wordplay, and so am I, but Forry has never learned that some things are sacred. He couldn't resist coining sci-fi as an analogue, in appearance and pronunciation, to hi-fi, the well-known abbreviation for high fidelity. Sci-fi is now widely used by people who don't read science fiction. It is used particularly by people who work in movies and television. This makes it perhaps a useful term. We can define sci-fi as trashy material, sometimes confused by ignorant people with SF. Thus, Star Trek is SF, while Godzilla meets Mothra is sci-fi. Hints. Every once in a short while I get a letter from some eager young would-be writer asking me for some hints on the art of writing science fiction. The feeling I have is that my correspondents think there is some magic formula, jealously guarded by the professionals, but that since I'm such a nice guy, I will spill the beans if properly approached. Alas, there's no such thing. No magic formula, no secret tricks, no hidden shortcuts. I'm sorry to have to tell you that it's a matter of hard work over a long period of time. If you know of any exceptions to this, that's exactly what they are. Exceptions. There are, however, some general principles that could be useful to my way of thinking, and here they are. 1. You have to prepare for a career as a successful science fiction writer, as you would for any other highly specialized calling. First, you have to learn to use your tools, just as a surgeon has to learn to use his. The basic tool for any writer is the English language, which means you must develop a good vocabulary and brush up on such prosaic things as spelling and grammar. There can be little argument about vocabulary, but it may occur to you that spelling and grammar are just frills. After all, if you write great and gorgeous stories, surely the editor will be delighted to correct your spelling and grammar. Not so. He or she won't be. Besides, take it from an old warhorse. If your spelling and grammar are rotten, you won't be writing a great and gorgeous story. Someone who can't use a saw and a hammer doesn't turn out stately furniture. Even if you've been diligent at school, have developed a vocabulary, can spell sacrilege and supersede, and never say, between you and I, or I ain't never done nothing, that's still not enough. There's the subtle structure of the English sentence and the artful construction of the English paragraph. There is the clever interweaving of plot, the handling of dialogue, and 1,000 other intricacies. How do you learn that? Do you read books on how to write, or attend classes on writing, or go to writing conferences? These are all of inspirational value, I'm sure, but they won't teach you what you really want to know. What will teach you is the careful reading of the masters of English prose. This does not mean condemning yourself to years of falling asleep over dull classics. Good writers are invariably fascinating writers. The two go together. In my opinion, the English writers who most clearly use the correct word every time, and who most artfully and deftly put together their sentences and paragraphs, are Charles Dickens, Mark Twain, and P.G. Wodehouse. Read them, and others, but with attention. They represent your schoolroom. Observe what they do and try to figure out why they do it. It's no use other people explaining it to you. Until you see it for yourself and it becomes part of you, nothing will help. But suppose that no matter how you try, you can't seem to absorb the lesson. Well, it may be that you're not a writer. It's no disgrace. You can always go on to take up some slightly inferior profession like surgery or the presidency of the United States. It won't be as good, of course, but we can't all scale the heights. Second, for a science fiction writing career, it's not enough to know the English language. You also have to know science. You may not want to use much science in your stories, but you'll have to know it anyway, so that what you do use, you don't misuse. This does not mean you have to be a professional scientist or a science major at college. You don't even have to go to college. It does mean, though, that you will have to be willing to study science on your own if your formal education has been weak in that direction. It's not impossible. One of the best writers of hard science fiction is Fred Pohl, and he never even finished high school. Of course, there are very few people who are as bright as Fred, but you can write considerably less well than he does and still be pretty good. Fortunately, there is more good, popular science writing these days than there was in previous generations, and you can learn a great deal, rather painlessly, if you read such science fiction writers as L. Sprague de Camp, M. Bover, and Poul Anderson in their non-fictional moods, or even Isaac Asimov. What's more, professional scientists are also writing effectively for the public these days, as witness Carl Sagan's magnificent books. And there's always Scientific American. Third, even if you know your science and your writing, it is still not likely that you'll be able to put them together from scratch. You will have to be a diligent reader of science fiction itself to learn the conventions and the tricks of the trade, how to interweave background and plot, for instance. 2. You have to work at the job. The final bit of schooling is writing itself. Nor must you wait till your preparation is complete. The act of writing is itself part of the preparation. You can't completely understand what good writers do until you try it yourself. You learn a great deal when you find your story breaking apart in your hands, or beginning to hang together. Write from the very beginning, then, and keep on writing. 3. You have to be patient. Since writing is itself a schooling, you can't very well expect to sell the first story you write. Yes, I know Bob Heinlein did it, but he was Bob Heinlein. You are only you. But then, why should that discourage you? After you finished the first grade at school, you weren't through, were you? You went on to the second grade, then the third, then the fourth, and so on. If each story you write is one more step in your literary education, a rejection shouldn't matter. Open brackets. Editors don't reject writers. They reject pieces of paper that have been typed on. Editor. Close brackets. The next story will be better, and the next one after that still better, and eventually. But then why bother to submit the stories? If you don't, how can you possibly know when you graduate? After all, you don't know which story you'll sell. You might even sell the first. You almost certainly won't, but you just might. Of course, even after you sell a story, you may fail to place the next dozen, but having done it once, it's quite likely that you will eventually do it again, if you persevere. But what if you write and write and write, and you don't seem to be getting any better, and all you collect are printed rejection slips? Once again, it may be that you are not a writer. You will have to settle for a lesser post, such as that of Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. 4. You have to be reasonable. Writing is the most wonderful and satisfying task in the world, but it does have one or two insignificant flaws. Among those flaws is the fact that a writer can almost never make a living at it. Oh, a few writers make a lot of money. They're the ones we all hear about. But for every writer who rakes it in, there are 1,000 who dread the monthly rent bill. It shouldn't be like that, but it is. Take my case. 3 years after I sold my first story, I reached the stage of selling everything I wrote, so that I had become a successful writer. Nevertheless, it took me 17 more years as a successful writer before I could actually support myself in comfort on my earnings as a writer. So while you're trying to be a writer, make sure you find another way of making a decent living. And don't quit your job after you make your first sale. Writing for young people. There is an exceedingly useful volume entitled The Science Fiction Encyclopedia, edited by Peter Nichols, Doubleday 1979, to which I frequently refer. Recently, as I leafed through its pages en route to looking up something, I came across the following passage. Quote, "The intellectual level of a book is not necessarily expressed by a marketing label. Much adult SF, the works of ... Isaac Asimov, for example, is of great appeal to older children, and is to some extent directed at them." End quote. The line of 3 dots in the above quotation signals the omission of a few words in which the writer specifies 2 other science fiction writers. I omit them because they may resent the original statement, and may not feel I ought to give the remark further circulation. As for me, I don't object to the comment because, for one thing, I consider it true. I write my adult novels for adults, but I have no objection whatsoever to young people reading them, and I try to write in such a way that my novels are accessible to them. Why? First, it is the way I like to write. I like to have the ideas in my novels sufficiently interesting and subtle to catch the attention and thinking of intelligent adults, and at the same time to have the writing clear enough so as to raise no difficulties for the intelligent youngster. To manage the combination I consider a challenge, and I like challenges. Second, it is good business. Attract an adult, and you may well have someone who is here today and gone tomorrow. Attract a youngster, and you have a faithful reader for life. Mind you, I don't write as I do with the second reason in mind. I write as I do for the first reason I gave you. Nevertheless, I have discovered that the second reason exists, and I have long lost count of the number of people who tell me they have an astronomical number of my books, and that they, quote, were at once hooked after reading my book so-and-so when they were 10 years old, unquote. But if the same books can be read by both adults and youngsters, what is the distinction between truly adult books, ones that the writer of the item in the science fiction encyclopedia would judge as possessing a high intellectual level, and truly juvenile books? Let's see. Can it be vocabulary? Do adult books have hard words, while juvenile books have easy words? To some extent, I suppose that might be so. If an author makes a fetish of using unusual words, as William Buckley does, or Clark Ashton Smith, to mention someone in our own line, then the writing grows opaque for youngsters and adults alike, for it is my experience that the average adult does not have a vocabulary much larger, if any, than a bright youngster does. On the other hand, if an author uses the correct words, hard or easy, then the bright youngster will guess the meaning from the context, or look it up in a dictionary. I think the bright youngster enjoys having his mind stretched and welcomes the chance of learning a new word. I don't worry about my vocabulary for that reason, even when I am writing my science fiction books for grade school youngsters. I may give the pronunciation of scientific terms they are not likely to have encountered before, and I sometimes define them, but I don't avoid them. And after having given pronunciation and definition, I use them freely. Well then, is it the difference between long sentences and short sentences? That is true only in this sense. It's more difficult to make a long sentence clear than it is to make a short one clear. If, then, you are a poor writer and want to make sure that youngsters understand you, stick to short sentences. Unfortunately, a long series of short sentences, like a long stretch of writing with no hard words, is irritating to anyone intelligent, young or old. A youngster is particularly offended because he thinks, sometimes with justice, that the writer thinks that because the youngster is young, he is therefore stupid. The book is at once discarded. This is called writing down, by the way, something I try never to do. The trick is to write clearly. If you write clearly enough, a long sentence will hold no terrors. If you hit the proper mix of long and short and hard and easy, and make everything clear, then, believe me, the youngster will have no trouble. Of course, he has to be an intelligent youngster, but there are a larger percentage of those than of intelligent oldsters, for life hasn't had a chance yet to dull the youngster's wits. Is it a matter of subject matter? Do adult novels deal with death and torture and mayhem and sex, natural and unnatural, and all kinds of unpleasantness, while juvenile novels deal with sweetness and niceness? You know that's not so. Think of the current rash of horror films which fill the screen with blood and murder and torture and are designed to frighten. Youngsters flock to them, and the gorier they are, the more they enjoy them. Even censors don't seem to mind the mayhem. When there are long squawks from the righteous who want to kick books out of school libraries, the objections are most often to the use of dirty words and to sex. However, I have in my time lived half a block from a junior high school and listened to the youngsters going there and coming back. I picked up a lot of colourful obscenity, both sexual and scatological in that way, for I had forgotten some of what I had learned as a youngster. I think the youngsters themselves would have no objection to books containing gutter language and sexual detail, or fail to understand them either. That distinction between adult books and juvenile books is not a natural one, but is enforced by adult fiat. I admit that I use no gutter language or sex in my juvenile books, but then I use no gutter language and very little sex in my adult books. How about action, then? Adult books can pause for sensitive descriptions of all kinds, or for a skillful and painstaking dissection of motivation, and so on. Juvenile books tend to deal entirely with action. Is that right? Actually, the distinction is not between adults and juveniles, but between a few people, both adult and juvenile, and most people, both adult and juvenile. Most people of whatever age are impatient with anything but action. Watch the popular adventure programs on television, subtract the action, and find out what you've left, and then remember that it is adults, for the most part, who are watching them. On the other hand, my books contain very little action, hence no movie sales, and deal largely with the interplay of ideas in rather cerebral dialogue, as many critics point out, sometimes with irritation. And yet, says the encyclopedia, I appeal to youngsters. Clarity, not action, is the key. Can it be a question of style? Are adult books written in a complicated and experimental style, while juvenile books are not? To be sure, a juvenile book written in a complicated and experimental style is more apt to be a commercial failure than one written in a straightforward style. On the other hand, this is also true of adult books. The difference is that tortuous style is frequently admired by critics in adult books, but never in juvenile books. This means that many adults who are guided by critics, or who merely wish to appear chic, buy opaque and experimental books, and then possibly don't read them, aside from any dirty parts they might have. Proust's remembrance of things past springs to mind. My dear wife, Janet, is reading it, every word, for the second time, but there are moments when I see the perspiration standing out in great drops on her forehead. How about rhetorical tricks? Metaphors, allusions, and all the rest of it depend upon experience, and youngsters, however bright they are, have not yet had time to gather experience. For instance, my George and Azazel stories are pure fluff, but they are the most nearly adult stories I write. I use my full vocabulary together with involved sentence structure and never hesitate to rely on the reader to fill in what I leave out. I can refer to the elusive promise of nocturnal Elysium without any indication of what I mean. I can speak of the Eiffel Tower as a stupid building still under construction, and depend on the reader to know what the tower looks like, and therefore see why the remark is wrong but apt. Nevertheless, the stories are meant to be humorous, and all the rhetorical devices contribute to that. The young person who misses some of the allusions, nevertheless, should get much of the humour and enjoy the story anyway. In short, I maintain there is no hard and fast distinction between adult writing and juvenile writing. A good book is a good book and can be enjoyed by both adults and youngsters. My books appeal to both. That is to my credit. Names. We received an interesting letter some time ago from Greg Cox of Washington State. It is short, and I will take the liberty of quoting its one sentence in full. I enjoyed very much the good doctor's story in the May issue, The Evil Drink Does, but I have to ask, how did a young lady from such an allegedly puritanical background end up with the unlikely, if appealing, name of Ishtar Mishtik? It's a good question, but it makes an assumption. In the story, Ishtar remarks, I was brought up in the strictest possible way. it is impossible for me to behave in anything but the most correct manner. From that, you may suppose that Ishtar's family were rigidly doctrinaire Presbyterians, or superlatively moral Catholics, or tradition-bound Orthodox Jews, but if you do, it's an assumption. I say nothing about Ishtar's religious background. To be sure, Ishtar is the Babylonian goddess of love, the analogue of the Greek Aphrodite. And it is therefore odd that such a name should be given a child by puritanical parents, if the Puritanism is Christian or Jewish in origin. But who says it is? The family may be a group of puritanical druids. Even druids may have strict moral codes, and probably do, who choose Ishtar for its sound. But let's go into the matter of names more systematically. Every writer has to give his characters names. There are occasional exceptions, as when a writer may refer to a limited number of characters in puckish fashion as the young man, the doctor, the skeptic, and so on. P.G. Wodehouse, for example, in his golf stories, refers to the narrator as the oldest member, and never gives him a name. He only need be referred to for a few paragraphs at the start, however, and then remains in the background as a disembodied voice. In my own George and Azazel stories, the first-person character to whom George speaks in the introduction, and whom he regularly insults, has no name. He is merely I. Of course, the perceptive reader may think, from the nature of George's insults, that I's name is Isaac Asimov, but again that is only an assumption. Allowing for such minor exceptions, then, writers need names. You might think that this is not something that bothers anyone, but apparently it does. I have received numerous letters, usually from young teenagers, who seem to be totally unimpressed by the ease with which I work up complex plots and ingenious gimmicks and socko endings, but who say, "How did you manage to decide what names to give your characters?" That is what puzzles them. In my attempts to answer, I have had to think about the subject. In popular fiction intended for wide consumption, especially among the young, names are frequently chosen for blandness. You don't want the kids to stumble over the pronunciation of strange names or to be distracted by them. Your characters, therefore, are named Jack Armstrong or Pat Riley or Sam Jones. Such stories are filled with Bills and Franks and Joes, coupled with Harpers and Andersons and Jacksons. That is also part of the comforting assumption that all decent characters, heroes especially, are of Northwest European extraction. Naturally, you may have comic characters or villains, and they can be drawn from among the inferior races, with names to suit. The villainous Mexican can be Pablo, the comic black, Rastus, the shrewd Jew, Abi, and so on. Aside from the wearisome sameness of such things, the world changed after the 1930s. Hitler gave racism a bad name, and all over the world people, who had till then been patronized as natives, began asserting themselves. It became necessary to choose names with a little more imagination and to avoid seeming to reserve heroism for your kind and villainy for the other kind. On top of this, science fiction writers had special problems. What names do you use for non-human characters, robots, extraterrestrials, and so on? There have been a variety of solutions to this problem. For instance, you might deliberately give extraterrestrials unpronounceable names, thus indicating that they speak an utterly strange language designed for sound-producing organs other than human vocal cords. The name spelt XLBNUSHK, for instance. That, however, is not a solution that can long be sustained. No reader is going to read a story in which he periodically encounters XLBNUSHK without eventually losing his temper. After all, he has to look at the letter combination and he's bound to try to pronounce it every time he sees it. Besides, in real life, a difficult name is automatically simplified. In geology, there is something called the Mohorovičić discontinuity, named for its Yugoslavian discoverer. It is usually referred to by non-Yugoslavians as the Moho discontinuity. In the same way, XLBNUSHK would probably become Nush. Another way out is to give non-human characters, or even human characters living in a far future in which messy emotionalism has been eliminated, codes instead of names. You can have a character called, well, 21MM792, for instance. That sort of thing certainly gives a story a science-fictional ambience, and it can work. In Neil Jones's Professor Jameson's stories of half a century ago, the characters were organic brains in metallic bodies, all of whom had letter-number names. Eventually one could tell them apart, and didn't even notice the absence of ordinary names. This system, however, will work only if it rarely occurs. If all, or even most, stories numbered their characters, there would be rebellion in the ranks. My own system, when dealing with the far future, or with extraterrestrials, is to use names, not codes, and easily pronounceable names too. But names that don't resemble any real ones, or any recognizable ethnic group. For one thing, that gives the impression of alienism without annoying the reader. For another, it minimizes the chances of offending someone by using his or her real name. This is a real danger. The most amusing example was one that was encountered by L. Sprague de Camp when he wrote The Merman back in 1938. The hero was one Vernon Brock, not a common name, and he was an ichthyologist, not a common profession. After the story appeared in the December 1938 Astounding, a thunderstruck Sprague heard from a real Vernon Brock who was really an ichthyologist. Fortunately, the real Brock was merely amused and didn't mind at all, but if he'd been a nasty person, he might have sued. Sprague would certainly have won out, but he would have been stuck with legal fees, lost time, and much annoyance. Sometimes I get away with slight misspellings. Bailey without the I. Harry spelt with an I. Daniel instead of Daniel. At other times I make the names considerably different, especially the first name. Salvor Hardin, Garl Dornick, Golan Travaise, Stor Gendibal, Yanov Pelorat. I hope I'm getting them right. I'm not bothering to look them up. My feminine characters also receive that treatment, though the names I choose tend to be faintly classical because I like the sound. Kalia, Artemisia, Nois, Arcadia, Gladia, and so on. I must admit that when I started doing this, I expected to get irritated letters from readers, but, you know, I never got one. It began in wholesale manner in 1942 with the first Foundation story, and in the 40-plus years since, not one such letter arrived. Well, Damon Knight once referred to Nois in a review of The End of Eternity as the woman with the funny name, but that's as close as it got. Which brings me to the George and Azazel stories. There I use a different system. The George and Azazel stories are intended to be humorous. In fact, they're farces, with no attempt at or pretense of realism. The stories are outrageously overwritten on purpose. My ordinary writing style is so deliberately plain that every once in a while I enjoy showing that I can be florid and rococo if I choose. Well, then, in a rococo story, how on earth can I be expected to have characters with ordinary names, even though the stories are set in the present and, except for Azazel, deal only with Earth people, so that I can't use non-existent names? Instead, I use real names, but choose very unusual and pretentious first names. In my George and Azazel stories, characters have been named Mordecai Sims, Gottlieb Jones, Menander Block, Hannibal West, and so on. By associating the outlandish first name with a sober last name, I heighten the oddness of the first. On second thought, I should have made Ishtar Mishdik Ishtar Smith. None of this is, of course, intended as a universal rule. It's just what I do. If you want to write an SF story, by all means, make up a system of your own. Originality. Having published an editorial entitled Plagiarism in the August 1985 issue of the magazine, it occurs to me to look at the other side of the coin. After all, if plagiarism is reprehensible, total originality is just about impossible. The thing is that there exists an incredible number of books in which an enormous variety of ideas and even more enormous variety of phrases and ways of putting things have been included. Anyone literate enough to write well has, as a matter of course, read a huge miscellany of printed material, and the human brain being what it is, a great deal of it remains in the memory, at least unconsciously, and will be regurgitated onto the manuscript page at odd moments. In 1927, for instance, John Livingston Lowes, an English professor at Harvard, published a 600-page book entitled The Road to Xanadu, in which he traced nearly every phrase in The Rime of the Ancient Mariner to various travel books that were available to the poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge. I tried reading the book in my youth, but gave up. It could only interest another Coleridge scholar. Besides, I saw no point to it. Granted that the phrases already existed, scattered throughout a dozen books. They existed for everybody. It was only Coleridge who thought of putting them together with the necessary modifications to form one of the great poems of the English language. Coleridge might not have been 100% original, but he was original enough to make the poem a work of genius. You can't overrate the skills involved in selection and arrangement. It was this that was in my own mind once when I was busily working on a book of mine called Words of Science back in the days when I was actively teaching at Boston University School of Medicine. The book consisted of 250 one-page essays on various scientific terms, giving derivations, meanings, and various historical points of interest. For the purpose, I had an unabridged dictionary spread out on my desk, for I couldn't very well make up the derivations, nor could I rely on my memory to present them to me in all correct detail. My memory's good, but not that good. A fellow faculty member had a mind and looked over my shoulder. He read what I was writing at the moment, stared at the unabridged, and said, "Why, you're just copying the dictionary." I stopped there. So I closed the dictionary, lifted it with an effort, and handed it to my friend. "Here," I said, "the dictionary is yours. Now, go write the book." He shrugged his shoulders and walked away without offering to take the dictionary. He was bright enough to get the point. There are times, though, when I wonder how well any story of mine would survive what one might call the Road to Xanadu test. There's no point in offending fellow writers by analysing their originality, so I'll just stick to my own stuff. The most original story I ever wrote, in my opinion, was Nightfall, which appeared back in 1941. I had not quite reached my 21st birthday when I wrote it, and I have always been inordinately proud of the plot. It was a brand new plot, I said, and I killed it as I wrote it, for no one else would dare write a variation of it. To be sure, it was John Campbell who presented me with the Emerson quote that began the story. "If the stars would appear one night in 1,000 years, how would men believe and adore, and preserve for many generations a remembrance of the city of God?" And it was Campbell who sent me home to write the reverse of Emerson's thesis. Allowing for that, the development and details of the story were mine. Or were they? In 1973, I was preparing an anthology of my favourite stories of the 1930s, the years, that is, before John Campbell's editorship, so that I named the book Before the Golden Age. And I included, of course, Jack Williamson's Born of the Sun, which had been published in 1934 and had at that time fascinated my 14-year-old self. I reread it, naturally, before including it, and was horrified. You see, it dealt in part with a cult whose members were furious at scientists for rationalizing the mystic tenets of the believers. In an exciting scene, the cultists attack the scientists' citadel at a very crucial moment, and the scientists tried to hold them off long enough to get their task done. I can't deny having read that story. After all, I still remembered it with pleasure 40 years later. Yet, only 6.5 years after reading it, I wrote Nightfall, which dealt in part with a cult whose members were furious at scientists for rationalizing the mystic tenets of the believers. In an exciting scene, the cultists attacked the scientists' citadel at a very crucial moment, and the scientists tried to hold them off long enough to get their task done. No, it wasn't plagiarism. For one thing, I wrote it entirely differently. However, the scene fits both stories, and having been impressed by it in Jack's story, I drew from memory and used it in my own story automatically, never for one moment considering that I wasn't making it up out of nothing, but had earlier read something very like that scene. I suppose that any thoroughgoing scholar who was willing to spend several years at the task could trace almost every quirk in Nightfall to one story or another that appeared in the science fiction magazines in the 1930s. Yes, I read them all. Naturally, he could do the same for any other story written by any other author. Here's something even more curious. In a note dated June 27, 1985, a reader sent me an enclosure, a photocopy of a short article from the October 1937 issue of the magazine Sky, now known as Sky and Telescope, I believe. The article is entitled, "If the Stars Appeared Only One Night in 1,000 Years." It begins with the Emerson quotation, and it is by M.T. Brackbill. The author describes what it might be like if the night on which the stars appear were coming. There might be pro-stellarists who believe the stars are coming, and anti-stellarists who dismiss the whole thing as a fable. And then the night comes, and everyone stares entranced at the stars and finally watches them disappear with the dawn, sadly realizing that for 1,000 years they will never be seen again. It's rather touching. And about the only thing Brackbill misses, that I could see, was the certainty that on that particular night there was bound to be a heavy night-long overcast in various parts of the world, so that millions of people would invariably be disappointed. The person who sent me the photocopy accompanied it with this note: "Dear Mr. Asimov, I happened to spot this article. I wonder if it was an inspiration for one of the greatest short stories ever written." Just an inspiration? If the article and Nightfall were carefully studied and compared, how many events and phrases in the story might seem to have been inspired or hinted at in the article? I haven't the heart to do this myself, and I hope no one else does. Unfortunately, neither the name nor address of the person who sent me the article was on the note, and the envelope the whole thing had come in had not been saved. Please, everyone, if you want an answer, put your name and return address on your letter, and not just on the envelope. I frequently discard envelopes without glancing at them, except to make sure they are addressed to me. In any case, I couldn't answer him. So I must use this editorial as the only way of reaching him. The truth is that I never saw the article, never had a hint that it existed until the day I received the note and enclosure from my unknown correspondent. It had not the slightest iota of direct influence on my story. But John Campbell presented me with the Emerson quote and the request that I reverse it, only 3 years after the article had appeared. Had he seen it? I wouldn't be surprised if he had, and if, as soon as he had come across it, or had had it drawn to his attention, copied down the quote, and then waited for the first unwary science fiction writer to cross his threshold. How thankful I am that it was I. Were he still alive, he would only be 75 today if he were, I would ask him about it. I'm quite sure, though, what his answer would be. It would be, what difference does it make? So there arises the question. If it is impossible to be completely original, how can you tell permissible influence from plagiarism? Well, it depends on the extent and detail of the borrowing. Based on that, it is possible to tell. It may not always be provable in a court of law, but believe me, it is possible to tell. Book reviews. I have never made any secret of the fact that I dislike the concept of reviews and the profession of reviewing. It is a purely emotional reaction because, for reasons that are all too easy to work out, I strongly dislike having anyone criticize my stuff adversely. I don't think I'm alone in this. From my close observation of writers, almost all my friends are writers, they fall into two groups. 1. Those who bleed copiously and visibly at any bad review, and 2. Those who bleed copiously and secretly at any bad review. I'm class 1. Most of my friends aim at class 2 and don't quite make it, and aren't quite aware that they don't make it. Unfortunately, there's no way in which one can get back at a reviewer. I have sometimes had the urge to do some fancy horsewhipping in the form of a mordant letter designed to flay the reptilian hide off the submoron involved, but except in my very early days, I've always resisted. This is not out of idealism, but out of the bitter knowledge that the writer always loses in such a confrontation. Instead, then, I take to muttering derogatory comments about reviewing and reviewers in general. But I'm in a bad spot here. This magazine, which is the apple of my eye, not only has a regular book review column, but has other items, less regularly included, that review one or another of the facets of the science fiction field. If I really despise reviewing so, why is it I allow reviewing in the magazine? Because I don't really despise reviewing and reviewers. That's an emotional reaction that I recognize as emotional and therefore discount. I am a rational man. I like to think, and in any disagreement between my emotions and my rationality, I should hope it is rationality that wins out every time. Now let's get down to cases. A publisher, to whom I was beholden, asked me to read a book by an important writer and to give them a quote that could be used on the cover. I tried to beg off, but they insisted that I at least read it and give it a chance. So I did. I tried to read it, and the gears locked tight long before I finished. It seemed to me so unsuccessful a book that there was no way in which I could give it the quote that was wanted. I felt awful, but I had to call the publisher and beg off. Now then, assuming my judgment was correct, should that book be reviewed? Why say unkind things about it? In the case of an ordinary bad book, one might wonder. At the most, it might only be necessary to say, "This is a bad book because," with a few unemotional sentences added. You don't crack a peanut with a sledgehammer. An unsatisfactory book written by an important writer, however, requires a detailed review to explain why it seems to have gone wrong, and where, and how. This is not so much to warn off readers, who will probably have bought the book in great numbers anyway by the time the review comes out. It is because even a flawed book by a good writer can be an important educational experience. Its failure can be used as a way of sharpening the general taste for the literary good. It will educate, properly reviewed, not only the reader, but the writer as well, the veteran as well as the neophyte. And yet, despite the value of such a review, I could not in a million years review the book myself. There are emotional objections. How can I say unkind things about someone else when I detest having someone say unkind things about me? If I can't take it, I have no right to dish it out. Then, too, how can I review a book by a friend, or possibly a rival, and be sure of being objective? If that isn't enough, there are technical objections. Even if everyone were to grant that I'm a whiz at writing science fiction, that does not necessarily mean that I'm a whiz at understanding what makes science fiction good and bad. Even when I feel a story to be bad, I don't necessarily have the ability to point out just where and how and why the badness exists. So we have Baird Searles reviewing books for us. He has the talent for saying what needs to be said, and I'm grateful that he has. Now consider what a reviewer must do, if he is to be good at his job. 1. A reviewer must read the book carefully, every word of it, if possible, even if it seems to be very bad. This is an extraordinarily difficult job. It is the mark of an unsuccessful book if it is hard to read, if it is clumsy, wearying, uninteresting, dull, monotonous, insulting to the intelligence, predictable, repetitious, infelicitous, or any or all of these things. When you and I read a book of this sort, we stop reading. A competent reviewer mustn't. He must stick to it to give the book an utterly fair shake. 2. A reviewer must read with attention, marking passages perhaps, taking notes perhaps, so that he won't have to work from memory alone in writing his review, so that he won't make factual errors or unreasonable criticisms. 3. A reviewer must read with detachment, and not allow his judgment of the book to be twisted by his judgment of the writer. He may know a writer to be an irritating bore, and yet realize the writer's book may be great. He may know a writer to be a saint, and yet realize the writer's book may be awful. He must concentrate on the book and only on the book. 4. A reviewer must not only be a person of literary judgment, but he must have a wide knowledge of the field, so that he can exert his judgment of the book against the context of other books by the author, of books by other authors of similar experience or similar intent, and of the field in general. 5. A reviewer must be a competent writer himself, for the most literally penetrating review ever written loses its point if it itself is so badly written that any reader grows bored, irritated, or confused. 6. Finally, and this is the point where even the cleverest reviewer, perhaps especially the cleverest reviewer, can come a cropper. The review must not be a showcase for the reviewer himself. The purpose of the review is not to demonstrate the superior erudition of the reviewer, or to make it seem that the reviewer, if he but took the trouble, could write the book better than the author did. Why the devil doesn't he do it then? Nor must it seem to be a hatchet job in which the reviewer is carrying out some private vengeance. This may not be so, you understand, but it mustn't even seem to be so. These are not easy conditions to meet, and the fact is that though there are many reviewers, there are not many good reviewers. And why not? Probably all reviewers will gladly accept Sturgeon's law, that 90% of everything is crud, with respect to the books they review, and it holds just as solidly for the reviews they write. And is there anything a good book reviewer must receive from the editor for all that is expected of him? Certainly. In a word, independence. When an editor hires a book reviewer, he doesn't, or shouldn't, buy a scribbler who has agreed to put his boss's opinions into words. No. It is the book reviewer and his opinions that have been hired. The book reviews in this magazine do not necessarily express the opinions of George, Shauna, or myself, although they might. In fact, George, Shauna, and myself do not necessarily agree among ourselves as to the worth of a particular piece of writing, but it is the reviewer's opinions you want, not ours. And it is his you will get. He is the professional in this respect. Baird Searles, in my opinion, is one of the good reviewers, and we are glad we have him, and we hope he stays with us a long time. He does not ask us for our views before he writes his column, and if, inconceivably, he asked us, we wouldn't tell him. And it's because reviewers can be like Baird Searles that we have a review column. What writers go through. Every once in a while I get a letter that strikes a chord. Jean S. King of Marietta, Georgia, suggested that I write an editorial on what writers go through. Her tender heart bled for writers, and I think she has a point. First, let me make it clear what I mean by writers. I don't want to confine the word only to those who are successful, who have published best-selling books, or who crank out reams of published material every year, if not every day, or who make a lavish living out of their pens, typewriters, or word processors, or who have gained fame and adulation. I also mean those writers who just sell an occasional item, who make only a bit of pin money to eke out incomes earned mainly in other fashions, whose names are not household words, and who are not recognized in the street. In fact, let me go further. and say I even mean those writers who never sell anything, who are writers only in the sense that they work doggedly at it, sending out story after story and living in a hope that is not yet fulfilled. We can't dismiss this last classification as failures and not real writers. For one thing, they are not necessarily failures forever. Almost every writer, before he becomes a success, even a runaway supernova success, goes through an apprentice period when he's a failure. Secondly, even if a writer is destined always to be a failure, and even if he is never going to sell, he remains a human being for whom all the difficulties and frustrations of a writer's life exist, and in fact exist without the palliation of even an occasional and minor triumph. If we go to the other extreme, and consider the writer whose every product is an apparently sure sale, we find that the difficulties and frustrations have not disappeared. For one thing, no number of triumphs, no amount of approval, seem to have any carrying power at the crucial moment. When even the most successful writer sits down before a blank piece of paper, he is bound to feel that he is starting from scratch, and indeed that the Damoclean sword of rejection hangs over him. And by the way, when I say he and him, I mean to add she and her every time. If I may use myself as an example, I always wince a little when anyone, however sincerely and honestly, assumes that I am never rejected. I admit that I am rarely rejected, but between rarely and never is a vast gulf. Even though I no longer work on spec and write only when a particular item is requested, I still run the risk. The year doesn't pass without at least one failure. It was only a couple of months ago that a squire ordered a specific article from me. I duly delivered it, and they, just as duly, handed it back. That is the possibility all of us live with. We sit there alone, pounding out the words with our heart pounding in time. Each sentence brings with it a sickening sensation of not being right. Each page keeps us wondering if we are moving in the wrong direction. Even if, for some reason, we feel we are getting it right, and that the whole thing is singing with operatic clarity, we are going to come back to it the next day and reread it and hear only a duck's quacking. It's torture for every one of us. Then comes the matter of rewriting and polishing, of removing obvious flaws. At least they seem obvious, but are they really? And replacing them with improvements, or are we just making things worse? There's simply no way of telling if the story is being made better, or is just being pushed deeper into the muck until the time finally comes when we either tear it up as hopeless, or risk the humiliation of rejection by sending it off to an editor. Once the story is sent off, no amount of steeling oneself, no amount of telling oneself over and over that it is sure to be rejected, can prevent one from harbouring that one little spark of hope. Maybe. The period of waiting is refined torture in itself. Is the editor simply not getting round to it, or has he read it, and is he suspended in uncertainty? Is he going to read it again and maybe decide to use it? Or has it been lost? Or has it been tossed aside to be mailed back at some convenient time and been forgotten? How long do you wait before you write a query letter? And if you do write a letter, is it subservient enough? Sycophantic enough? Grovelling enough? After all, you don't want to offend him. He might be just on the point of accepting. And if an offensive letter from you comes along, he may snarl and rip your manuscript in two, sending you the halves. And when the day comes that the manila envelope appears in the mail, all your mumbling to yourself that it is sure to come will not avail you. The sun will go into eclipse. It's been over 40 years since I've gone through all this in its full hellishness, but I remember it with undiminished clarity. And then, even if you make a sale, you have to withstand the editor's suggestions, which, at the very least, mean you have to turn back to the manuscript, work again, add or change or subtract material, and perhaps produce a finished product that will be so much worse than what had gone before, that you lose the sale you thought you'd made. At the worst, the changes requested are so misbegotten from your standpoint that they ruin the whole story in your eyes, and yet you may be in a position where you dare not refuse, so that you must maim your brainchild rather than see it die. Or ought you to take back the story haughtily and try another editor? And will the first editor then blacklist you? Even after the item is sold and paid for and published, the triumph is rarely unalloyed. The number of miseries that might still take place are countless. A book can be produced in a slipshod manner, or it can have a repulsive book jacket, or include blurbs that give away the plot or clearly indicate that the blurb writer didn't follow the plot. A book can be non-promoted, treated with indifference by the publisher and therefore found in no bookstores, and sell no more than a few hundred copies. Even if it begins to sell well, that can be aborted when it is reviewed unsympathetically, or even viciously, by someone with no particular talent or qualifications in criticism. If you sell a story to a magazine, you may feel it is incompetently illustrated, or dislike the blurb, or worry about misprints. You are even liable to face the unsympathetic comments of individual readers who will wax merry, sardonic, or contemptuous at your expense. And what are their qualifications for doing so? You will bleed as a result. I never met a writer who didn't bleed at the slightest unfavourable comment, and no number of favourable or even ecstatic remarks will serve as a styptic pencil. In fact, even total success has its discomforts and inconveniences. There are, for instance, people who send you books to autograph and return, but don't bother sending postage or return envelopes, reducing you to impounding their books, or, if you can't bring yourself to do that, getting envelopes, making the package, expending stamps, and possibly even going to the post office. People who send you manuscripts to read and criticize. Oh, nothing much. Just a page-by-page analysis, and if you think it's all right, would you get it published with a generous advance, please? Thank you. People who dash off 24 questions, starting with a simple one, like, what, in your opinion, is the function of science fiction, and in what ways does it contribute to the welfare of the world, illustrating your thesis with citations from the classic works of various authors. Please use additional pages if necessary. People who send you a form letter, with your name filled in misspelled, asking for an autographed photograph, and with no envelope or postage supplied. Teachers who flog a class of 30 into each sending you a letter, telling you how they liked a story of yours and sending you a sweet letter of her own, asking you to send a nice answer to each one of the little dears. And so on. Well then, why write? A 17th century German chemist, Johann Joachim Beecher, once wrote, "The chemists are a strange class of mortals, impelled by an almost insane impulse to seek their pleasure among smoke and vapour, soot and flame, poisons and poverty. Yet among all these evils I seem to live so sweetly that may I die if I would change places with the Persian king." Well, what goes for chemistry goes for writing. I know all the miseries, but somewhere among them is happiness. I can't easily explain where it is or what it consists of, but it is there. I know the happiness, and I experience it, and I will not stop writing while I live. And may I die if I would change places with the President of the United States. Revisions. When it comes to writing, I am a primitive. I had had no instruction when I began to write, or even by the time I had begun to publish. I took no courses, I read no books on the subject. This was not bravado on my part, or any sense of arrogance. I just didn't know that there were courses or books on the subject. In all innocence, I just thought you sat down and wrote. Naturally, I have picked up a great deal about writing in the days since I began, but in certain important respects, my early habits imprinted me, and I find I can't change. Some of these imprinted habits are trivial. For instance, I cannot leave a decent margin. Editors have tried begging and they have tried ordering, and my only response is a firm never. When I was a kid, you see, getting typewriter paper was a hard thing to do, for it required money, of which I had none. Therefore, what I had, I saved. Single-spaced, both sides, and typing to the very edge of the page, all 4 edges. Well, I learned that one could not submit a manuscript unless it was double-spaced on one side of the page only, and I was forced unwillingly to adopt that wasteful procedure. I also learned about margins and established them, but not wide enough. Nor could I ever make them wide enough. My sense of economy had gone as far as it would go, and it would go no farther. More important was the fact that I had never learned about revisions. My routine was, and still is, to write a story in first draft as fast as I can. Then I go over it and correct errors in spelling, grammar, and word order. Then I prepare my second draft, making minor changes as I go and as they occur to me. My second draft is my final draft. No more changes except under direct editorial order, and then with rebellion in my heart. I didn't know there was anything wrong with this. I thought it was the way you were supposed to write. In fact, when Bob Heinlein and I were working together at the Navy Yard in Philadelphia during World War II, Bob asked me how I went about writing a story, and I told him. He said, "You type it twice? Why don't you type it correctly the first time?" I felt bitterly ashamed. And the very next story I wrote, I tried my level best to get it right the first time. I failed. No matter how carefully I wrote, there were always things that had to be changed. I decided I just wasn't as good as Heinlein. But then, in 1950, I attended the Breadloaf Writers' Conference at the invitation of Fletcher Pratt. There I listened in astonishment to some of the things said by the lecturers. "The secret of writing," said one of them, "is rewriting." Fletcher Pratt himself said, "If you ever write a paragraph that seems to you to sing, to be the best thing you've ever written, to be full of wonder and poetry and greatness, cross it out. It stinks." Over and over again, we were told about the importance of polishing, of revising, of tearing up and rewriting. I got the bewildered notion that, far from being expected to type it right the first time, as Heinlein had advised me, I was expected to type it all wrong and get it right only by the 32nd time, if at all. I went home immersed in gloom, and the very next time I wrote a story, I tried to tear it up. I couldn't make myself do it. So I went over it to see all the terrible things I'd done in order to revise them. To my chagrin, everything sounded great to me. My own writing always sounds great to me. Eventually, after wasting hours and hours, to say nothing of spiritual agony, I gave it up. My stories would have to be written the way they always were, and still are. What is it I'm saying, then? That it's wrong to revise? No, of course not. Any more than it is wrong not to revise. You don't do anything automatically, simply because some authority, including me, says you should. Each writer is an individual, with his or her own way of thinking and doing, and writing. Some writers are not happy unless they polish and polish, unless they try a paragraph this way and that way and the other way. Once Oscar Wilde, coming down to lunch, was asked how he had spent his morning. "I was hard at work," he said. "Oh," he was asked. "Did you accomplish much?" "Yes, indeed," said Wilde. "I inserted a comma." At dinner he was asked how he spent the afternoon. "More work," he said. "Inserted another comma?" was the rather sardonic question. "No," said Wilde, unperturbed. "I removed the one I had inserted in the morning." Well, if you're Oscar Wilde, or some other great stylist, Polishing may succeed in imparting an ever higher gloss to your writing, and you should revise and revise. If, on the other hand, you're not much of a stylist, like me, for instance, and are only interested in straightforward storytelling and clarity, then a small amount of revision is probably all you need. Beyond that small amount, you may merely be shaking up the rubble. I was told last night, for instance, that Daniel Keyes, author of the classic Flowers for Algernon, is supposed to have said, "The author's best friend is the person who shoots him just before he makes one change too many." Let's try the other extreme. William Shakespeare is reported by Ben Jonson to have boasted that he never blotted a word. The Bard of Avon, in other words, would have us believe that, like Heinlein, he got it right the first time, and that what he handed in to the producers at the Globe Theatre was first draft. He may have been twisting the truth a little bit. Prolific writers tend to exaggerate the amount of non-revision they do. Well, if you happen to be another Will Shakespeare, or another Bob Heinlein, maybe you can get away without revising at all. But if you're just an ordinary writer like me, maybe you'd better do some. As a matter of fact, Ben Jonson commented that he wished Will had blotted out 1,000. There are indeed places where Will might have been improved on. Let's pass on to a slightly different topic. I am sometimes asked if I prepare an outline first before writing a story or a book. The answer is no, I don't. To begin with, this was another one of those cases of initial ignorance. I didn't know at the start of my career that such things as outlines existed. I just wrote a story and stopped when I finished. If it happened to be one length, it was a short, and if it happened to be another, it was a novelette. When I wrote my first novel, Doubleday told me to make it 70,000 words long. So I wrote until I had 70,000 words and then stopped, and by the greatest good luck it turned out to be the end of the novel. When I began my second novel, I realized that such an amazing coincidence was not likely to happen twice in a row, so I prepared an outline. I quickly discovered two things. One, an outline constricted me so that I could not breathe. Two, there was no way I could force my characters to adhere to the outline, even if I wanted to do so. They refused. I never tried an outline again. In even my most complicated novels, I merely fix the ending firmly in my mind, decide on a beginning, and then from that beginning charge towards the ending, making up the details as I go along. On the other hand, P.G. Wodehouse, for whose writings I have an idolatrous admiration, always prepared outlines, spending more time on them than on the book and getting every event, however small, firmly in place before beginning. There's something to be said on both sides, of course. If you are a structured and rigid person who likes everything under control, you will be uneasy without an outline. On the other hand, if you are an undisciplined person, with the tendency to wander all over the landscape, you'll be better off with an outline, even if you feel you wouldn't like one. On the third hand, if you are quick-thinking and ingenious, but with a strong sense of the whole, you will be better off without an outline. How do you decide which you are? Well, try an outline, or try writing without one, and find out for yourself. The thing is, don't feel that any rule of writing must be hard and fast and handed down from Sinai. Try them all out by all means, but in the last analysis, stick to that which makes you comfortable. You are, after all, an individual. Editor's note. Mr. Heinlein now admits to 2 or 3 drafts on his longer works. Irony. It is well known that I know nothing about the craft of writing in any formal way. I say so myself, constantly. Being an editorial director, however, has its demands and duties. I must answer letters from readers, for instance, and take into account any unhappiness they may have with stories and editorial policy, and that means I am sometimes forced to think about writing techniques. That brings me to the subject at hand, the matter of the use of irony by writers. In the March 1984 issue, I discussed satire. The two are often lumped together, and in fact sometimes confused and treated as though they were synonymous. They are not. Satire, as I explained, achieves its purpose of castigating the evils of humanity and society by exaggeration. It puts those evils under a magnifying glass with the intention of making them clearly visible. Irony does it differently. You get a hint from the fact that irony is from a Greek word meaning dissimulation. An ironist must pretend, and the classic ironist was Socrates, who in his discussions with others would relentlessly pretend ignorance and ask all kinds of naive questions designed to trap an overconfident adversary into rashly taking positions that then proved to be indefensible under further naive questioning by Socrates. Naturally, Socrates was not ignorant, and the questions were not naive, and his method of procedure is known as Socratic irony. You may well believe that those who suffered under his bland lash did not grow to love him, and I suspect he fully earned his final draft of hemlock. Socrates set the fashion for irony for all time. He pretended to be ignorant when he was actually piercingly intelligent, and ever since then ironists have pretended to believe and say the opposite of what they wanted the reader to understand. Instead of exaggerating the evils they are denouncing, they reverse them and call them good. The satirist induces laughter by his exaggeration. The ironist induces indignation by his reversal. The satirist is often good-natured. The ironist tends to be savage and bitter. Satire is a comparatively mild technique whose purpose is easily grasped. Irony is a difficult technique whose point is frequently missed, and the ironist may find he is holding a two-edged sword and is himself badly gashed. Most satirists find themselves indulging in irony sometimes, and I know exactly where I first encountered irony. I was reading Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers for the first time as a pre-teener, and in Chapter 2 I encountered Dickens' description of Tracy Tupman's zeal at general benevolence. Said Dickens, "The number of instances in which that excellent man referred objects of charity to the houses of other members for left-off garments or pecuniary relief is almost incredible." I was astonished. I thought to myself that it wasn't very kind of Mr. Tupman to send poor people to other members instead of giving them something himself, so how could he be benevolent? And after a while the light dawned. He wasn't benevolent. In fact, I decided indignantly, he was a stingy bum. And my liking for him was strictly limited for the rest of the book, and ever since. I did not know that what I had just read was irony, but I understood the concept from that time on, and I eventually learned the word. If you want a savage and prolonged bit of writing with a great deal of irony in it, I refer you to Mark Twain's The Mysterious Stranger, which was not published till after he was safely dead. I warn you, though, it's not pleasant reading. It certainly makes plain, however, Twain's bitter feelings about humanity, and the assorted evils that seemed, to Twain at any rate, to be inextricably bound up with it, and it may, for a time at least, embitter you with humanity too. Even that, however, must take second place to the all-time high in caustic irony. A pamphlet by Jonathan Swift, published about 1730, entitled A Modest Proposal for Preventing the Children of Poor People in Ireland from Being a Burden to their Parents or Country, and for Making them Beneficial to the Public. Swift served in Ireland, and could see first-hand, and with enormous indignation, the manner in which the English brutally and callously ground the Irish into helpless and hopeless poverty. He therefore pointed out that since the only thing the Irish were allowed to produce and keep for their own use were their children, it would supply them with needed money, and others with needed food, if those Irish children were sold in order to be fattened and slaughtered for sale at the butcher's. With an absolutely straight face and with incredible ingenuity, he pointed out all the advantages that would accrue from such cannibalism. If anything could possibly have evoked shame and even reform from those responsible for the Irish plight, that pamphlet would have done it. Undoubtedly many of those who read the pamphlet were shamed. Some may even have altered their attitudes and behaviour. By and large, however, the exploitation of the Irish continued unchanged for nearly 2 more centuries, and the light that casts on humanity is not a good one. And yet, you know, not everyone has a sense of irony, which is by no means the same as a sense of humour. I firmly believe that one can have one and not the other. It is possible to be confused by a pretence to believe the opposite of what you believe, as I was for a few minutes by Dickens' description of Tupman as benevolent. Of course I caught on, but if I had lacked a sense of irony, I suppose I wouldn't have. There were, actually, good and kindly people who read Swift's pamphlet with indignation, not at the mistreatment of the Irish, but at Swift's apparently callous and immoral advocacy of cannibalism. They thought he meant it, and denounced him with immeasurable vehemence. And that finally brings me to Asimov's, for sometimes what we publish contains irony. And if irony is hard to handle, even for the absolute master of the art, good old Swift, you can understand that it is a slippery tool for lesser mortals. In the February 1984 issue, Tom Rainbow wrote a Viewpoint article entitled Sentience and the Single Extraterrestrial, that dealt with the requirements for such things as intelligence, sentience, and self-awareness. He described the kind of extraterrestrials that might, or might not, possess such things. From the title alone you can tell that he is writing in a humorous mode, and indeed, when you read his essay, you will find that he is saying perfectly serious things in a deliberately funny way. In one place he uses irony. Having taught her the requirements of self-awareness in terms of brain-body ratios, he points out that women's brains are smaller than men's, but so are their bodies, leaving the brain-body ratio nearly the same in both sexes. Actually, if there's an advantage, it's on the side of the women. With heavy irony, he says, this reasoning leads to the somewhat startling conclusion that women must be self-aware. How can one believe that Rainbow really thinks the conclusion is startling? He's using ironic dissimulation. He's pretending to think it's startling and italicizing self-aware as a typographical indication of astonishment, in order for you to understand thoroughly that this is not startling, and that people who consider women inferior beings are ignorant and even stupid. And to make it even plainer, he puts himself in the ironic position of these ignoramuses and says in the next sentence, "Heck, guys, if even girls can be self-aware, then there's hope for giant dill pickles." The use of the adolescent term heck and the equally adolescent guys, and the shift from women to italicized girls, all show that he is not speaking in his own persona, and that he has nothing but contempt for the attitude. He is relying, poor fellow, on his readers having a sense of irony. Well, they do, by and large. But there are always exceptions, and a few women have written indignant letters to point out that this was insulting. One said that it wasn't funny or cute. No, indeed. Swift's advocacy of cannibalism wasn't funny or cute either, but he was trying for something else. To be sure, Swift's entire pamphlet was aimed at his target, and Rainbow was merely bringing in the matter of women's brains as a side issue. And perhaps if he were doing it again, he might decide it would be more judicious not to indulge. But please, women, the man is on your side, and tried to show it by the use of that two-edged sword, irony. You may think the irony didn't work, but that doesn't make Rainbow an enemy of womankind. Plagiarism. To the ancient Romans, a plagiarius was what we call a kidnapper, and to steal children is certainly a heinous crime. It appears to those who work with their minds and imagination, however, that to steal one's brain children is almost as heinous a crime, and so plagiarism, in English, has come to mean the stealing of the ideas, forms, and words by someone who then puts them forth as his or her own. A scientist's formulas, an artist's paintings, an inventor's models, a philosopher's thoughts might all be the subject of plagiarism. But common usage has come to apply the term specifically to the theft of a writer's production. Plagiarism is a horrid nightmare to writers in several different ways, and it is much more serious than non-writers may realize. If a writer, for any reason, commits plagiarism, copying some already published material, and if he gets away with it to the extent of getting the plagiarized material republished, he is bound to be caught sooner or later. Some reader somewhere will notice the theft. In that case, even if the plagiarist isn't sued or punished in any way, you can be sure that no editor who knows of the plagiarism will buy anything from that writer again. If the plagiarist has a career, it is permanently ruined. You may think that such a literary thief deserves a ruined career, and certainly I think so. But copying an already published item word for word is such a surefire failure that only an idiot or a complete novice would do it. What about the case where someone simply makes use of the central idea of the story, the series of events it contains, the climax, the emotional milieu, and so on, but does not repeat it word for word? What if he uses his or her own words entirely, changes the incidents in non-essential details, puts it in a different setting, and so on? In that case, it becomes more difficult to decide whether plagiarism has taken place. After all, it is possible to have the same ideas someone else has had. Thus, Ted Sturgeon once wrote a story which he sent to Horace Gold of Galaxy, and which was accepted. I wrote a story which I sent to Horace Gold, while Ted's story was still unpublished. There was no communication between us. We lived in different cities, and had not exchanged phone calls or letters in months. Nor had either of us discussed our stories with anyone. Nevertheless, not only did we both centre our stories about a double meaning in the word hostess, but two of my characters were Drake and Vera, and two of his were Derek and Verna. It was the purest of coincidences, for except for the double meaning and the character names that we shared, the stories were miles apart. Nevertheless, even the appearance of plagiarism must be avoided. I had to make enough changes in my story, because it was the later one received, to destroy the appearance. To do so spoiled the story, in my opinion, but it had to be done anyway. In the same way, when I am writing a story, I must be conscious that there have been other stories dealing with similar ideas, or similar characters, or similar events, and I must make every effort to dilute that similarity. When I wrote a story once called Each an Explorer, I never for a moment forgot John Campbell's Who Goes There, and spent more time trying to avoid his story than trying to write my own. In the same way, when I wrote Lest We Remember, published in this magazine, I had to steer a mile wide of Keyes' Flowers for Algernon. It's part of the game. But I haven't read every story ever written, and many that I have read I have completely forgotten, at least consciously. What if I duplicate important elements of stories I have never read, or have forgotten? It's possible. I once wrote a short that ended with a certain dramatic climax in the last sentence. Eventually I received a letter from another writer whose story had been published before I wrote my story, and who had made use of the same dramatic climax in his last sentence. What's more, I had his story in an anthology in my library. I did not remember reading it, but I had had the opportunity to do so. The two stories, except for the climaxes, were completely different, but I promptly wrote the other author and told him that, although he had my word that there was no conscious imitation, I would withdraw the story from circulation, and it would never appear again in any anthology, any collection, any form whatever, and it never has. Fortunately, the other writer accepted this, but what protection do I, or any other writer, have against the accusation of plagiarism over what is a bit of unconscious recall, or for that matter, an outright coincidence? Or actually very little. I rely to a large extent on my prolificity and my unblemished record. No one as prolific as I would seem to have to depend on someone else's ideas. My own mental fertility is obvious to all. Secondly, I am cautious enough never to discuss my stories before they are published, nor will I listen to others who might want to discuss their stories. In fact, I won't even read unsolicited manuscripts sent to me by strangers. They go back at once, unread. Even so, every established writer lives under an eternal Damocles sword of possible accusations of plagiarism. A casual reference, a small similarity, a non-essential duplication may be enough to produce such a suit. Such a suit, however unjustified, however certain of being thrown out of court, can be hurtful to an innocent writer. It is, after all, an expense. Lawyers must be paid, time must be lost, and invariably one is urged to pay off the kook. But what if you, the established writer, have been plagiarized? That has never happened to me, to the extent of publication that I know of. To be sure, there have been pastiches of me, deliberate imitations of my robot stories, or my Black Widower's mystery stories, and so on. These come under the heading of fun. The writer who turns them out makes no secret of it, and the editor knows that it's a pastiche. Sometimes they send the manuscript to me to ask if I have any objections. I have always given permission. Then, too, there are stories that are bound to be similar to mine in some benign way. The Star Wars movies have some distant similarities to my Foundation stories. But what the heck? You can't make a fuss about such things. Unpublished plagiarism is more common. An English professor once sent me a story written by a student in first-year English. It didn't seem to her likely that the kid could have written that good a story. And there were things in it that seemed reminiscent of me, like the 3 laws of robotics. I went over the story, and it was my galley slave, word for word. I returned it to the professor, and told her to A, punish the student appropriately, and B, not let me know anything about it. I'm so hard. And what if you're an editor and get stuck with some material that might conceivably be plagiarized? In the first place, is it? A completely original, non-reminiscent story is possible, but very rarely met up with. Similarities with some particular published story are almost unavoidable. However, the more similarities there are with the same previously published story, the greater the possibility of plagiarism. Nevertheless, it is difficult to establish certainty if the copying isn't word for word. Should an editor refuse a story, however good, if there are too many similarities? Of course. Remember that I said even the appearance of plagiarism must be strictly avoided. There is, however, a catch. An editor has not read every story that has been published. Sometimes an editor, being human, has not even read every famous story ever published. Or an editor has read many stories, but some of them have completely gone from her mind. Such an editor may, in all innocence, therefore publish a doubtful story. He or she is then a victim, not an accomplice. Just as honest, established writers must live constantly with the fear of being accused of plagiarism, or of themselves being plagiarized, so must honest, established editors live constantly with the fear of being victimized into publishing a doubtful story. What does one do in such a case? One can't entirely ignore the matter. For one thing, the similarity between the new story and an older story is sure to be seen by some readers. Even if the older story is very obscure, someone will have read it and remembered it. If it is a well-known story, letters will come in heaps. One can ask the writer of the doubtful story for an explanation. If the explanation seems unconvincing, one can avoid buying stories from that writer again. One might warn other editors in the field to be careful. And one can try hard not to let it happen again, knowing full well that there is no way of stopping every piece of literary prestidigitation. It is comforting to know, however, that if an editor lets something suspicious get into print, the fact will not remain unreported for long. We can be sure, then, that if no indignant reader has written within 2 weeks of the appearance of an issue, we have probably committed no ghastly mistakes of this nature in that issue. Symbolism. To a child, a story is a story, and to many of us, as we grow older, a story remains a story. The good guy wins, the bad guy loses. Boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy gets girl. We don't want anything beyond that, at least to begin with. The trouble is that if that's all there is, one is likely to grow weary eventually. Children love to play tic-tac-toe, for instance, but it's such a limited game that after a while most children don't want to play it any more. In the same way, children, as they grow older, may stop wanting to read stories that are only stories. Since writers get as tired writing stories that are only stories as readers get tired reading them, it is only natural that writers begin to search for new and different ways to tell a story, for their own mental health, if nothing else. A writer can try to find a new kind of plot, or he can indulge in stylistic experimentation, or he can strive for events that are ambiguous and conclusions that are inconclusive, or he can blur the distinction between good and evil, or between dream and reality. There are many, many things he can do, and the one thing all these attempts have in common is that they annoy those readers who are still in the stage of wanting stories that are only stories. Mind you, I don't sneer at such readers. For one thing, I myself still write stories that are primarily stories, because that's what I like. In my stories there is a clear beginning, a clear middle, and a clear end. The good guy usually wins, and so on. Nevertheless, you can't blame writers and readers for wanting something more than that, and those of us, I include myself, please note, who are suspicious of experimentation and fancy tricks ought to make some effort to understand what's going on. We may fail to grasp it entirely, but we may at least see just enough to avoid an explosion of unreasonable anger. One game that writers very commonly play is the one called symbolism. A story can be written on two levels. On the surface it is simply a story, and anyone can read it as such and be satisfied. Even children can read it. But the simple characters and events of the surface may stand for or symbolize other, subtler things. Below the surface, therefore, there may be hidden, deeper meanings that children and unsophisticated adults don't see. Those who can see the inner structure, however, can get a double pleasure out of it. First, since the inner structure is usually cleverer and more convoluted than the surface, it exercises the mind more pleasantly. Second, since it is not easy to detect, the reader has the excitement of discovery and the pleasure of admiring his own cleverness. You can easily imagine what fun the writer has constructing such symbolic significance. I suppose the best example of something written on two levels is the pair of books popularly known as Alice in Wonderland. On the surface, it's a simply written fantasy, and children love it. Some adults reading it, however, find themselves in an intricate maze of puns, paradoxes, and inside jokes. Read Martin Gardner's The Annotated Alice if you want to increase your pleasure in the book. Or take J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. On the surface, it is a simple tale of a dangerous quest. The small hobbit, Frodo, must take a dangerous ring into the very teeth of an all-powerful enemy and destroy it. And of course he succeeds. On a second, deeper level, it is an allegory of good and evil, leading us to accept the possibility that the small and weak can triumph, where the equally good, large and powerful, might not. That even evil has its uses that contribute to the victory of the good, and so on. But there is a third level, too. What is the ring that is so powerful and yet so evil? Why is it that those who possess it are corrupted by it and cannot give it up? Is such a thing pure fantasy, or does it have an analogue in reality? My own feeling is that the ring represents modern technology. This corrupts and destroys society, in Tolkien's view, and yet those societies who gain it, and who are aware of its evils, simply cannot give it up. I have read The Lord of the Rings 5 times so far, and I have not yet exhausted my own symbolic reading of it. I do not agree with, and I resent Tolkien's attitude, and yet I get pleasure out of the intricacy and skill of the structure. There is another important point to be made concerning symbolism. A writer may insert it without knowing he has done so, or else a clever interpreter can find significance in various parts of a story that a writer will swear he had no intention of inserting. This has happened to me, for instance. The middle portion of my novel, The Gods Themselves, with its intricate picture of a trisexual society, has been interpreted psychiatrically and philosophically in ways that I know I didn't intend, and in terms that I literally don't understand. My Foundation series has been shown, by apparently careful analysis, to be thoroughly Marxist in inspiration, except that I had never read one word by Marx, or about Marx either, at the time the stories were written, or since. When I complained once to someone who worked up a symbolic meaning of my story Nightfall that made no sense to me at all, he said to me haughtily, "What makes you think you understand the story just because you've written it?" And when I published an essay in which I maintained that Tolkien's ring symbolized modern technology, and a reader wrote to tell me that Tolkien himself had denied it, I responded with, "That doesn't matter. The ring, nevertheless, symbolizes modern technology." Sometimes it is quite demonstrable that an author inserts a deeper symbolism than he knows or even understands. I have almost never read a layman's explanation of relativity that didn't succumb to the temptation of quoting Alice, because Lewis Carroll included paradoxes that are unmistakably relativistic in nature. He didn't know that, of course. He just happened to be a genius at paradox. Well, sometimes this magazine publishes stories that must not be read only on the surface, and, as is almost inevitable, this riles a number of readers. I am thinking, for instance, of the novella Statues by Jim Aiken, which appeared in our November 1984 issue, and which some readers objected to strenuously. There were statements to the effect that it wasn't science fiction or even fantasy, that it had no point, that it was anti-Christian, and so on. To begin with, the story, taken simply as a story, is undoubtedly unpleasant in spots. I winced several times when I read it, and I tell you right now that I wouldn't and couldn't write such a story. But I'm not the be-all and end-all. The story, however difficult to stomach some of its passages may be, was skilfully and powerfully written. Even some of those who objected had to admit that. And it was indeed a fantasy. Aiken made it clear toward the end that the statues were not pushed about and that their apparent movement was not a delusion. They were on the side of the heroine and were cooperating with her, trying to rescue her from her unhappy life. But that's only the surface. A little deeper, and we see that it is the case of the old gods trying to save the young woman from the new. It is a rebellion against the rigid Pharisaic morality of some aspects of the Judeo-Christian tradition, and a harking back to the greater freedom of some aspects of paganism. The story is in the spirit of that powerful line of A.C. Swinburne in his Hymn to Proserpine. "Thou hast conquered, O pale Galilean, the world has grown grey from thy breath." Looked at this way, the story is not anti-Christian. Surely the Christian characters in the story are not all there is to Christianity. But is against hypocrisy in the name of religion, which I imagine no one favours, least of all Christians. The great French dramatist Molière took up his cudgels against that same foe in his masterpiece Tartuffe, and you can't imagine the trouble he got into as a result. But if you go deeper still, you will find the story is one more expression of the longing for the old. In this story it is expressed by contrasting the frowning new god with the kindly old ones. In The Lord of the Rings it is expressed by contrasting the evil technology of the Dark Lord Sauron with the pastoral life of the simple hobbits. Of course it is much safer to make of the enemy a devil figure than a god figure, so Tolkien got into no trouble at all. You can see the value of symbolism when you compare either of these with Jack Finney's famous The Third Level, where he demonstrates his longing for the old by a straightforward contrast between 1950 and 1880. It leaves nothing to discover, and in my opinion, therefore, is a weak story. But Statues, like it or not, is a strong story that makes an important point with great skill. Prediction. There is a general myth among laymen that somehow the chief function of a science fiction writer is to make predictions that eventually come true. Thus, I am frequently asked, how does it feel to see all the predictions you have made coming true? To which I can only reply, it feels great, in those very few cases in which something I have said actually came to pass. At other times I am asked with utter confidence, can you give us a few of your predictions that have come true? I would love to be able to say, well, to name just a few, airplanes, radios, television, skyscrapers, and, in my early days, the wheel and fire. But I can't bring myself to do that. The interviewers might actually print it, and they might try to give me a medal for predicting fire. However, I came across a prediction I made once that I didn't know I had made, that actually I didn't know was a prediction. Nor did I discover it myself. Someone pointed it out to me. In order to explain this, I'll have to take the long way round. Please bear with me. Back in 1952, I began to write a novel called The Caves of Steel. It was finished in 1953, was published in the October, November, and December 1953 issues of Galaxy as a 3-part serial, and was published in book form by Doubleday in 1954. It was a science fiction murder mystery that introduced my characters Elijah Bailey and R. Daniel Olivo, whom some of you may have come across in your reading. Toward the end of The Caves of Steel, I needed a second murder for the sake of the plot, and that bothered me, for I don't like murders, and I rarely have them in my mysteries. When I do, there is only one, and it is committed off stage, usually before the story begins. I'm funny that way. The first murder in The Caves of Steel had been off-stage, before the story began, and the second murder would be off-stage also, but I didn't want to kill a human being, so instead I killed a rather simple robot. But again, I didn't want to kill him brutally by smashing in his cranium or throwing him into a vat of melted lead. I preferred something more science-fictional. So here is a character in the story, a Dr. Jerigal, describing the dead robot. In the robot's partly clenched right fist, said Dr. Jerigal, was a shiny ovoid, about 2 inches long and half an inch wide, with a mica window at one end. The fist was in contact with his skull, as though the robot's last act had been to touch his head. The thing he was holding was an alpha sprayer. You know what they are, I suppose. The nature of the alpha sprayer was then explained for the sake of the reader. It was described as a device that sends out a beam of alpha particles through the mica window. The impingement of the alpha particles on the robot's positronic brain was drastic, or as I put it. Dr. Jerigal said, yes, and his positronic brain paths were immediately randomized. Instant death, so to speak. Well, why not? Alpha particles are capable of knocking electrons out of atoms. It is because they do so, leaving electrically charged ions behind, that it was discovered in 1911 that they could be detected in cloud chambers. The ions, with their electric charge, served as nuclei for tiny water droplets, and those droplets marked out the path of the particle. Positrons, which I use in robotic brain paths in order to make them sound science-fictional, are precisely like electrons, except for possessing a positive charge rather than a negative charge. Alpha particles should shove them out of the way with equal ease, and if positrons make up the brain paths, shoving them away disrupts the brain paths and inactivates the robots. There's nothing ingenious about it at all, perfectly humdrum. And then a short time ago I received a letter from a gentleman working with a corporation that deals with computers. It begins as follows. This letter is to inform you and congratulate you on another remarkable scientific prediction of the future, namely your foreseeing of the dynamic random access memory, DRAM, logic upset problem caused by alpha particle emission, first observed in 1977, but written about by you in Caves of Steel in 1957. Note, it was actually 1952. Apparently, the corporation tracked down failures in memory devices and finally decided that these failures are caused by trace amounts of radioactive elements present in the packaging material used to encapsulate the silicon devices, which, upon radioactive decay, emit high-energy alpha particles that upset the logic states of the semiconductor memory. I am writing you about this topic because in your book, Caves of Steel, published in the 1950s, you use an alpha particle emitter to murder one of the robots in the story by destroying, that is, randomizing, its positronic brain. This is, of course, as good a way of describing a logic upset as any I've heard. I get a great big kick out of finding out that our millions of dollars of research, culminating in several international awards for the most important scientific contribution in the field of reliability of semiconductor devices in 1978 and 79, was predicted in substantially accurate form 20 years, note, 25 years actually, before the events took place. You may certainly, with great pride, add this phenomenon to your collection of scientific predictions. Well, you can easily imagine that I was delighted. But truth is mighty and will prevail. I instantly wrote to the gentleman, who was so pleased at my prediction that I honestly was not aware that I was making a prediction, that the whole thing was a tribute not to my ingenuity, but to the good luck that constantly dogs my footsteps. A much more intuitive and remarkable prediction was made by the science-fictional father of us all, H.G. Wells. First, a little background. In 1913, the British chemist Frederick Soddy, 1877 to 1956, advanced the isotope concept, based on his studies of the elements produced in the course of radioactive decay. He proposed that a particular element might be made up of atoms identical in chemical properties, but differing somewhat in atomic weights. Elements, then, instead of necessarily being made up of absolutely identical elements, were actually mixtures of several almost identical isotopes, differing in atomic weight. This made so much sense it was quickly accepted, and has remained a cornerstone of chemistry and of atomic physics ever since. But just the other day, I received a reprint of a paper by H.G. Wells, written on September the 5th, 1896, 17 years before Soddy's suggestion, in which he refers to some work done by a chemist the previous year, before radioactivity had even been discovered, and suggests that to explain that work, it is possible to suppose that, quote, there are two kinds of oxygen, one with an atom a little heavier than the other, unquote. By saying that, he is anticipating and predicting the existence of isotopes. Furthermore, he points out that, quote, the electric spark traversing the gas has a selective action. Your heavier atoms or molecules get driven this or that way with slightly more force, unquote. This is a pretty good description of a phenomenon first noted by the British physicist Joseph John Thomson, 1856 to 1940, in 1912, 16 years after Wells's suggestion. How's that? Naturally, I would like to point to something of my own that contained a bit of nice intuitive insight, and here it is. In 1966, I wrote a scientific essay, I'm Looking Over a Four-Leaf Clover, which eventually appeared in the September 1966 issue of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. In it, I wanted to speculate about the origin of the universe, and I was anxious to rebut the favourite comment of some who would ask, if the universe started as a cosmic egg, where did the cosmic egg come from? The hope was that if I were faced with that question, I would have to admit the existence of a supernatural agency of creation. I therefore postulated the existence of negative energy. and suppose that energy was created in both negative and positive form, so that there was no net creation. I went on to advance what I called Asimov's cosmogonic principle, and wrote, quote, "The most economical way of expressing the principle is, in the beginning, there was nothing," unquote. Well, some 10 years later, the theory of the inflationary universe was advanced. It was altogether different from anything I had suggested, but in one respect it was identical. The universe was pictured as starting as a quantum fluctuation in a vacuum, so that, in the beginning, there was nothing. That piece of insight I am really proud of. Bestseller. In the December 1982 issue of this magazine, you may recall that the first 2 chapters of my novel, Foundation's Edge, were presented as an excerpt, together with an essay of my own on the novel's genesis, and some pleasant comments from my friends and colleagues. I agreed to all this under strong pressure from the editorial staff, who thought it would be a good thing, and who overrode my own objections that readers would complain that I was using the magazine for personal aggrandizement. As it happened, my fears were groundless. Readers' comments were generally friendly, and a gratifying number indicated their determination to get the book and finish reading it. It may be that you are curious to know what happened after the book was published. For those of you interested in Asimovian trivia, it was published on October the 8th, 1982. I'd like to tell you, because what happened astonished me totally. The book proved to be a bestseller. I don't mean it was a bestseller in the usual publisher's promotion way of indicating that it didn't actually sink without a trace on publication day. I mean it appeared on the national bestseller lists, and, as I write, it is in 3rd place on both the New York Times and on the publisher's weekly list of hardcover fiction. Maybe by the time this editorial appears it will have disappeared from the lists, but right now it's there. In the past, in these editorials, I have promised to keep you up to date on my endeavours, and I will do it now in the form of an invented interview. Question. Dr. Asimov, is this your first bestseller? Asimov. For some reason, people find that hard to believe, perhaps because I am so assiduous at publicizing myself. But Foundation's Edge is my first bestseller. It is my 262nd book, and I have been a professional writer for 44 years, so I guess that qualifies me as something less than an overnight success. Mind you, this is not my first successful book. Very few of my books have actually lost money for the publisher, and many of them have done very well indeed over the years. The earlier books of the Foundation trilogy have sold in the millions over the 30 years they've been in print. Again, if you group all my books together and total the number of sales of Asimov, never mind the titles, then I have a bestseller every year. However, Foundation's Edge is the first time a single book of mine has sold enough copies in a single week to make the bestseller lists. And in the 8 weeks since publication, as I write, it has done it in each of 8 weeks. And how do you feel about that, Dr. A? Actually, I have no room for any feeling but that of astonishment. After publishing 261 books without any hint of bestsellerdom, no matter how many of them might have been praised, I came to think of that as a law of nature. As for Foundation's Edge in particular, it has no sex in it, no violence, no sensationalism of any kind, and I come to suppose that this was a perfect recipe for respectable non-bestsellerdom. Once I get over the astonishment, though, if ever, I suppose I will have room for feeling great. After all, Foundation's Edge will earn more money than I expected, and it will help my other books to sell more copies, and it may mean that future novels of mine may do better than I would otherwise expect, and I can't very well complain about any of that. Then, too, think of the boost to my ego. Yes, I know, you think that's the last thing it needs. The people who, till now, have known I was a writer, and accepted it with noticeable lack of excitement, even over the number of books I have committed, now stop me in order to congratulate me, and do so with pronounced respect. Personally, I don't think that being on the bestseller lists makes a book any the higher in quality, and all too often it might indicate the reverse, but I must admit I enjoy the congratulations and all that goes with it. Question. Are there any disadvantages to all this great stuff, Isaac? Answer. Oddly enough, there are. For one thing, my esteemed publishers, Doubleday and Company, would like me to travel all over the United States pushing the book. It is, at the moment, their only fiction bestseller, and they are as eager as I am to have it stay on the lists forever. They are putting considerable money into advertising and promotion, and it would only be fair that I do my bit as well. However, I don't like to travel, and so I have to refuse their suggestions that I go to Chicago, for instance, and it makes me feel guilty, and a traitor both to my publisher and my book. I have made a trip to Philadelphia, though. There is also a higher-than-normal demand for interviews through visits or on the telephone. This doesn't demand travelling on my part, and I try to oblige, telling myself it's good publicity for the book. But it does cut into my writing time, and I can't allow too much of that. Then, too, there's an extraordinary demand for free copies. This is a common disease amongst writers' friends and relations, who feel that there is no purpose in knowing a writer if you have to help support him. My dear wife, J.O. Jepson, who is a shrewd questioner, has discovered the astonishing fact that some people think writers get unlimited numbers of free copies to give out. They don't. Except for a certain very small number, they have to buy copies just as anyone else does. Even if they did have unlimited numbers of free copies, giving them rather than selling them would ruin a writer, just as giving meat rather than selling it would ruin a butcher. What I have done is to resist firmly any temptation to hand out Foundation's Edge. I have told everyone they must buy copies at a bookstore. If they insist, I will give them copies of other books. But those sales of Foundation's Edge must be registered. Every little bit helps. Question. Do you see any importance in this situation, aside from personal profit and gratification? Answer. I do indeed. Soon after Foundation's Edge was published, Arthur C. Clarke's new novel, 2010 Odyssey 2, was published, and it hit the bestseller lists too. At the moment of writing, it is in 5th place on the New York Times list. Earlier this year, Robert A. Heinlein made the list with Friday, and Frank Herbert did so with White Plague. I think this is the first year in which 4 different science fiction writers made the lists with straight science fiction books. I also think that in the case of Clarke and myself, this is the first time straight science fiction has landed so high on the lists. This is gratifying to me as a long-time science fiction fan. It indicates to me that, finally, science fiction is coming to be of interest to the general public, and not simply to those few who inhabit the SF ghetto. In fact, I wish to point this out to those science fiction writers who are bitter and resentful because they feel that their books are shoved into the background and disregarded merely because they have the SF label on them. Neither Foundation's Edge nor 2010 Odyssey 2 makes any effort to hide the fact that it is science fiction. The publisher's promotion in each case utterly fails to obscure that fact. In the case of Foundation's Edge, the New York Times carefully describes it as science fiction each week in its bestseller listing, and yet it continues to sell. To be sure, there is a trace of the ghetto just the same. There is one thing that Arthur and I have in common, aside from best-selling books. As of the moment of writing, neither Foundation's Edge nor 2010 Odyssey 2 has been reviewed in the New York Times. I presume the paper hesitates to bestow that accolade on mere science fiction. Oh, well. Question. And what are your present projects, Isaac? Answer. Well, Doubleday has informed me, in no uncertain terms, that I am condemned to write one novel after another for life, and that I am not permitted to consider dying. So I am working on another novel. This one is to be the 3rd novel of the robot series. Both Lige Bailey and R. Daniel will reappear, and will complete the trilogy that began with The Caves of Steel and The Naked Sun. The third novel is called World of the Dawn. After that, I'm afraid that Doubleday expects me to do a fifth Foundation novel, and apparently so do the readers. For 3 decades they have badgered me for a sequel to the Foundation trilogy, and when I gave that to them, the ungrateful dogs responded by badgering me for a sequel to the sequel. I'd complain, except that I love it. Note: on December the 19th, 1982, the New York Times finally reviewed Foundation's Edge, and very favourably too. On that day, the book had slipped to 6th place in the bestseller list. Still not bad. But Clark had climbed to 2nd place. Pseudonyms. It was quite fashionable, in earlier times, to refrain from putting one's name to things one had written. The writer could leave himself unnamed, anonymous, from Greek words meaning no name, or else he could use a false name, pseudonym, from Greek words meaning false name. So common was the practice that a pseudonym is often referred to as a pen name, or to give it greater elegance by placing it in French, a nom de plume. There were a variety of reasons for this. In most places in the world, and at most times, it was all too easy to write something that would get you into trouble. The corruption, venality, and cruelty of those in power cried out for exposure, and those in power had the strongest objections to being exposed. For that reason, writers had to expect all sorts of governmental correction if caught, anywhere from a fine to death by torture. The best-known example of this type of pseudonym was Voltaire, the 18th century French satirist, whose real name was François-Marie Arouet. A second major reason was that any non-scholarly writing was looked upon as rather frivolous, and a decent person guilty of concocting such material might well be looked upon askance by society, and considered as having lost caste. A pseudonym, therefore, preserved respectability. This was especially true of women who were widely considered subhuman in mentality by men, and who would have shocked the world by a too open demonstration of the possession of brains. Mary Ann Evans, therefore, wrote under the name of George Eliot, and Charlotte Bronte at first wrote under the name of Cura Bell. One would think that neither reason would hold for the world of modern American science fiction. Why should anyone fear punishment for writing science fiction in our free land, or why should anyone fear the loss of respectability if convicted of the deed? And yet, it is conceivable, particularly in the early days of magazine science fiction, that people in the more sensitive professions, such as teaching, would not have cared to have it known that they wrote pseudo-scientific trash, and so would protect themselves from lack of promotion or outright dismissal by the use of a pseudonym. I don't know of such cases definitely, but I suspect some. It is even more likely that in the bad old days, before the women's movement became strong, women who wrote science fiction concealed their sex from the readers, and even sometimes from the editors. Science fiction was thought to be a very masculine pursuit at the time, and I know 2 editors, no names please, even though both are now dead, who insisted on believing that women could not write good science fiction. Pseudonyms were therefore necessary if they were to sell anything at all. Sometimes women did not have to use pseudonyms. Their first names might be epicene, and that would be protection enough. Thus, Leslie F. Stone and Lee Brackett were women, but as far as one could tell from their names, they might be as masculine as Leslie Fielder and Lee Hunt. Editors and readers at first believed they were. Or women might simply convert names to initials. Could you tell that A.R. Long owned up to the name of Amelia? Or that C.L. Moore was Catherine to her friends? There were other reasons for pseudonyms in science fiction. In the early days of the magazine, many of the successful writers could only make a living by writing a great deal just as fast as they could, for a variety of pulp markets. They might use different names for different markets, creating separate personalities, so to speak, that wouldn't compete with each other. Thus Will Jenkins wrote for the Slicks under his own name, but adopted the pseudonym Murray Leinster when he wrote science fiction. Sometimes, even within the single field of science fiction, particular writers wrote too many stories. They were so good that editors would cheerfully buy, let us say, 18 stories from them in a particular year, in which they only published 12 issues of their magazines. This meant, if you work out the arithmetic carefully, that it would be necessary to run more than one story by them in a single issue now and then, and editors generally have a prejudice against that. Readers would feel they were cheated of variety, or suspect that editors were showing undue favouritism, or who knows what. Therefore some of the stories would be put out under a pseudonym. The pseudonyms might be transparent enough. For instance, Robert A. Heinlein, at the height of his magazine popularity, wrote half his stories under the name of Anson MacDonald. But Bob's middle initial stood for Anson, and MacDonald was the maiden name of his then-wife. Similarly, L. Ron Hubbard wrote under the name of René Lafayette, but the initial L in Hubbard's name was Lafayette. And René was a not-too-distant version of Ron. Still, as long as the readers were led to believe that not too many stories of one author were included in the inventory, all was well. Sometimes an author is so identified with a particular type of story that when he writes another type of story he doesn't want to confuse the reader by false associations, so he adopts a new name. Thus, John W. Campbell was a writer of super science stories of cosmic scope, and one day he wrote a story called Twilight, which was altogether different. He put it under the name of Don A. Stewart. His then-wife's maiden name was Donna Stewart, you see, and rapidly made that name even more popular than his own. Sometimes an author simply wants to separate his writing activities from his non-writing activities, if they are of equal importance to him. Thus a talented teacher at Milton Academy, who is named Harry C. Stubbs, writes under the name of Hal Clement. He's not hiding. Hal is short for Harry, as all Shakespearean devotees know, and the C in his full name stands for Clement. Again, my dear wife has practised medicine for over 30 years as Janet Jepson, M.D. As a writer, she prefers J.O. Jepson. The earnings fall into 2 different slots as far as the IRS is concerned, and that makes it convenient for her bookkeeping. In my own case, I have eschewed pseudonyms almost entirely. I am far too fond of my own name and far too proud of my writing to want to sail under false colours for any reason, and yet in 1 or 2 cases. Thus, in 1951 I was persuaded to write a juvenile science fiction novel in the hope that it would be sold as the beginning of a long-lived television series. Those were early days, and no one understood how television was going to work. I objected, very correctly I think, that TV might ruin the stuff and make me ashamed of having my name associated with it. My editor said, "Then use a pseudonym." I did, plucking Paul French out of the air for the purpose, and eventually wrote 6 novels under that name. Some people with little knowledge of science fiction assumed from this that all my science fiction was written under Paul French, a suggestion that simply horrified me. As soon as it was clear that TV was not interested in my juveniles, I dropped all pretense, and made use of the 3 laws of robotics, for instance, which was a dead giveaway. Eventually, when it was time for new printings, I had my own name put upon it. Again, in 1942, I wrote a short story for an editor who wanted it done under a pseudonym in order to give the impression that it was by a brand new author. The reason is complicated, and I won't bore you with it. You'll find it in my autobiography. I wrote it reluctantly under the name George E. Dale, but eventually included it in my book, The Early Asimov, as a story of my own. Also, in 1942, I sold a story to the magazine Super Science Stories, which printed it under the pseudonym H.B. Ogden, for reasons I no longer remember. Even my memory has its limits. So little did I care for the story, and so unhappy was I over the non-use of my name, that I totally forgot about it until nearly 40 years later, when I was going over my diary carefully in order to prepare my autobiography. I was shocked to find there was a story of mine that I had forgotten and didn't own in printed form. Fortunately, with the help of Forrest J. Ackerman, I got the issue and reprinted the story in the first volume of my autobiography, In Memory Yet Green, acknowledging it as my own. In 1971, I was persuaded to write a book entitled The Sensuous Dirty Old Man, in which I gently satirized sexual how-to books, such as The Sensuous Woman. Since the latter book was written by a writer identified only as J, my editor felt the joke should be carried on by having my book written by Dr. A. Even before publication day, however, it was announced that I was the author, and my identity was never a secret. At the present moment, then, absolutely none of my writing appears under anything but my own name. Which brings up one puzzle. The early pulps occasionally made use of house names. A particular magazine would use a pseudonym that was never used except in that magazine, but that pseudonym might be used by any number of different writers. I have never really understood why this was done, and if any reader knows, I would appreciate being told. Dialogue. Most stories deal with people, and one of the surefire activities of people is that of talking and making conversation. It follows that in most stories there is dialogue. Sometimes stories are largely dialogue. My own stories almost always are. For that reason, when I think of the art of writing, which isn't often, I must admit, I tend to think of dialogue. In the Romantic period of literature, in the first part of the 19th century, the style of dialogue tended to be elaborate and adorned. Authors used their full vocabulary and had their characters speak ornately. I remember when I was very young and first read Charles Dickens' Nicholas Nickleby, how I loved the conversation. The funny passages were very funny to me, though I had trouble with John Brodie's thick Yorkshire accent. Something his beloved Matilda, brought up under similar conditions, lacked for some reason. What I loved even more, though, was the ornamentation, the way everyone spoke like a book. Thus, consider the scene in which Nicholas Nickleby confronts his villainous Uncle Ralph. Nicholas's virtuous and beautiful sister Kate, who has been listening to Ralph's false version of events, which make out Nicholas to have been doing wrong, cried out wildly to her brother, "Refute these calumnies!" Of course, I had to look up refute and calumny in the dictionary, but that meant I had learnt 2 useful words. I also had never heard any 17-year-old girl of my acquaintance use these words, but that just showed me how superior the characters in the book were, and that filled me with satisfaction. It's easy to laugh at the books of that era, and to point out that no one really talks that way. But then, do you suppose people in Shakespeare's time went around casually speaking in iambic pentameter? Still, don't you want literature to improve on nature? Sure you do. When you go to the movies, the hero and heroine don't look like the people you see in the streets, do they? Of course not. They look like movie stars. The characters in fiction are better-looking, stronger, braver, more ingenious and cleverer than anyone you are likely to meet. So why shouldn't they speak better too? And yet there are values in realism, in making people look and sound and act like real people. For instance, back in 1919, some of the players on the pennant-winning Chicago White Sox were accused of accepting money from gamblers to throw the World Series, the so-called Black Sox scandal, and were barred from baseball for life as a result. At the trial, a young lad is supposed to have followed his idol, the greatest of the accused, shoeless Joe Jackson, and to have cried out in anguish, "Say it ain't so, Joe!" That is a deathless cry that can't be tampered with. It is unthinkable to have the boy say, "Refute these calumnies, Joseph," even though that's what he means. Any writer who tried to improve matters in that fashion would and should be lynched at once. I doubt that anyone would or should even change it to, "Say it isn't so, Joe." For that matter, you couldn't possibly have had Kate Nickleby cry out to her brother, "Say it ain't so, Nick." Of course, during much of history, most people were illiterate, and the reading of books was very much confined to the few who were educated and scholarly. Such books of fiction as existed were supposed to improve the mind, or risk being regarded as works of the devil. It was only gradually, as mass education began to flourish, the books began to deal with ordinary people. Of course, Shakespeare had his clowns, and Dickens had his Sam Wellers, and in both cases dialogue was used that mangled the English language to some extent. But that was intended as humour. The audience was expected to laugh uproariously at these representatives of the lower classes. As far as I know, the first great book which was written entirely and seriously in substandard English, and which was a great work of literature nevertheless, or even possibly to some extent because of it, was Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn, which was published in 1884. Huck Finn is himself the narrator, and he is made to speak as an uneducated backwoods boy would speak, if he happened to be a literary genius. That is, he used the dialect of an uneducated boy, but he put together sentences and paragraphs like a master. The book was extremely popular when it came out, because its realism made it incredibly effective. But it was also extremely controversial, as all sorts of fatheads inveighed against it, because it didn't use proper English. And yet, at that, Mark Twain had to draw the line too, as did all writers until the present generation. People, all sorts of people, use vulgarisms as a matter of course. I remember my days in the army, when it was impossible to hear a single sentence in which the common word for sexual intercourse was not used as an all-purpose adjective. Later, after I had gotten out of the army, I lived on a street along which young boys and girls walked to the local junior high school in the morning, and back again in the evening, and their shouted conversations brought back memories of my barracks days with nauseating clarity. Yet, could writers reproduce that aspect of common speech? Of course not. For that reason, Huck Finn was always saying that something was blamed annoying, blamed this, blamed that. You could bet that the least he was really saying was damned. A whole set of euphemisms was developed and placed in the mouths of characters who wouldn't, in real life, have been caught dead saying them. Think of all the dad-blamed and god-darned and consarned we have seen in print and heard in the movies. To be sure, youngsters say them as a matter of caution, for they would probably be punished, if of good family, by their parents if caught using the terms they had heard said parents use. Don't let your hearts bleed for the kids. When they grow up, they will beat up their kids for the same crime. For the last few decades, however, it has become permissible to use all the vulgarisms freely, and many writers have availed themselves of the new freedom to lend an air of further realism to their dialogue. What's more, they are apt to resent bitterly any suggestion that this habit be modified, or that some non-vulgar expression be substituted. In fact, one sees a curious reversal now. A writer must withstand a certain criticism if he does not make use of said vulgarisms. Once, when I read a series of letters by science fiction writers in which such terms were used freely and frequently, I wrote a response that made what seemed to me to be an obvious point. In it, I said something like this. Ordinary people, who are not well educated, and who lack a large working vocabulary, are limited in their ability to lend force to their statements. In their search for force, they must therefore make use of vulgarisms which serve, through their shock value, but which, through overuse, quickly lose whatever force they have, so that the purpose of the use is defeated. Writers, on the other hand, have, it is to be presumed, the full and magnificent vocabulary of the English language at their disposal. They can say anything they want with whatever intensity of invective they require in 1,000 different ways, without ever once deviating from full respectability of utterance. They have therefore no need to trespass upon the usages of the ignorant and forlorn, and to steal their tattered expressions as substitutes for the language of Shakespeare and Milton. All I got for my pains were a few comments to the effect that there must be something seriously wrong with me. Nevertheless, it is my contention that dialogue is realistic when, and only when, it reflects the situation as you describe it, and when it produces the effect you wish to produce. At rather rare intervals, I will make use of dialect. I will have someone speak as a Brooklyn-bred person would, that is, as I myself do in my hours of ease. Or insert Yiddishisms here and there, if it serves a purpose. I may even try to make up a dialect, as I did in Foundation's Edge, if it plays an important part in the development of the story. Mostly, however, I do not. The characters in my stories, almost without exception, are pictured as being well-educated and highly intelligent. It is natural, therefore, for them to make use of a wide vocabulary, and to speak precisely and grammatically, even though I try not to fall into the ornateness of the romantic ear. And, as a matter of quixotic principle, I try to avoid expletives, even mild ones, when I can. But other writers, of course, may do as they please. That is the end of Gold